Deep in the ruins of a shattered dungeon, a magician named Shin Hale emerged. Not long after, a towering monster confronted him, letting out a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, Hale raised his hand. Magic surged, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. He knelt, placing his palm against the ground. A glowing magic circle formed beneath him. Slowly, he lifted a single snowflake into the air, then unleashed the permafrost spell. An ice spirit materialized before him, frost rapidly spreading across every wall and column nearby. The monster instantly leapt back, desperate to escape. But the ice spirit exhaled a freezing wind, and with a surge of ice from Shin's hand, they froze the creature solid. A thick coat of frost sealed it in place. As the last shimmer of the magic circle beneath Shin faded, the air around them warmed, and he stood up, eyes locked on the now silent enemy. Not long ago, the House of Magicians was known as Korea's most elite magical bloodline. Among its many gifted members, Shin Hale stood out, hailed as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. One day, he stepped into his father's office. His father, Hale, looked up and asked if he already knew. Shin nodded with a confident grin, replying that he'd carry their house's name with honor. He swore he'd graduate at the top of Obelisk Magic Academy, rise as the world's greatest Archmage, and lead their family to unprecedented glory. Gazing out the window, his father spoke softly. His son's talent wasn't just rare, it was unmatched. Turning back, he smiled, telling Shin he had immense expectations for him. He hoped Shin would conquer the interactive magic world and stand above all as a master of the magical arts. Gripping the medallion around his neck, Shin promised with a steady voice he would succeed. He'd surpass his brothers. He'd even surpass his father, the most powerful mage in the nation. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy, a teacher gathered the second-year students. Today was the day of their practical test. He looked at Baek Sayuk and encouraged him to do his best as always. There was nothing to worry about. Baek smirked and scoffed, asking who said he was worried. In his mind, the outcome was obvious. That guy, he'll be dead last. He still can't even grasp the basics. How is he not expelled yet? Baek muttered, completely useless. Can't even cast interactive magic. MC stayed quiet, lost in thought. In today's world, modern mages were rare and highly valued. Just then, Sayuk stepped into the arena. The instructor announced the start of the practical exam. A hologram of 2 monsters flickered to life before him. Instantly, Sayuk opened a system window and summoned a fireball. It struck with precision, wiping out both enemies. The teacher nodded in approval, noting that he'd completed the task within the time limit. Sayuk shrugged, unfazed. As always, too easy. Watching from the sidelines, MC reflected on how much magic had changed. With the rise of artificial intelligence, most modern mages now had implanted chips, AI units that simplified even the toughest spells. But he couldn't use them. The teacher called his name next. MC walked into the arena. Holographic monsters appeared before him. He closed his eyes and began to focus. The first step was channeling mana into the heart, the wellspring of his magic. Then came forming the magic circle, 1 layer at a time, through 8 exact steps. Before he could complete the process, the monsters lunged. He quickly shifted to defense. From the sidelines, Sayuk let out a mocking laugh. That's his magic? Seriously? MC gritted his teeth. Sayuk scoffed. You're just a leftover from a dead era. Can't handle interactive magic. Know your place. Trash like you should quit. The monsters vanished. The time limit had expired. The teacher announced that he'd failed the test. Laughter echoed from the other students. MC clenched his fist, breathing heavily. It was another failure, but he wasn't disheartened. He had improved, even if just a little, in the speed of his magic transformation. That same day, after being branded a failure, his father gave up on him entirely. He even sent a pill meant to destroy the magic circle in his heart. But MC refused to let go of his dream. He chose to pursue magic the old-fashioned way, a path forgotten in the age of technology. It was far more difficult, with the biggest drawback being that he could only learn through ancient books. Back in his room, he stared at the growing pile of dusty tomes scattered on the floor. He couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if these old books could be digitized. His room had limits, and he was running out of space. Then his eyes landed on one particular book. Something about it stood out. Did I even buy this? He wondered, picking it up. It was worn, clearly old, but there was something about it, something that felt important. He flipped through a few pages of the book, but couldn't understand the handwriting. It was too intricate. But as he leaned in for a closer look, one name caught his eye: Ray Belbytenio. A grin tugged at his lips. It had been a long time since he'd seen that name. Ray Belbytenio, the first and greatest magician in human history, the founder of modern magic, the first emperor of the Wiener magical empire, a living legend, etched into the roots of magic itself. Back when he was younger, he used to come across Ray Bell's name constantly while reading memoirs and ancient texts. Suddenly, the book began to glow. The pages shimmered, sliding upward, bathed in golden light. Startled, he stumbled back, the brightness overwhelming his eyes. He dropped the book and shielded his face with both hands. "What is this?" As the light dimmed slightly, he peeked through his fingers, staring at the book in disbelief. Then a voice echoed from within the pages. Only those with a matching magical nature could hear it, the voice said. And now, the legendary Ray Belbytenio was entrusting this book to him. MC stood frozen, stunned that the book could actually speak. His thoughts drifted back to a moment from his past, a time when he never imagined that being an outcast, a so-called failure, would actually be his greatest advantage. That same day, after the exam, the teacher had announced that all students who failed would be attending extra classes. Someone in the crowd asked who'd failed. Another voice answered without hesitation. It was the guy who couldn't sync with artificial intelligence. MC had no choice but to endure the whispers, the stares, and the silent weight of failure. But now, something inside him had shifted. It felt like he'd been reborn. The book's light had filled his entire room, casting a glow brighter than anything he'd ever summoned. The next day, he returned to class. When lunch came around, he quietly made his way to the cafeteria and chose the farthest seat by the window, just like always. But then a familiar figure appeared, his friend, G. Sunshine. Tray in hand, he approached with a grin. "Eating alone again?" MC glanced up. "You again?" Sunshine ignored the comment and plopped down across from him. "Looks good," he said casually, then started digging in. MC watched him for a moment, thinking to himself, despite the guy's disheveled appearance, Sunshine was no slouch. He ranked among the Academy's top 10 sorcerers and had reached the third circle by the age of 18. In this dull and meaningless school life, Sunshine was probably the only one he could truly call a friend. When he didn't touch his food, Sunshine leaned over, eyeing his plate. "If you're not eating that, I'll take it," he said without missing a beat. With a scowl, MC told Sunshine to eat his own food. He frowned again, but Sunshine leaned in with a grin. "If someone's messing with you, just point him out. I'll handle the rest." MC looked out the window and brushed it off. "It's nothing." Shifting the topic, he added, "I found a strange book yesterday." Sunshine raised an eyebrow. "What kind of book?" MC replied. After the third page, the rest looked blank. Said to be by Ray Belbytenio, unless the guys planted it as a prank. But when I opened it, it lit up, and I heard a voice. Sunshine blinked. "Enchanted? That's crazy. What did the voice say?" With a small smirk, MC replied, "It said the book was an inheritance meant for someone like me. No one else would even be able to open it." Sunchan's eyes lit up. "That actually sounds awesome. Maybe I should try opening it." MC's expression turned serious. There was something else written on the last page. He paused, recalling the uneasy feeling from before. It said, to form a magic circle not in the heart, but in the brain. Sunshine immediately sat up. "All right, now that's not funny. A magic circle in the brain? Are they trying to get you killed? Give me the book. I'll check it out myself." After class, they returned to the dorms and headed straight to MC's room. MC handed him the book. "So, it only opens if the person's like the original owner, Ray Belbytenio?" Sunshine asked. MC nodded. "That's what it said. Go ahead and try." Sunshine gave it a shot. He pulled at the cover, pushed it, tried different angles, but nothing worked. The book didn't even budge. With a sigh, he handed it back. "Nope, nothing. It's like it's sealed shut." Scratching his head, Sunshine muttered, "This thing's weird. All right, forget it. I'm heading out. Get some rest, man." He waved and left the room. MC sat down and opened the book again, flipping to a page with strange drawings. He frowned. This page had been blank before. Now, glowing letters began to appear. Ray Bell's voice echoed once more. "So, you're trying to create magic circles in your heart. That's the standard method for most mages." MC narrowed his eyes. "Wait, are you saying that method is wrong?" Suddenly, the book lifted off the ground, glowing brightly. MC took a step back, uneasy. A voice rang out from within. "If you accept my will and are ready to become my disciple, Your first task is to destroy the magic circle in your heart and recreate it in your brain. Only then may you open this book again." The light vanished, and the book dropped to the floor with a thud. MC stared at it, stunned. This is going way too far for a prank. He clenched his fist, mind racing. The idea of creating a magic circle in the brain, it wasn't just absurd. It was deadly. Mana flowing through the brain could cause a complete mental collapse, even death. This is suicide, he thought, struggling to stay calm. He shoved the book aside and collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Who in their right mind would go through with this? The next day, he walked into his teacher's office, the book tucked under his arm. The teacher looked up. "Something wrong?" MC handed him the book. "Can you take a look at this?" The man inspected the cover, running a hand over its surface. "An old manuscript? It definitely has that ancient aura about it. What exactly do you want me to do?" "I just want to know if it's sealed with magic or anything," MC said. "It won't open." The teacher raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think that?" "There's been weird talk going around." "Rumors," he replied. The teacher sighed. "You're spending too much time listening to nonsense. Focus on your studies." Still, he agreed to check. Placing his palm on the book, he focused for a moment before pulling away. "There's no trace of magic here," he said. "Let go of the fairy tales and concentrate on your work." MC thanked him and left, disappointed. He'd hoped for something, but not even Sunshine, nor now his teacher, could open the book. But then, as he walked down the hall, a faint smile crept onto his face. That meant it was real. That evening, he returned to his room. He set the book on the floor and sat in front of it, deep in thought. From his drawer, he pulled out a small bag, the pills his father had given him. Just one would erase the magic circle in his heart forever. He held the bag tightly. He could still hear his father's voice telling him to give up practicing magic, to become a great theorist instead. But that wasn't his path. No matter what, he wasn't giving up on magic. He stared down at the 2 pills trembling in his palm. Clenching his wrist tightly, he muttered to himself, "Stop shaking." He was already living life on the sidelines. What was there left to lose? Gritting his teeth, he swallowed both pills. If I die, then so be it. The pain hit instantly. His body jerked, and he tumbled from the chair. The magic circle tethered to his heart was breaking apart, shattering everything he'd built. This was the end of him as a traditional mage. There was no turning back. He was about to cross a forbidden line, pushing mana into the brain. One life ended here, so another could begin. As the mana surged into the folds of his mind, the searing pain in his chest faded, only to be replaced by something far worse. A mind-splitting agony that felt like it would rip his head apart. He convulsed, consciousness slipping, his thoughts spiraling. Is this death? Then, in the middle of that torment, a whisper, right in his ear, Raybell's voice, calm and clear. "Can you hear me?" The voice wasn't ordinary. It was formed through mana. And suddenly, the pain vanished. He found himself in a different space. All around him, mana spirits swirled, whispering, singing, laughing. They embraced him. He couldn't explain it, but he felt blessed. Then silence. When he opened his eyes again, morning light spilled across his room. He slowly sat up from the floor, still dazed, and stared at his hands. "I'm alive." Confused, he turned his gaze toward the book lying nearby. Picking it up, he saw that the once blank pages were now filled with glowing symbols. Then, Raybell's voice rang out again in his mind. "Congratulations. You've taken your first step. This book is called Idred. From this moment on, your legend begins." Through this book, he would inherit all of Raybell's magic. "You are my successor from the future," the voice said, then paused. "Wait, maybe I shouldn't call you that." Raybell chuckled softly. "No, you're my student now, Hale." And just like that, tears welled in Hale's eyes. A few days later, he sat in class like always, staring blankly at the front. Teacher words floated around the room, but Hale wasn't listening. His eyes were on the book hidden in his hands, flipping through the pages with quiet excitement. Another new section had appeared. Who would have thought magic could feel like this? Idred was filled with knowledge long forgotten, secrets buried from the world. First, he learned that mana had its own will. That was the real danger. Letting mana into the brain usually led to a violent clash of consciousness, causing permanent damage. That's why it was considered so destructive. But people like them were different. Their mental structure didn't resist mana. Their minds could block out the will of mana, keeping them safe. Hale touched the back of his head thoughtfully. So this is why I couldn't sync with interactive magic. Why I was always rejected by the chip-based system. Just then, Smith's voice cut through his thoughts, grabbing everyone's attention. He addressed the students and reminded the second years about the upcoming midterm exams. But this time, he added something new. A hush fell over the crowd as he continued. Starting this year, anyone who fails the exam will be expelled. His eyes narrowed slightly before he added, almost cheerfully, that this rule was suggested by the House of Magicians. Sayuk broke into a grin, clearly pleased. Finally, the failures will be weeded out, he muttered. Smith turned to Hale with a smirk. Looks like someone's already on the edge, he said mockingly. But the comment didn't faze Hale. His mind was elsewhere, on his father. Later that evening, he made his way into the city. As he arrived at the training center, he couldn't help but think about how overpriced everything was. Renting a simulation room here was no joke. A quick check on his phone confirmed it. 200,001 per hour? Even that was a stretch for him. Walking in, he was greeted at the front desk. Hale asked for 1 hour, and the staffer raised an eyebrow. Training alone? He asked. Hale nodded. The man handed him a card and told him to head to room 14, offering to show him how the hologram system worked. Hale politely declined. I already know, he said, as Hale disappeared down the hallway. The man watched him go, muttering to himself, Isn't that Shin Hale from the House of Magicians? Born into a powerful family, but can't even use interactive magic. What a shame. Meanwhile, Hale stepped into the room and activated a simulation. His goal was to take down a pack of wolves. After a quick stretch, he got into position as the wolves materialized, circling him, ready to pounce. He raised his hand. Low-tier beasts or not, 10 at once isn't easy. The Academy's average clear time for this test, 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Now it was time to see what the Eider's technique could do in action. Focusing, he triggered his mana, activating the Circle of Infinity. A wave of magic energy surged before him. The wolves instantly lunged. With a simple motion, a torrent of water burst forth, crashing into them. Seeing the damage he'd done, Hale smiled. This is insane. Was I always this strong? But no, it wasn't the same kind of magic others used. While they relied on circles etched near their hearts, his was different. His circle was in his brain, pushing mana through his entire body. The Infinity Circle was unlocking something buried deep within him. Extending both arms, he summoned another circle. This time, flames erupted outward. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that. Ray Bell's voice echoed in his mind, telling him not to be surprised. This was just the beginning. He still had a long journey ahead. The Infinity Circle was the foundation of the Baitinio style of magic, allowing him to shape spells just as he pictured them. A vision of his teacher appeared, gently patting him on the head before waving dismissively. This is only the first circle of the Baitinio inner style, the call of the heart. Even so, Hale was thrilled. If he could pull off this level of magic at just the first circle, what more could he achieve? Motivated, he dove back into training. Once he wrapped up, he exited the training center. The receptionist thanked him politely, then made his way to room 14 to tidy up. Curious, he checked the terminal to see how one of the so-called failed geniuses had performed and froze. There, at the top of the rankings, was Hale's name. He'd completed the wolf simulation in just 6 minutes and 37 seconds. What? Isn't that an international record? The man blurted out, his eyes wide. Frustrated, he slammed his foot into the terminal. How did that loser manage this? This junk machine must be glitching. Meanwhile, Hale strolled through the city with a light step, humming to himself. In his mind, a legend was already taking root. Back then, crafting his first circle had been a major challenge. What he read in the book was nothing like the basics he'd studied before. But now he could feel the mana flowing, his arms, legs, heart, even his brain, responding to his will. Still, there was one part of the book he couldn't quite grasp. The words were too vague, like a thought slipping just out of reach. In magical studies, there's a saying, every mage eventually slams into a wall, a moment where they hit their limit, unable to progress further. It was the same for all Eris. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he shut his eyes. For now, he needed to focus on one thing, letting the mana circulate through every inch of his body, just like the book instructed. His concentration had to be absolute. But was that really all there was to it? When he snapped back to reality, he realized 10 hours had passed. 10 hours of nonstop mana circulation. Strangely, he felt no fatigue. The next morning, he showed up to class like usual, though a little drowsy. Sunshine spotted him, raised his arm, and smacked him hard on the back. You good, man? Hale flinched but didn't respond. All he could think about was maintaining this mana flow every single day. But keeping it going wasn't easy. Still, he was determined to adapt to this circle and master it quickly. After all, when he formed his second mana circle at the age of 12, everyone called him a prodigy. That was the moment his father's expectations began. Right now, he had only one mana circle, and it was in his brain. How could he move beyond that? To grow as a magician, he had to push past the wall of enlightenment. His father once said something to him back when he still believed in him. The ideal is just a set of chains. It's a lie built on human pride, an illusion we convince ourselves is real. That thought stuck with him. As he meditated, remembering those words, something shifted. He could feel it, the mana in his hands, his fingertips, his heart, and his mind. It was moving exactly how he wanted. A flame sparked in his palm. This wasn't perfection. It was imperfection, and in that imperfection, he found something powerful. Freedom. Freedom to imagine, to shape magic with no formulas, no boundaries. Interactive magic may have made spellcasting faster, but it forced every spell into a rigid structure. The Vader method, though, it was wild, free-flowing, pure thought. With just his imagination, he formed birds from fire, watching them circle the room. A grin crept across his face. Now, he could mold magic however he pleased. No rules, no limits. He clenched his fist, still smiling. Even though he was using only the first circle and it drained his stamina mercilessly, it didn't matter. What he gained was worth every drop of energy. If he could break through the wall of enlightenment, nothing would stop him. As a new day began, he sat quietly in class. That's when the teacher stepped in and called his name. "You have a visitor. Come with me." He closed his book and followed. "Your father's here to see you," the teacher said as they walked. As they reached the reception room, the teacher knocked. A voice from inside gave them permission to enter. The teacher opened the door. "I brought Hale," he announced. Inside, Shin In-hyuk turned to face his son. Hale greeted him, and with a simple wave of the hand, his father signaled the teacher to leave them alone. Once the door shut, the two sat across from each other. In-hyuk looked at him. "So, you're still attending classes. I take it you didn't accept the pill I sent?" Hale nodded. "That's right. I made some progress in magic lately." His father's expression tightened. "Are you still chasing those pointless dreams?" But Hale met his gaze calm and sure. "I'm going to become the greatest magician of this generation." In-hyuk stared at him in silence for a long moment. Then, with a sigh, he finally spoke. "You've already wasted an entire year. It's time to face the truth." He went on. "No matter how hard you train, even if you achieve something one day, as long as your body can't handle interactive magic, you'll never be a true mage. You still have talent, but stop chasing pointless dreams. Use that talent wisely. Focus on theory. That's the best you can do." But Hale didn't back down. "You told me once I would never give up on magic. I meant it." He rose from the couch. "Living a normal life doesn't suit me, especially not under your shadow." He clenched his fist. "What I want is to lead a house of Maidashin." His father looked at him for a moment before answering. "Becoming a great mage, leading a family of mages, those aren't things you accomplish just because you want them." "I'll prove it," Hale said firmly. "Oh," In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly do you plan to prove it? Barely scraping through exams? Being on the brink of expulsion?" "I'll place in the top 10 on the next test," Hale replied. "If I don't, I'll leave the academy. I'll go study theory, just like you want." Then, with a confident smile, he tapped his chest. "But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge me as a mage and support me." In-hyuk exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. "Seems like your so-called progress has gone straight to your head." He pulled his cloak over his shoulders, turning to leave. "Just don't let this be all talk." Hale's smile faded. He watched his father walk away in silence. Days passed. Then, one morning, the teacher walked into class and announced that the format for the final exam had been finalized. The room buzzed as students murmured to each other, anxious to know what was coming. "You'll be facing each other one-on-one," the teacher said. "It'll be a tournament-style duel." Hale narrowed his eyes, and Sayuk threw him a smug glance from across the room. The teacher continued. "The matches will take place over 3 days. From the 16th round onward, official observers from the Magic Tower will be present. So give it everything you've got. That's all." Hale clenched his fist, his expression turning serious. "This is it. This is where I prove myself." During the break, the classroom was buzzing. Students huddled in groups, speculating and getting hyped. "Even people from the Magic Tower are coming," someone whispered. This just got real. Hale, as usual, kept to himself, observing the buzz around the academy. Everyone was fired up about the upcoming midterms, and for good reason. With representatives from the Magic Tower attending, the spotlight would be brighter than ever. The Magic Tower wasn't just any organization. Formed by a dozen of the world's strongest magicians, their influence rivaled that of entire nations. Every student dreamed of joining them. And now, the whole academy was buzzing with ambition. Then, out of nowhere, Sayuk strolled up to him with that familiar, arrogant grin. "So, how are you feeling?" He sneered, his tone mocking. Hale frowned slightly. Sayuk's taunts were nothing new. Annoying, sure, but the guy was still one of the top students in the second year. Sayuk leaned in, voice low and smug. "Looks like we're up against each other for the first duel. Can you already taste defeat?" He stepped closer, face nearly touching Hale's. "Relax. I'll make sure to set a new record. You know, for that incident 5 years ago." Hale let out a slow sigh and glanced at him, unimpressed. That incident, he remembered it clearly. 5 years ago, during the finals of the talent competition, Sayuk had gone up against him and lost miserably. The guy had burst into tears right there in the arena. Back then, he was branded a loser. But once Hale was labeled incompatible with interactive magic, Sayuk flipped the script and never let up on him. Now, Sayuk smirked again. "They say whoever fails gets expelled, right? Maybe I should knock you out early, save you from the embarrassment." His friends behind him laughed loudly. Hale didn't flinch. "So this clown is my first opponent? Perfect." This was his chance to shine. He wasn't going to let it slip. He looked up and smirked. "Why should I be scared of you?" Sayuk's face twitched. He clearly hadn't expected that. Around them, whispers started spreading among the other students. "This defective guy thinks he can beat me?" Sayuk snapped, his voice rising. "Know your place. Don't delude yourself." He tapped his temple, then jabbed a finger at Hale. "You're out of your mind." Hale took a breath, rubbed his chin, and smiled. 5 years ago, you ran your mouth back then too, and still got crushed. Guess some things never change." The words hit their mark. Sayuk froze, caught off guard. Hale chuckled. "Still salty over that loss, huh? You were crying like a baby in front of the whole arena. Pretty hard to forget that." "Shut up," Sayuk shouted, his anger boiling over. He grabbed Hale by the collar, his voice trembling with rage. "You're just a broken reject. Trash." Hale brushed Sayuk's hand off his collar and stared him down. "Seems like living in someone else's shadow has kept you from growing," he said coolly. "There will always be someone stronger, someone ready to crush you into the ground." He straightened his clothes and flashed a cocky smile. "A genius stays a genius. You'll find that out for yourself, soon enough. Be ready." Without waiting for a reply, Hale turned and walked away. Behind him, Sayuk stood frozen, teeth gnashing as he began to nervously bite his nails. "I'll burn that arrogant bastard to ashes and stomp on what's left," he muttered. The next day, the headlines hit the internet like wildfire. "Return of a fallen genius. Shin Hale. Redemption or final collapse?" Hale, towel draped over his head as he dried his hair, stared at the screen of his tablet with a grin. Every headline had his name plastered across it. Just as he thought, Sayuk's family had pulled strings to stir things up with the media. He could practically see Sayuk's furious expression in his mind, twisted with rage. Good, he thought. Let the world watch. The more eyes on me, the better. These midterms would be his stage, and he was going to show everyone exactly what a genius looks like. Just then, his phone rang. He answered casually. "Hey, Dad, you saw the article?" His father replied that he had. Hale smirked. "Don't let it get to you." In-hyuk's voice sharpened. "You provoked this, didn't you?" "I did," Hale said plainly. "I needed the attention." But his father wasn't impressed. "Just because I agreed to your conditions doesn't mean I believe in you. The House of Magic doesn't care about this nonsense. Your little media stunt only brings shame to our name." "You don't get it, do you?" Hale replied. "People already treat me like I've been cast out of the family." He ran a hand across the cover of his book and added quietly, "If I've already lost everything, then it doesn't matter." In-hyuk let out a sigh. "Maybe the damage isn't massive, but it is damage. Wherever you go, whatever you do, the name of our house follows you. That's reality." Hale's expression turned serious. "Of course I know, but all that noise, it's meaningless compared to what I'm about to do." In-hyuk asked, "And what does the house gain from your so-called success?" Hale didn't hesitate. "It gains me, the greatest mage the world's ever seen, born from the House of Magic, the strongest family head in our history. I'm going to become the greatest," he said with full conviction, "even by our standards." His father sank into a chair, letting out a quiet breath. "You've got ambition," he said at last, "just like the Tower Master, no matter what happens." "Thanks," Hale replied. But before he could say more, In-hyuk's tone hardened. "But if you keep dragging our name through the mud," he warned, "then be ready for the consequences." The call ended. Hale set the phone down on the table, then sat back on the bed. A sly smile formed on his lips. No turning back now. The day of the midterm exam finally arrived. The small stadium buzzed with energy. Spectators and reporters filled the stands, eyes fixed on the arena in the center. Hale stepped out under the open sky, rolling his wrist as he approached the battlefield. Across from him, Sayuk appeared, already wearing a smug grin. "How do you like that article?" he said mockingly. "One day, and boom, your name's everywhere." He chuckled under his breath. "You can't even cast spells right, and yet here you are, putting on a show. It's laughable." Hale smiled back. "The only one who'll be embarrassed here is you." Sayuk blinked, thrown off by the confidence in his voice. "Thanks, though," Hale added, tapping his chest. "You walked straight into my trap. You don't like me? Good. Then this will be a favor for you. I'll finish it quick. Just try not to cry." Sayuk snorted. "You're insane." Unfazed, Hale raised a finger and pointed directly at him. "I only need first circle spells to win this." That caught the crowd's attention. A wave of murmurs rippled through the stands. Meanwhile, Sayuk ground his teeth and bit at his fingernail, eyes twitching. "You dare run your mouth?" The instructor entered the arena, stepping between them. He raised a hand. "The first round of the second-year midterms begins now." The whistle blew. Hale stood firm, a confident grin on his face. Sayuk, already boiling, stepped forward with a snarl. "Die, you broken freak." His eyes lit up with energy, and flames surged from the system window in front of him, fusing into a massive fireball. It screamed toward Hale, but Hale dodged it effortlessly. "So that's his signature. Explosion," he noted. The chip on the back of Sayuk's head glowed, and another spell activated. A third circle one. Explosion again. This time, it hit the center of the arena with force, sending up a column of fire and shaking the ground. The roar echoed, and the stands erupted with camera clicks and gasps. Sayuk grinned. "Guess that's the end of your little act." But then the dust cleared, and there stood Hale, completely untouched. Sayuk's eyes went wide. "What? How? Why are you unharmed?" Panic flickered across his face as he quickly summoned 3 system windows. Without hesitation, he hurled 3 more fireballs straight at Hale. With unwavering focus, Hale raised his hand and calmly conjured a swirling water orb above his palm. In one smooth motion, he waved upward, forming a translucent barrier of water above him just in time to block the incoming fireballs. Sayuk's confidence began to unravel. What's going on? He thought, panic creeping in. His favorite spell, Explosion, had been deflected like it was nothing. While Hale moved gracefully across the arena, enjoying the rhythm of his magic, high above in a VIP chamber, someone watched with quiet intrigue. Kim Kan-jin, the master of the Blue Magic Tower, an 8th circle magician, sat in silence, eyes narrowed as he studied the young mage in the arena. "Strange," he murmured. "It's just first circle magic, yet he's casting it so effortlessly in seconds." A woman standing beside him turned to him with a frown. "I was wondering, why would the tower master himself put off everything just to attend a second-year exam? Did you know something about this kid's magic?" Kim Kan-jin shook his head. "No, I only saw an article, some talk about the return of a so-called genius. I came to see for myself." "So it's just coincidence?" she asked skeptically. "Even so, if word gets out that the Blue Tower Master is here, it's going to stir up a storm." He chuckled. "I'm well aware." As he spoke, he turned to the sound of sliding doors opening behind him. Another figure entered the room. Kim Kan-jin smiled and opened his arms. "You came too." Back in the arena, Hale easily blocked another volley of attacks. He sighed, then deflected the fire spells once more. Sayuk's frustration was boiling over. What the hell is happening? Sayuk thought in disbelief. How is he blocking third circle magic with first circle spells? He recalled the water barrier that stopped his flames dead and the blinding speed of Hale's casting. His reaction time was unreal. Hale glanced at him and grinned, wondering how I'm so fast. Sayuk flinched. "Shut up," he snapped, eyes wild. "Just die already." Enraged, he summoned 3 more system windows, releasing another barrage of fireballs. They collided midair and exploded violently, heat and smoke consuming the arena. Sayuk grinned nervously. "I knew it. That broken freak couldn't handle that. Not after talking big about one-circle spells." But before the smoke could even clear, Hale calmly flicked his fingers, once up then sharply down. In an instant, a powerful blast of wind roared to life, cutting through the smoke and rocketing straight towards Sayuk at blinding speed. Sayuk barely dodged the attack, spinning around in shock. When did he even form that wind spear? He wondered, eyes darting back to Hale, who calmly brushed dust off his clothes. It didn't make sense. His strike didn't leave a mark. Why is he completely fine? Frustrated and unsure of what to do next, Sayuk lashed out, cursing. You really gonna stick with just first circle spells? He growled. In response, Hale silently conjured another wind spear, aiming it directly at him. Sayuk reacted quickly, throwing up a shield in front of himself. Feeling a surge of confidence, he smirked. Is that it? Just because you can cast a little faster, you think you're some big shot now. But he hadn't seen the spear forming above. A split second later, it came crashing down, slamming into the ground at his feet and grazing his shoulder. Clutching the wound, he cursed again. When did that thing get behind me? As Hale moved his hand with eerie precision, Sayuk froze. What the hell are you doing now? He barked. From the audience, the VIPs leaned in with curiosity. Hale raised a finger, gathering streams of wind at its tip. You don't get it yet? He said. Let me show you again. The wind formed into a bird, and with a flick, he sent it gliding into the air. The bird circled the arena gracefully, catching Sayuk off guard. That's a wind spear? Since when do spears multiply? It's not supposed to work this way, Hale admitted. But for me, it does. As he finished speaking, 3 more wind birds appeared. Try blocking these, he said casually. All 4 shot forward at once. Sayuk quickly summoned a barrier. 3 of the birds hit it and burst apart. Confident, he grinned. Still just a first circle spell. Easy, but he forgot the 4th. It curved around and slammed into his back. Pain shot through him. One of them changed direction. You can think about the details later, Hale called out. But right now, you can't afford to lose focus. With that, he extended both arms. More birds formed in the air around him. The next wave had begun. Sayuk took several steps back, calculating fast. First, get out of range. You must have a limit. If I stay far enough, these weird attacks can't reach me. A confident smirk spread across his face. MC gave a small nod and said Sayuk had reached a smart conclusion. Bringing his hands together, he stretched them toward the sky. Moments later, a breeze formed above Sayuk. Hidden within it were wind birds. As the current descended, Sayuk grew visibly tense. Then, without warning, one of the birds materialized inches from his face. Kim Kanjin stared, stunned. He's not just fast with his casting. He's merging spells and redirecting them mid-flight. Turning to Inhyuk, he asked, What kind of magic is this? But Hale's father said nothing, eyes locked on his son. As the head of a renowned magician family and an 8th circle wizard, he stayed silent. The woman beside Kim Kanjin chimed in, agreeing. Hale's magic doesn't follow normal rules. It ignores the spell's source code completely. She explained, the source code of a spell is like a blueprint, laying out fixed parameters like radius, speed, limits. For example, the spell Reverse Cutter has a maximum radius of 37.4 meters and travels at 116 kilometers per hour. It can only change its path once after being activated. Go beyond 38 meters, and the spell simply won't hit the target. It's like a rule book. What's written is what works. No exceptions. Because of that, battles between modern wizards are like mental duels. Predicting your opponent and reacting quickly is everything. It's like using fixed skills in a game. Strategy trumps raw power. But Hale? His style completely broke those conventions. Right then, the arena trembled as a wind spear, in the form of a bird, slammed into Sayuk with force, cracking the ground beneath him. Panting, Sayuk sat up and muttered, I can't believe I lost to someone using basic first circle magic. Hale walked up slowly. Thought my spells were weak, didn't you? He said. He crouched across from him, calmly summoned a sphere of water, and held it up. Even a regular pen can be used to kill. Don't you think? Fear crept into Sayuk's face. What is that? First circle water magic, Hale answered simply. Then he guided the stream towards Sayuk's mouth. It filled him, then rose to envelop his entire head. Sayuk began choking. Hale stood up. The Academy's combat uniform has a built-in barrier. The safety zone, he said, looking down at him. But that doesn't help you now, does it? Sayuk collapsed, gasping with his mouth wide open, only to choke as water surged into his lungs. He thrashed, trying to clear it out, while voices from the stands began murmuring, reacting to the brutal scene. After a brief pause, MC turned to the instructor. I think the result's clear enough, he said calmly. Or should I keep going? The instructor immediately blew the whistle. Match over. Shin Hale is the winner. Sayuk was helped to his feet and escorted off the field. Hale followed behind, glancing at his clenched fist. I'd forgotten this feeling, he thought. The feeling of reclaiming who I am as a mage. Incredible. Meanwhile, Kim walked through the hallway, recalling the moment he used his ability to peer into Hale's magic. A supernova? He wondered, his curiosity growing. A wide grin spread across his face, his glowing red eyes narrowing slightly. He needed to know more about Hale. Back at the arena, Sunshine rushed over, beaming with excitement. "That was insane," he cheered, throwing his arms around Hale. "Congrats on the win." Hale looked a little caught off guard. "What kind of training have you been doing behind my back?" Sunshine exclaimed. "That was wild." He flailed his arms, mimicking Hale's moves with exaggerated energy. "You were making wind spears fly like crazy. The way those spells unfolded." Hale chuckled. "You really want to know?" Sunshine leaned in, ear first. Hale leaned closer too, grinning. "It's a secret," he whispered. Later, Hale glanced down at his phone and turned to his friend with a smirk. "Hey, did you see this?" Sunshine looked over. "What is it?" "They interviewed me after the match," Hale replied. "Curious what I said about my magic." The clip played, showing the moment his post-match interview began. The reporter's questions came fast. That instant casting. "How did you do it?" And the way the spear changed direction and shape. "Was it a spell combo?" Hale just smiled at the flood of curiosity. Then, suddenly, Kim Kanjin appeared. "I'll answer that," he said, stepping forward. Hale's eyes widened in surprise. The man introduced himself with a calm confidence. "I saw your match. Very impressive," he said as he stepped closer and gave Hale a light hug. "In my opinion," he added, "you used fourth circle memorization magic." The reporters immediately jumped in, asking Kim Kanjin what he meant. In response, he calmly summoned a flame in his hand as a demonstration. Hale raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sheer presence of an eighth circle mage showing his strength so casually. The reporters watched in awe as Kim Kanjin pointed to his temple. "This spell is based on memorization," he explained. "If someone knows the structure of a spell by heart, they can activate it almost instantly." Someone in the crowd asked, "Then why isn't this powerful magic used more often?" Kim Kanjin smiled. "There's a catch," he said. "You can only use spells that are 3 circles below your current level." He turned toward Hale. "Isn't that right?" Hale responded with a small smile and nodded. "I spent a long time trying to avoid using the word wait when describing her style," he thought, "but in this case, it fits perfectly." Another reporter jumped in. "So, does that mean Hale has reached the 4th circle? Is that why he can use memorization?" Kim Kanjin placed both hands on Hale's shoulders and nodded. "Exactly. It's obvious, isn't it?" Camera flashes lit up the space around them as the interview hit social media. In no time, headlines exploded with breaking news. Hale sets a new record, reaching the 4th circle at such a young age. Even a master of the Blue Tower confirmed it after watching a clip from the interview. Watching the video, Sunshine turned to his friend. "So, you're already a 4th circle mage?" He blinked, stunned, but kept watching. Then came the question that had everyone buzzing. "How do you explain bypassing the source code of spells?" Kim Kanjin froze, caught off guard. He gave a nervous smile. Clearly, he had no answer. That's when Hale stepped in. "Actually, it's pretty simple," he said. "You just modify the formula itself." Kim Kangin's eyes widened. "That's insane," he thought. It'd be like strapping airplane wings to a car and expecting it to fly, just because you feel like it. He glanced at Hale again, a subtle grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. There's no way that should be possible unless he's incompatible with artificial intelligence. What kind of future does that mean for him? Right then, Hale raised a hand, and a swarm of glowing butterflies formed from magic, fluttering gracefully through the air. "I call it modified magic," he said. Kangin's eyes lit up red, and he hid a stunned smile behind his hand. "This is a turning point. From today forward, the entire magical world is going to change." After watching the interview, Sunshine looked over with a skeptical expression. "Modified magic? That's what you want me to believe." Hale just shrugged. "Believe whatever you want." Sunshine gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Would you believe it if you were me?" he asked. Then, with a grin, he added, "Anyway, I'm still hyped about your win." He checked the time and stretched. "I should head back to the dorm." "So early?" Hale asked, raising a brow. "I've got a tough opponent tomorrow," Sunshine called over his shoulder as he walked off. Curious, Hale wondered who he'd be facing. The next day, he returned to the arena. Sitting on one knee, drenched in sweat, Sunshine looked up at his opponent across the field. Hale watched from the stands, thinking, wait, is that the tough opponent he mentioned? Adela Starrett hovered above the arena, rising with the help of her spell moon bullet. She was a descendant of the French Starrett family, part of the House of the Divine Guardians, a legendary Korean lineage formed from the union of two prestigious magical bloodlines. Hale studied her intently. Her magic's different, he thought. The House of the Divine Guardians had uniquely altered their spells, adding a rare moon attribute. A glowing magic circle spread beneath Adela's feet as the wind gathered into it. Sensing danger, Sunshine quickly raised a barrier, but with a single effortless motion, she shattered it. The instructor raised a hand and blew the whistle. Match over. Adela wins, letting her hair fall freely. She walked calmly to the edge of the arena while the crowd buzzed with whispers. Hale's eyes didn't leave her. That glow, it's the signature of the Divine Guardians, born from blending light and dark attributes, just like moonlight. Their spells had unique power, range, and characteristics, and none of them appeared in the standard spell databases. Crossing his arms, Hale frowned. No wonder she's so hard to go up against. Then he noticed her gaze was fixed on him. He blinked, unsure. Was she just looking at me? Later, when the matches ended, Hale dropped by to check on his dejected friend. Handing him a bottle of water, he patted his back. You still did great. Sunshine let out a groan. Of all the opponents, I had to get Adela. Seriously unlucky. But he managed a small smile. At least I won my second match. Hale nodded in agreement, and Sunshine sighed. So that means your next opponent is her. Before he could even finish the sentence, Adela appeared behind them. Sunshine, she said coolly, you did well. That was a great match. He laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Thanks. I learned a lot. Then Adela turned her gaze to Hale, sharp and dismissive. He met her eyes without flinching. So, she said, you think you become a real wizard now. Her voice was cold. I hope you'll help me remember why I even came to this academy. They had history. The House of Magicians and the House of Divine Guardians had deep ties, which meant Hale and Adela had seen each other often at formal gatherings. If their relationship could be summed up in one word, it would be rivals. Adela had even left her studies in France just to enroll at Obelisk and defeat him. But when Hale was labeled incompatible with interactive magic, she cut all contact. In her eyes, he'd become trash. The rival she longed to surpass had simply vanished. Hale gave a smirk. Don't count on me being much of a challenge. Adela turned on her heel. We'll see soon enough, she said and walked off. Sunshine glanced at Hale, clearly uneasy. You okay with this? Hale blinked. What do you mean? Are you seriously asking me that? Sunshine blurted out. Your next opponent is Adela Starrett. That stopped Hale in his tracks. Wait, what? The next day, the stadium buzzed with anticipation. Adela stood on the field, calmly warming up her wrist. The instructor checked his watch. In the stands, a student muttered. Where is he? Maybe he ran off. Guess all that modified magic talk was just for show. Yeah, another chimed in. He knew he couldn't beat Adela. That's why he chickened out. The instructor exhaled and shook his head. Time's up. According to the rules, Adela Starrett wins by default. But just then, wait. Hale's voice rang out across the stadium as he sprinted into the arena, adjusting his uniform. He came to a stop, catching his breath and smiling sheepishly. Sorry I'm late. The instructor threw his arms up. Where were you? But realizing it didn't matter anymore, he waved dismissively. Forget it. No break for you. You're being punished for showing up late. The instructor gave the signal. Both of you, take your positions. Hale focused, centering himself, while Adela folded her fingers, eyeing him. So, why were you late? With his eyes closed, Hale answered calmly. Nothing special. Then, in one fluid motion, he waved his hand, activating Infinity Circle. Just had a few things to prepare. Adela narrowed her eyes. Prepare? For this fight? Well, he said, opening his eyes and smiling slightly. You're strong. Wouldn't make sense to come in unprepared, right? I promise, it'll be a good match. Adela studied him carefully. Is he saying something changed since yesterday? She could feel it. The Hale standing before her now wasn't the same one from the day before. Could this be his real potential? Hale raised his hand toward her. You should give it everything from the start. The instructor raised his hand. Begin. Adela acted instantly. A golden sphere appeared above her head. Then, shaping her fingers into a gun, she cast Flame Revolver. Fire flared at her fingertips, and with a sudden surge, bullets of flame blasted from 3 glowing magic circles in front of her. Hale raised his arm and swept wind across his body, deflecting the shots with sharp precision. Without missing a beat, Adela clenched her fist and summoned a burst of power. A spell exploded across the ground. Sharp needles burst through deep cracks in the arena floor. Hale leapt back, dodging the spikes, and then vaulted upward. Spotting her chance, Adela launched after him. "You can't dodge midair," she shouted. As she closed in, she summoned a new magic circle behind her and began casting an air strike. The spell was designed to hit targets suspended in the air, a deadly combo even for experienced mages. That should be it, she thought. But Hale only grinned. "That's what most people think," he mused. "But I got something else in mind." At the last moment, he flipped midair and landed squarely on a barrier floating just above the arena. Gasps filled the stands. "He created a barrier in the air," someone shouted. Even Adela looked stunned. "That's impossible. Did he just use a reversible barrier as a foothold?" Despite the shock, she couldn't help but acknowledge it. "Hale, you still have that incredible magic intuition." At that moment, Hale's thoughts turned inward. The secret attribute of the Divine Guardian family, it's the moon. To stand a chance, he knew he'd have to throw everything into this fight. He raised his hand and thought, "Then I'll borrow the power of the sun itself." Positioning himself with the sun at his back, he waited. As the clouds parted slightly, a beam of intense light pierced through, shining directly into Adela's eyes. She flinched, momentarily blinded, and quickly realized he was preparing an attack. Gritting her teeth, she stretched her arms forward and summoned a massive shield, a glowing cage of protection. In the blink of an eye, Hale soared into the air, wind swirling around him as he formed a blade from air itself. Then, descending like a strike of lightning, he slashed at her barrier with full force. "First circle wind spell," he noted through clenched teeth, and she blocked it with a third circle defensive spell. She's careful. The shield repelled his strike, sending him flying backward. Landing hard, Hale brushed his hand across the ground as if by instinct, activating another spell. Adela, seeing an opening, prepared to counterattack. But the moment she shifted her stance, she froze. Her right foot wouldn't move. Startled, she looked down and saw stones locking her in place. An earth-binding spell? She thought, stunned. But when? Then it clicked. When he landed, he touched the ground. He cast it then? That fast. I couldn't even follow. As she scrambled to raise a shield in front of herself, Hale was already circling to her side, his movements fluid. With a smooth gesture, he conjured a glowing magic sphere above his palm. Adela quickly shattered the stones around her ankle, freeing herself, but she was a second too late. Hale had already summoned 3 more projectiles. They shimmered, shifting into the shapes of dolphins made of pure energy. With a flick of his finger, they shot forward. She threw up another barrier. The dolphins slammed into it, hard but didn't break through. Adela allowed herself a small smile. "Maybe this won't be as hard as I thought." She recalled Kim Kangen's explanation of memorization magic. If Hale really is a fourth circle mage, then he should only be able to use first circle spells. A confident grin spread across her face. "There's no way he can beat me with that level of magic alone." But in her focus, she never noticed the birds drifting behind her, silent, hidden in the sunlight. A wind spear dropped from above, fast and sharp. It slammed into the ground just behind her. Adela was caught completely off guard. She had no idea when he'd managed to cast that spell. Maybe he'd hidden a modified version of the air spear in her blind spot, using the sun to his advantage. The blow was strong enough to knock the wind out of her, sending her crashing to the ground. As her opponent walked toward her, he remarked that it had been so long, she must have forgotten exactly who she was dealing with. He said her name, and she scowled in frustration. Elsewhere, Kim Kangen's assistant was analyzing the battle. He noted how the guy's combat instincts were beyond anything they had anticipated. Every move, from the delayed strike to the well-timed dodge and the simultaneous casting of Earthbind, it all seemed meticulously planned. He dodged in midair, forcing Adela into a reactive strike. Then he used the barrier as a springboard to launch himself higher, positioning his back to the sun, making it harder for her to track his movements. In that blinding moment, he recalled a complex spell from memory and triggered it, summoning wind spears the instant he landed. He used the airflow to divert her attention, while at the same time, he cast Earthbind under the guise of a simple landing. Just as she shifted to avoid the sun's glare, a preset wind spear hit her squarely from behind. After breaking down the sequence of the battle, he turned to Inhyuk with a confident grin, calling himself the strongest first circle mage, a title he'd only recently earned, but one that now seemed fitting. In didn't respond to the remark. Instead, he simply said, "Watch closely." By then, Adela was back on her feet, locking eyes with her opponent. In observed his son and admitted, despite the advantage, he hadn't been able to land a finishing blow. The fight wasn't over yet. Adela hadn't played her trump card. Placing her hand over her chest, Adela praised him. It was impressive, almost nostalgic. But now she was done holding back. From here on, she'd fight for real. Her actions confirmed her words. The MC widened his stance, grounding himself as he sensed her power shift. Everything around her began to glow. He knew immediately. This was moon attribute magic, unique to the Divine Guardian family. A halo formed above Adela, depicting every phase of the moon, while the ground beneath her cracked open. The blinding light made him shield his face. Each moon phase started releasing streams of magic. At that moment, In stood from his seat. Kim Kanjin asked if he was leaving already, but In just replied, "It's over. There's nothing left to see." Suddenly, startled voices erupted from the crowd. Both of them turned toward the stands. The Tower Master's assistant muttered in disbelief, "This can't be." Kim Kanjin let out a nervous chuckle, while Sunchan just gaped, speechless. Adela froze, eyes wide, whispering impossible. Behind Hale, a glowing magic circle flared into existence. He extended his hand, casting Flame Volcano. His opponent gasped, "That's second circle magic." Hale smiled confidently and replied, "Sorry for being late. I needed time to prepare." Adela narrowed her eyes. But memorization only lets you use first circle spells. "Did you jump all the way to the fifth circle?" He gave no answer, just a knowing smile. His thoughts drifted back to the night before. Alone in his dorm, he had stared at the strange book, knowing full well that first circle magic wouldn't cut it against someone like Adela. Not only was her magic superior, even his fighting style didn't match up. Originally, he planned to challenge her only once he'd grown stronger. He flipped through the book's pages, thinking if I can pull this off, I might just stand a chance. The instructions were simple. Pour mana into the formula, and the formula would reveal a new layer of reality. He was intrigued. What did that mean exactly? Steeling himself, he reached for the book, pushing past his hesitation. As his hand neared the page, sparks crackled and golden light surged out. He shielded his eyes, recognizing that glow. It's happening again. The light intensified, engulfing everything, until he vanished from the room completely. When he opened his eyes, he was somewhere else, a small space packed with books from floor to ceiling. He scanned the room, confused. "Where am I?" That's when a voice called out from behind. A girl greeted him. "Welcome to the page of the first trial." She introduced herself as Alpha, the guide of this trial. He didn't understand at first. What trial? But Alpha walked closer and said this was the beginning. Everything hidden within this page would now unfold. Then it hit him. He remembered the magic circle printed in the book and blurted out, "Wait, there's a trial inside the book? This isn't some teleportation spell. This is an actual space inside it." The idea thrilled him. He grinned. Alpha nodded and explained this was a test, to examine his intentions as a chosen receiver. The full details would be given at the start of the challenge. If he passed, the next section, pages 18 to 31, would unlock, revealing the secrets of second circle magic. Hale rubbed his chin, trying to make sense of it all. So, to unlock the next circle of magic, he had to complete this trial. Alpha asked if he was ready to begin. With a confident look, he told her he was more than ready. She gave a slight bow and replied that she understood. Then, lifting into the air, she began to fade, her body breaking into glowing fragments. With a smile, she announced the start of the test as she vanished. Watching her disappear into shimmering particles, Hale was stunned. She looked completely human, but clearly she wasn't. She was some kind of magical construct. Then, a calm male voice echoed through the room, explaining the details of the trial. Hale recognized it instantly. It was his teacher. A glowing crystal appeared in his palm, and the voice identified it as an elemental, a gem filled with unstable, chaotic mana from various natural elements. His task? Bring order to the mana within. Hale stared at the gem, thinking over the challenge. Elemental stones were notoriously difficult to work with. The 4 basic elements inside were jumbled together, creating pure chaos. Sorting them out wasn't simple. It was like trying to separate grains of sand, salt, sugar, and pepper all mixed into one bowl. This wasn't just about power. It required precision. Only someone well-versed in the mind technique could manage it. But the idea of it fascinated him. The complexity, the challenge, it lit a spark in him. With a grin, he began. Activating the mind technique, Hale peered into the gem. He could see the 4 mana types swirling inside like a storm. Slowly, carefully, he created channels to separate them. Every ounce of strength and focus went into keeping the flow steady. Bit by bit, the elements started shifting into different parts of the gem, but the effort was overwhelming. The moment his control slipped, a shockwave burst out, flinging him backward into a bookshelf. Gritting his teeth, he realized that even the smallest fluctuation could trigger another blast. He had to be flawless. The mana was so thoroughly tangled that even seeing a path forward felt impossible. But Hale wasn't about to give up. He had an idea. No matter how long it took, he'd see it through. Again and again, he focused, separated, restarted. Every minor mistake forced him to start over. Hours passed, or maybe longer. He lost track of time completely. And then, success. The elemental flows aligned perfectly. The chaotic mana was sorted and stabilized. The gem glowed softly in his palm. His teacher's voice returned, congratulating him on completing the trial. Hale smiled. He had mastered the mind technique, and with it, the second circle of resonance was now within his grasp. More of the book's secrets were about to open up to him. When his teacher finished explaining everything, Hale opened his eyes and found himself back in bed. He was in his room again. Glancing toward the book, he noticed the pages shifting, the old text disappearing and forming into new content. A smile spread across his face. It was finally time to form his second magic circle. His eyes sharpened with determination. The competition was just around the corner, and he knew he had to master a second circle spell before it began. Meanwhile, in the arena, Adela cast Orion. Streams of star-like magic lit up the air, swirling above her opponent. With a gentle motion, she drew more power from the moonlight, intensifying its glow as it fell upon Hale. Watching from the sidelines, Sunshine muttered a curse. This was it, he thought. This was Hale's limit. Adela, confident in her victory, tossed her hair and turned toward the edge of the arena. It's over, she said to herself, though her expression darkened for a moment. He had grown so much so quickly. Who exactly is he? But that was all in the past. The genius she had once pursued no longer existed. She was ready to walk away, until something fell off. She stopped. A strange sound echoed behind her. Alarmed, she spun around and shouted, "What's that?" In that instant, Hale activated resonance. His second circle had awakened. One of his eyes flashed, and a red-black flame surged into his palms. A magic circle appeared behind him, glowing with intensity. He began merging 2 circles of infinity, and behind him, enormous spectral hands materialized, moving with his will. Hale's eyes snapped open, locked in fierce focus. The Tower Master and his father were frozen in shock, eyes glued to him. The entire arena went dead silent. Even Adela stood frozen, unsure of what she was seeing. Then, Hale raised his hand, sweeping aside the powerful strands of magical energy radiating from her halo. He pointed straight at her. Fiery volcano. Adela's eyes widened. She quickly stepped back, casting layer upon layer of protective spells, but Hale's resonance surged to full power. From his magic circle, a massive cannon formed, glowing with destructive energy. Adela panicked. There was no way she could block this. She waved her hand, dismissing the shields entirely. They scattered into tiny embers. And then she smiled. "He's back," she said softly. And once again, he would be her target. Just then, the cannon roared to life, unleashing a barrage of fireballs toward Adela. A deafening boom followed, and the instructor instinctively shielded his face from the blast of hot wind. When the dust finally settled, Adela was swaying, clearly struggling to stay upright. Everyone held their breath. She stumbled and then collapsed. A few seconds passed before Hale, drained and breathless, dropped to one knee. The instructor raised his hand and declared the duel over. Hale had won. The stands erupted in cheers. Inhyuk, watching from above, turned away from the window. The Tower Master asked if he was heading out again. Inhyuk gave a quiet smile and said he had duties to attend to. Kim Kanjin watched him go, smiling in understanding. Then he turned his gaze back to the window, where Hale stood basking in the crowd's roar. "He really is a man of his word, isn't he?" Kim Kanjin murmured. After the match, Hale returned to the waiting room. Shrugging off his jacket, he sank into a seat, completely drained. The resonance, the second circle of infinity, had fully synchronized with the first in his mind, amplifying his magical power. Moon attribute magic. It was a hybrid, a delicate blend of light's reach and darkness's force. But it had a flaw. If too much darkness was added, the destructive range would shrink drastically. That's how he managed to counter the halo. The moon magic, after all, was a secret technique of the Divine Guardian family. Learning it wasn't simple. But back then, just a glance at its formula had been enough, thanks to his mastery of mana control. The resonance circle had let him dissect the spell's structure with extreme accuracy. And that level of control, it all started with the elemental stone. Without that trial, without understanding how to tame the chaotic mana inside it, defeating Adela would have been nothing more than a dream. As he sat there, catching his breath, something caught his attention. The other students were all staring in the same direction, their eyes full of awe. Turning his head, Hale saw him, the tower master, adjusting his glasses as he walked calmly through the crowd. He gave a relaxed smile, then called out to Hale. Hale jumped to his feet, surprised but thrilled, and greeted him quickly. The tower master said he came to talk. They moved to a quieter space, sat down across from each other, and the real conversation began. Kim Kanjin began by apologizing for interrupting and remarked that Hale must be exhausted after such an intense match. He had watched the entire duel, and it had been nothing short of extraordinary. Hale thanked him, and Kim Kanjin adjusted his glasses before cutting to the chase. "Tell me," he asked, "have you already reached the fifth circle?" Hale stiffened at the question, but stayed silent. He had just used a second circle spell during the fight. Any seasoned mage would assume that meant he'd advanced to the fifth circle. And the master of the magic tower wasn't just anyone. Of course he'd come with questions. With a slightly strained smile, Hale finally replied, "No, I haven't reached the fifth circle." Kim Kanjin grinned knowingly. "I figured as much. But then, how did you use second circle magic?" Hale hesitated. "Would you believe me if I said I modified the spell?" Kim Kanjin tilted his head, thinking, "Are you talking about the modification you mentioned in that interview?" Hale jumped at the chance. "Exactly. That's the one." Internally, he knew he had no choice but to go along with it. If the truth got out that an 18-year-old had reached the fifth circle, it would turn the whole world upside down. Worse, if he ever used third circle magic publicly, the scrutiny would only get worse. For now, it was safer to keep it under wraps. Kim Kanjin leaned back, thoughtful. "Spell modification. Huh? Interesting, but how does that explain the use of second circle magic?" He stared at Hale, waiting for a solid answer. Nervously, Hale replied, "I improved the memorization method itself." That stopped Kim Kanjin in his tracks. He stood from the couch, laughing with genuine surprise. "You mean it could be done?" he said, walking up to Hale, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "That's incredible." But in the next moment, his expression shifted completely. His eyes turned a deep, glowing red. Then, smiling again, he placed a hand on Hale's shoulder and said, "I'm impressed. Who would have thought the limitations of such a basic technique could be surpassed?" Hale mumbled a thank you, but his voice was tight. When he looked up and met Kim Kangin's glowing red eyes, a chill ran through him. Those eyes weren't just observing. They were piercing, as if trying to read his very soul. The atmosphere thickened. Hale felt a creeping unease crawl over him. Then, just as suddenly, Kim Kanjin smirked and stepped away. "There's no trace of a fifth circle mana structure inside you," he said casually. "So it seems your claim was true after all." He headed toward the door. "I should go explain all this to the reporters," he added. Then he pointed to his face and said with a grin, "My red eyes will be the proof." Hale stood up from his seat, thanked Kim Kanjin, and wished him a safe trip home. He gave a respectful bow, and once the door clicked shut behind the tower master, Hale let out a deep sigh. "Who would have guessed the tower master's red eyes would end up backing me up?" he muttered. It was said the Blue Magic Tower's master could see a person's very essence with those eyes, recognized as the most accurate magic detector in the world. But somehow, he had passed the inspection without issue. Baitinio's magic style was a tightly guarded secret, and exposing it now wasn't an option. It was time for the next competition. As always, Hale had come out on top. After a quick glance at his defeated opponent, he started toward the waiting room, but was stopped halfway. "Wait," Adela called out from behind. Surprised, he turned around. "I thought you'd be out cold for at least 4 more hours," he said. "How are you already up?" "I'm fine," she replied calmly. "What's up?" he asked. A bit hesitant, she said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to go over our match. Not right now, though. The final's coming up. If you're tired, we can do it later." With a small smile, Hale answered, "I'm not tired. We can talk now, and I wouldn't mind analyzing the fight either." Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly followed him toward the waiting room, thinking that breaking down every move and strategy from their match would be a great learning opportunity. One day, she wanted to be on his level too. As they walked, Hale scratched the back of his head and thought to himself, her aura is intense, even from behind. Meanwhile, over at the Shin family subsidiary office, Shin Seiya, the eldest daughter of a prominent magic family, was watching the news in disbelief. Her brother's face filled the screen. "I thought he was done for," she shouted, scowling. She turned to her older brother, furious. "Are we really going to let Hale just walk away like this?" Shin Jihan gave her a calm smirk. "And what exactly do you expect me to do?" She snapped. "What happens if he comes back to the family? Do you remember what it was like just a year ago? I can't go through that again." He sighed. "Relax. A year ago, sure, people called him a genius. But now, he can barely use second circle magic in a real fight. It's nothing. Didn't you see his matches?" she asked, her concerns starting to grow. Jihan pulled her into a light hug, trying to settle her nerves. "Listen carefully," he said. "His opponents, so far, just regular students, barely touched the third circle. Even if he took on a rookie at the fourth circle, they'd still hold their own. But he's got a fatal flaw," he added. "He's completely unfit for interactive magic. Even if he's found a workaround or dug up some old, obscure technique, his level's nowhere near what you'd expect from a real fourth circle mage." Seiya felt a twinge of guilt for not noticing sooner, but she didn't let it show. Calmly, she said she had been thinking the same thing. No matter what he did, he was still just crawling in the dirt. "Trash stays trash," she muttered under her breath, chewing her nail with nervous energy. Then she voiced the real fear gnawing at her. "What if he somehow threatens my position as the heir?" Jihan looked at her, then suddenly crushed his coffee cup with a burst of magic. "Then we'll deal with him." Meanwhile, back at the academy, the competition rolled into the evening hours. Another student collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and the instructor stepped forward to declare the result. The winner of the midterm competition, Shin Hale. The crowd erupted. Standing tall in the arena, Hale spread his arms, flames gently fading from around him. Cheers echoed from the stands, full of excitement and admiration. He beat artificial intelligence with just ancient magic. He's a real genius. Basking in the moment, Hale gave a wave to the students. But then, someone dashed into the arena, his friend, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You're the best." Reaching him, he grabbed Hale by the shoulders and shook him with joy. "Now everyone knows how strong you really are." Okay, calm down," Hale said with a laugh. Just then, a group of students approached from behind, though their expressions were far less cheerful. One of them muttered, "Without his ancient tricks, he's nothing." Ignoring the tension, their instructor walked up and congratulated Hale with a proud smile. "As your homeroom teacher, I'm proud of you." Sunchan chuckled and said, "Then how about throwing a party to celebrate your star student?" Hale sighed. "Please don't start." But the man waved him off. "Come on, I insist. You deserve it." Sunchan grinned and threw an arm around him, pumping a fist in the air. "All right, everyone, get ready for a party." Just as quickly, Hale slipped away and said awkwardly, "Actually, I can't. I've got an important meeting." Sunchan froze, disappointed. "What? You're ditching your own celebration?" Hale winked. "Sorry, it really is important." He turned and jogged out of the arena, shouting an apology over his shoulder. The teacher gave him a supportive pat as he passed. After changing clothes and packing what he needed, Hale stepped outside. "This meeting, I can't miss it." He spotted a car waiting nearby, and the moment he saw who stood by it, he froze for a second, tense. He walked up slowly. The driver bowed and greeted him with a respectful tone. "Young master, I've been waiting." The MC stepped closer, and the man waiting for him gestured toward the car, saying the family head was expecting him. He'd be escorting him to the mansion. By the time they arrived, night had fully fallen. As Hale stepped out of the car, he found himself once again facing the towering doors of his family's estate. He glanced around. Has it really been a year already? A year since he was branded a disgrace. Since he defied his cold-hearted father, joined the academy, and stayed in the dorms all this time, banned from setting foot in the mansion. Pushing open the doors, he walked into the grand entrance hall. Everything looked just like he remembered. Not a single thing had changed. He continued down the hallway and paused in front of an enormous set of doors, his father's office. He stood there for a moment, frozen. Just the memory of his father's strict gaze made his nerves spike. But then he steeled himself. It's time. I'm finally back. He knocked. From inside, his father's voice called out, granting him entry. Hale stepped in. It's been a long time, he said, bowing in greeting before raising his eyes with quiet confidence. His father gestured for him to sit. Once Hale took the seat across from him, the man spoke, saying he had long since accepted Hale's failure. Rising, he circled the desk, walking toward him. He criticized Hale's slow manifestation speed, noting how his magic would fall apart the moment he lost focus. His spellcasting was clumsy and unrefined. Standing behind him, he said that despite his apparent success, he'd shown himself to be a failure. No talent, no future. Still, others saw promise in him. That's why he planned to steer him toward a scientific path. Not because he believed in him, but because he had no expectations. This return, he assumed, was just the desperate flailing of someone who had already lost. Hale calmly responded that he understood. His father continued, saying that when he read the article, he figured it'd be another moment of humiliation, one more fall that would force Hale to wake up. But instead, he shattered expectations. Not only had he overcome his incompatibility, but he'd even developed his own magical variant. Turning to him with a rare smile, his father acknowledged his victory. You've earned the title of a true sorcerer. At those words, Hale's eyes went wide. Then, unable to contain himself, he shot to his feet and thanked his father loudly, his voice echoing through the room. Inhyuk told him that from now on, the family would fully back him. He could request anything he needed for his studies, and all the bans tied to the Shin Mansion were officially lifted. As the rightful heir, he was free to use his abilities to bring honor to the family name. Hale lit up with a smile, but his father's tone suddenly turned sharp. With a stern gaze, Inhyuk stepped closer and issued a final warning. If Hale failed again, or even if he plateaued for too long, he would personally destroy his magic circle. He reached out and tapped his son's forehead, the gesture heavy with threat. Hale clenched his fists. Of course, he thought, this is exactly what I expected. The overwhelming pressure from an eighth-circle sorcerer still shook him to the core, but this was his final shot. Despite the fear, he answered firmly. He understood. His father returned to his chair and asked him plainly, what was his goal? Hale paused, unsure what he meant. Inhyuk reminded him. Didn't he once talk about leading the Shin family? But now, he was still far behind the other heirs. Hale looked him in the eye and said that nothing had changed. He wasn't giving up his claim to be the next head of the family. That was final. First, though, he would make every person here recognize him. Inhyuk asked how he planned to do that. Hale's gaze dropped to the newspaper on the desk. He answered, the World Magic Olympiad was in 2 months. The most elite young magicians from around the world would be there, and he would bring home the gold. The Olympiad, open only to students under 20, was an annual battlefield for rising stars. Its prestige rivaled that of even professional tournaments. Inhyuk pointed out that the best result their nation had ever achieved was a silver medal, earned by the master of the Blue Magic Tower himself. Did Hale truly understand how absurd it was to aim for gold? But Hale didn't flinch. He confirmed it. That was his goal. And in return, he had one request. For the next 2 months, until the Olympiad was over, don't let his siblings interfere with him. Inhyuk sat quietly for a moment, studying his son. What a reckless gamble, he thought. He's staking everything on a gold medal he might not even win, just to buy himself some time. Still, with a small smirk, he finally replied, sounds tempting. Morning arrived, and Hale was still in the dorm, passed out on the floor, surrounded by open books. As he stirred awake, he rubbed his eyes, tried to remember if he'd actually fallen asleep or just blacked out mid-study. Sitting up, memories of last night rushed back. The moment he returned from the mansion, he'd thrown himself straight into training, hungry for the next challenge. He had just cleared the requirements for the second circle, but his sights were already locked on the third. To reach it, he needed to complete the second trial. The problem? He had no idea how. His only real lead was resonance. If he could raise it to the level of a second circle master, that might open the way. Flipping through the pages of his book, he muttered to himself. Pouring mana into the trial crystal had made it glow before. Maybe the resonance trial worked the same way? He had done that with the heart circle, so this one might follow similar rules. He summoned 2 infinity symbols, one glowing blue, The other read and intertwined them. Holding the merged symbol over the book, he waited, hoping for a reaction. Nothing. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a long sigh. Maybe I just need to clear my head. He decided to take a walk. Soon, he was strolling along the riverside, hands in his pockets. The city was quiet, the breeze light. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Sometimes, all you need is some fresh air. He closed his eyes, letting the peaceful moment sink in. After breakfast, he dived back into resonance theory with a clearer mind. But just as he was enjoying the calm, a voice called out, panicked. Watch out! Hale spun around, just in time, to see something white flying straight at his face. Before he could react, whap! A bag smacked him right in the face. He staggered back, groaning in pain. Ow, what the? A girl rushed over to him. Are you okay? Still clutching his face, he looked up. That hurt. Hey, wait, you're... It was Adela. A few moments later, the two of them walked along the river together. Hale glanced sideways and asked, So, how exactly did I end up getting smacked in the face by a plastic bag? Adela let out a sigh, looking embarrassed. Then she explained she'd been spinning around, humming to herself, daydreaming about enjoying a cold banana milk. She had the bag in her hand, and, well, it got away from her. Adela glanced away, a little embarrassed. The bag just slipped out of my hands, she mumbled. Hale, now holding the banana milk she'd been carrying, gave her a small smile. I get it. Clasping her hands over her chest, Adela sheepishly apologized. He shrugged. Well, I got free banana milk out of it. Is this the only thing you drink? With a proud grin, Adela opened her bag. Of course. This is humanity's greatest invention. Hale chuckled. All right, maybe not that great. The two walked on, sipping their drinks in silence for a while. Then Adela turned to him. I heard you went back home. He nodded slightly. Yeah, yesterday, they officially restored all my rights as part of the family. Adela's smile brightened. That's great. So, do you still want to become the head of the family? Hale looked at her, puzzled. Did I say that before? She nodded, a bit nostalgic. Yeah, back when we were kids, you used to talk about it a lot. He touched his chin thoughtfully. No, that's not my dream anymore. Adela blinked, taken aback. Wait, so you've given up? She coughed lightly, covering her mouth with her fist. I mean, the House of Magicians has a lot of strong contenders. Becoming the head isn't exactly easy. Hale looked at her, a little confused. Why would you say that? He smiled. It's not just about leading the House of Magicians. I'm aiming higher. I want to become the head of the Magic Tower. No, I want to stand at the very peak of the entire magical world. That's my goal. Adela froze, eyes wide. The top of the magic world? That's insane. Then, her expression softened. She smiled again, a little more serious this time. But coming from someone who's walked your path, I guess no goal is easy. Meanwhile, back at the Shin family mansion, Sea slammed her hands on the table, glaring. Brother, aren't you even a little concerned? Jihan stood with his arms crossed. I'm sure father has his reasons. He scowled at himself, though. Still, I can't believe he actually made that kind of decision. At the head of the table, In-hyuk sat quietly while both siblings stood before him. Jihan finally broke the silence. Why did you call us here, father? In-hyuk laced his fingers together and leaned forward. You two, I know exactly how you think. So let me make it clear. For the next few months, you're not to interfere with Hale in any way. Both of them immediately looked displeased. Sea shouted, What? What? Jihan smirked. Is there some special reason for this? In-hyuk's expression darkened as he spoke. You both should know by now, Hale has been officially reinstated as a member of the Mage House. His tone was firm. His standing may be low. He's been away from family matters for over a year. It'll take time for him to readjust. Sea and Jihan listened in silence, both visibly irritated, fists clenched at their sides. In-hyuk narrowed his eyes. You're probably thinking about putting pressure on him, trying to block him from making a move for the head position. Am I right? Jihan didn't respond. Then, with a forced smile, he replied, Understood, father. Anything else? In-hyuk stood and walked over to the window. Without turning around, he said, No, that's all. You two must be tired. Go get some rest. As they stepped out of the office, Sea spun around and shouted, Big brother, why didn't you even say anything? She stared at him, confused, but Jihan just rubbed his face in frustration. What difference would it make? He wouldn't listen. Jihan knew why Minhyuk and Minji hadn't been summoned. They never showed interest in the family head position. That made sense. But Hale? After a year of absence? And now they were supposed to leave him alone, just like that? It didn't add up. Their father must have told him to compensate for lost time somehow. But still, protecting him like this? That kind of leeway was only given to the younger kids under 16 who hadn't received their AI chips yet. Hale was already 17. He didn't qualify. Jihan's frustration boiled over. Why? Why would he demand this? Say, I bit her nail again. Maybe father already. No, Jihan cut her off. Definitely not. Hale hasn't done enough for father to bet on him like that. Say, I yelled. Then what is this all about? Does father see potential in him again, or what? Jihan's mind flashed back to what he heard about the tournament. Maybe he's just curious about that strange magic Hale's developed. Or maybe Hale struck some kind of deal. A deal. Saya echoed, frowning. But what could he even offer? She clutched her head in frustration and screamed. Ugh, this is infuriating. Now I'll have to recall all the people I planted to keep tabs on him. Jihan gave a half-hearted wave. Yeah, probably. Unless you want them gutted by the Shadows. The Shadows, father's personal spy force, trained in everything from surveillance to infiltration and execution. Once they were involved, there was no getting around them. As Jihan headed for the door, hands stuffed in his pockets, he casually said, Oh, and I've already pulled back the observers. Sayao blinked. Wait, then what are you planning to do next? Jihan turned to her, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll move first. You rarely get involved directly anyway, and I'm not about to sit idle for 2 months. If Hale had made some kind of deal with her father, that meant things could get messy. He'd need backup, and the Black Magic Tower might be exactly what he needed. Sometime later, at the Obelisk Academy, the classroom buzzed with a midterm energy. The teacher clapped his hands and smiled. All right, everyone passed the midterms. Nice work. Give yourselves a round of applause. A moment later, he looked toward one student in particular. I'm especially proud of the top scorer, Shin Hale. Hale stood from his seat and made his way to the front. The teacher beamed. Among all the students your age, I can confidently say you're the best in the country. Well done. Thank you, Hale replied with a slight nod. The teacher continued. Now that you're in first place, how about holding that spot until the World Olympiad? Ever thought of competing? Hale smiled. That's exactly what I'm aiming for. Murmurs broke out around the classroom. A guy in the back leaned over and whispered, Did you hear that? He learned a few tricks, and now he thinks he's a big deal. 2 months, another scoffed. Let him dream. He'll crash and burn soon enough. Bet he'll be a washed-up nobody in a week. Hale returned to his seat, unfazed. Later, in the hallway, Sunshine stretched with a groan. Finally, it's over. 8 theory classes, pure torture. Hale walked by and gave him a wink. Well, starting tomorrow, it's all practice, right? Sunshine slung his bag over his shoulder. Yeah, but it's going to be just as intense. Hale gave him a friendly jab in the chest. Good. I could use a bit of physical activity. Sunshine dropped to his knees, dramatically folding his hands. Are you sure you're a magician? Hale sighed, looking down at him. Clearly, you're out of shape. Sunshine got back up, face scrunched. You want to talk? Aren't you a magician too? He coughed. Right. Not weak with magic anymore. Hale waved him off. Then stop complaining and work on your weaknesses. Sunshine clenched his fists. Fine. I'll bulk up and beat you one day. Hale chuckled. Is that so? Well, how about we grab some food first, then hit the gym? Sunshine gave him a confused look, brows furrowed. Wait, seriously? What kind of face was that? The protagonist asked. Sunshine took a step back. It's not that I don't want to, he said. I'm just not feeling great today. Hale crossed his arms and cut him off. Spit out. If you're not going to say it straight, then forget it. Sunshine rested his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. Fine, I'll be honest, he said. I don't hate training. I just don't like training with you. That clear enough? Hale frowned. Then why are you even here? Sunshine sighed and lowered his head. Because you're scary. Everyone thinks so. Later, in the Obelisk Academy training hall, the protagonist was lifting a heavy barbell while the others stared in disbelief. His strength stunned the room. Hale, doing squats nearby, was deep in thought. What's up with Sunshine? All he did was try to remind him how important training is. Someone nearby pointed and asked, Who even is that? Is a human really lifting that? Another chimed in, rubbing his chin. Isn't that Shin Hale? Second-year champion. After finishing his set, the protagonist wiped his face with a towel. He reflected to himself. He'd been so focused on mastering the weightless energy style that he'd completely overlooked physical training. Now he felt weak. Taking a sip of water, Hale remembered what Eider once said. The circle of infinity flows through the entire body. Strengthening the body strengthens the circle. They work together. The protagonist stepped onto a treadmill, thinking if he trained both physically and magically, he could build the body he always wanted. Before long, he was headed to the tower for monster training. The pumas circled him, hissing with fiery eyes. As they lunged, Hail summoned a magic circle and sent them soaring into the air. The beasts charged again. He crouched just in time. Focusing his energy, he shouted, "Fiery volcano," and leapt aside as the pumas froze mid-attack. Then they vanished. A voice called out, "Shin Hail. Monster training complete. Result perfect. Highest score." He smiled and thanked the teacher. Later, sitting on a bench, he stared at his hand. Thanks to the infinity circles, he thought, my physical strength's gone up by at least 50%. Once I hit the third circle, he clenched his fist. I'll push the infinity circles as far as they can go. The protagonist lowered his head, reminding himself to focus. Resonance circle. 2 streams of mana surged through his body. Now came the hard part, reducing vibration and flow deviation. 12.25%. For 0.63%, stabilize. He shifted his focus to the Heart's Call circle. Aligned by 8.9%, steady. Energy pulsed through him, flowing evenly. Hail concentrated a bit longer, then finally lifted his head and let out a tired sigh. 99% synced, he thought. Still missing that last percent, no matter what I do. But he had to master the second circle. He clenched his fist, determined. He would make it happen. Sometime later, he was out running, earbuds in, music pumping. As he rounded a corner, a figure blocked his path. The man lunged. Hail dodged instantly. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. A hooded figure in a black mask stepped forward. "Sayuk," Hail said, recognizing him immediately. Sayuk launched another attack, but Hail dodged again. "TC, squirming like a rat," Sayuk muttered. Hail calmly placed his earbuds on the ground. "It's the weekend. Shouldn't you be heading home?" Sayuk sneered. "Oh, it's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't, right?" Hail stood up, smirking. "Let me guess, probation? That why you're stuck here?" Sayuk snapped. "Shut your mouth before I shut it for you." Hail just laughed. "Didn't you used to hide behind your dad's name? Now look at you. Too ashamed to face your own family? Got nowhere to go." Enraged, Sayuk's magic flared. He hurled a wave of fire toward him. "Shut up, you trash," he shouted. Eyes wide, Hail backed up. "Wait, is this idiot really casting magic in public over a few words?" Sayuk leapt at him, yelling again. Hail caught his wrist mid-air, his grip tight. "Wah!" Sayuk froze in fear as Hail kicked up, sending him flying. With one swift move, Hail pinned him down using his legs. "Get off me, you idiot!" Sayuk shouted. Even this mess, it's still a good chance to test myself, Hail thought. Moments later, black cars screeched to a halt. Officers poured out, restraining Sayuk as he yelled, "Let me go. I need to teach that punk a lesson." "Calm down," one officer said. "You can explain later. Come with us." Hail stood nearby, speaking to the inspector. "He tried to hit me with combat magic. There's a security camera right there. It probably caught everything. Hard to believe he actually used magic in public." The inspector nodded. "We'll release the report at the academy tomorrow. It's late. Head back to your room." As the staff forced Sayuk into the car, Hail watched from the side, thinking, just let him keep spiraling. Later, the academy hallways buzzed with students. A new penalty report had been posted on the wall. Beck Sayuk docked 10 points for attempting to use combat magic off campus. Someone nearby muttered, "Did you hear? He really tried to cast combat magic on the street." "Seriously? And he only got 10 points off? That's it. Why didn't they suspend him?" Hail turned away, thinking to himself, just a 10-point deduction. Huh? Not that surprising. The Beck family had deep ties to the academy. They donated a massive amount in the past. Naturally, the school wasn't about to jeopardize that relationship. A slap on the wrist was all he'd ever get. Still, Hail thought as he walked through the corridor, he's probably going to be drowning in lectures at home for a while. Outside, Sayuk stood with his phone pressed tightly to his ear. His father's furious voice echoed so loudly, it could have been on speaker. "You stupid rat. Please, father, forgive me," Sayuk stammered. "I told you to keep your head down until graduation. Was that so hard? No, if our family loses rank because of this, it'll be your fault. Do you understand?" "Yes. I'm sorry." He pulled the phone away, glaring at the screen. The contact read money bag. With a disgusted look, he hissed, "Ugh, freaking leech." Enraged, he hurled the phone at a nearby pillar, clenched his jaw, and growled through his teeth. Shin Hale, he shouted louder. Shin Hale, that damn Shin Hale, that insufferable smug. He kicked the phone across the ground, still fuming. It's all because of him, that worthless trash. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, light and calm. My, that heart of yours looks pretty twisted by jealousy. Sayuk froze and turned around. Instructor Smith? Smith stood smiling, arms casually open. It's perfectly fine to love or to hate. Everyone gets to choose. He stepped closer. But Sayuk, don't you want revenge? Sayuk stared at him, unsure. Smith's tone shifted. Then go take it. On Shin Hale. After some time had passed, the protagonist sat quietly in his room, eyes fixed on his phone screen. He figured back, Sayuk must have already faced consequences. Well, that only worked in his favor. Just then, a message from his father popped up. Apparently, a deal had been struck with the Beck family. In return for ignoring the incident, they'd hand over shares equal to 3% of the profits from their magic stone mines. His father added, he's a good kid. If he needs anything, just let him ask. The protagonist figured the Beck family was desperate to secure an official title. That meant maintaining solid ties, not just with the academy, but also with powerful families like theirs. They had no choice but to go to such lengths. After all, the person involved was him, the rightful heir of the House of Magicians. No doubt they'd do whatever it took to bury the issue. And 3% of those mining profits was no small offering. It was a clear example of how much weight an official title carried. A title symbolized status and recognition. The Divine Guardian family held the title of Mythical, and the Wei family bore the title of Mysterious. Titles set families apart. As for Beck Sayuk, he'd now been disowned by his own family over the recent events. With his current abilities, he posed no real threat. The protagonist closed the message, picked up a book, and said to himself, since that's dealt with, it's time to stop playing Santa and handing out favors. Time to get back to work on the residence project. Later on, security personnel in suits began appearing around the academy. The protagonist, Hale, glanced around and thought, looks like they've stepped up security after everything that happened. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Shin Hale. He turned to see Instructor Smith approaching. Smith gave a slight smirk. Ah, yes. He studied Hale's calm expression, then said, I noticed something. You don't seem to like me very much. Hale smiled. Yeah, that's not at all. Smith gave a knowing smile. It's okay. I get it. I was tough on you, but it was always for your own good. Don't take it the wrong way, all right? Hale furrowed his brow, a bit confused. Okay, he replied, thinking, why is he bringing this up now? Then Smith asked, what do you say we start fresh? He extended his hand. Hale hesitated. I don't think that's necessary. Thanks, though. Suddenly, a dark energy surged around him. He stiffened, thoughts racing. What is this strange sensation? Instructor Smith, though a bit late, finally spoke up. He congratulated Hale on taking first place in the midterm exams, extending his hand with a smile. He wished him continued success. Hale clenched his jaw, a flicker of confusion in his mind. Smith was clearly radiating mana. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the heavy, sinister energy pouring off the man. Could it be? Is this really happening? That ominous feeling. This isn't normal. Is he connected to the Black Magic Tower? Hale froze, eyes widening. The Black Magic Tower, an underground faction not officially recognized like the other 12 towers. It was a den of criminals, led by a mage who called himself the king of black magic. No way. Smith's involved with them? Hale's thoughts raced. If that's true, then it's possible other members of the Black Tower are hiding within the academy too. But the timeline doesn't matter now. A flash of red flickered in his eyes. First things first. Analyze the spell structure, he thought. That'll give me a read on the situation. System windows materialized in his mind as he initiated a breakdown of the magical formula. Wait, this pattern, this is mind control magic. He paused. Mind control? But my brain can't be influenced by mana. Smith's spell won't affect me. Relieved, Hale closed his eyes for a second. Good, that's one problem avoided. Still, he needed to play it smart. If I act like the spell worked, maybe I can figure out what they're planning. He opened his eyes again. Smith gave a slight wave of his hand, expression shifting. Who would have thought, he sneered, a defective reject who couldn't use an AI chip. Now getting an apology from me. He stepped in close and ordered, listen carefully, Shin Hale. Smith pressed the chip into his hand and said, keep this on you at all times. Don't ask questions. Just follow instructions. Hale gripped the chip tightly. Understood, he replied, eyes calm but mind racing. Smith adjusted his glasses. Shin Hale, tell me everything about your magic modification. Hale's eyes widened. No way I can reveal that. Clutching his head, he let out a sudden scream, staggering as if in pain. He stumbled, yelling louder and louder. Smith stepped back, clearly alarmed. It seems his subconscious is fighting to protect the secrets of his unique magic. He hesitated, then backed off. Fine, cancel it. Hale smirked silently. What a fool. Mind control magic targets the brain and forces a person to obey. It's the Black Tower's signature technique. If cast by a powerful mage, it can even destroy the target's mind. That's why it's banned. But he knew the key weakness. If the spell touches a subject deeply tied to someone's core, their mind can naturally resist. Pushing harder only risks mental collapse. He backed off too easily, Hale thought. That means my magic isn't their main objective. Smith, visibly annoyed, muttered, what a shame. If your magic was part of our plan, I would have taken it, happily. But we can't let personal greed get in the way of the mission. Smith extended his hand with a grin. Well then, we'll just wait till the mission's over. After that, I'll drain every last secret out of you. Hale suddenly shouted and stood up, eyes locked on Smith in shock. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Student Shin Hale? He forced a smile. Are you all right? You seemed out of it during our talk. Maybe you're just exhausted. He gave a short nod. Well, I won't trouble you any further. With that, Smith turned and walked away. Hale watched him leave, frowning in frustration. Not long after, familiar voices echoed through the academy halls. A few students were headed toward the entrance, grumbling about how hungry they were, tossing around the idea of hitting the canteen. Off to the side, a group of girls chatted quietly. Evening classes were wrapping up. Hale kept walking, trying to clear his mind. Eventually, he reached the garden, took a seat on a bench, and stared at the chip Smith had given him. This is an illegal AI chip, extra level. They're trying to set me up, he thought. Make it look like I've been using forbidden tech. He pictured the scandal splashed across news feeds, a promising heir exposed as a criminal. They were aiming straight for his reputation. He rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes. Smith doesn't seem like the type to go this far, just out of spite. He said our relationship wasn't ideal, but even then, someone must have put him up to this. Someone from the Black Magic Tower, no doubt. That would explain a lot. Then he remembered Sayuk screaming his name. Shin Hale, I'll kill you. But Sayuk was under too many restrictions now. That level of retaliation was nearly impossible for him. No, Hale thought, the real threat is closer. It has to be one of my siblings. They want to drag me down so they can secure their spot as head of the family. He counted 4 suspects. Minji, she's never really been part of the power struggle. No reason for her to go this far. Minhyuk does want the position, but he's not the type to stoop this low. That left 2 others. They're the most likely ones. They could even be working together. He clenched his fist. Should I confront Smith? Force the truth out of him? No, that was too risky. The Black Tower wouldn't sit back if their secrets got out, and there was no guarantee Smith even knew who was behind it. Pressing him could just turn Hale into a target. Drawing the Black Tower's attention now would be a massive mistake. He scowled. In that case, time passed. Eventually, Hale stepped into a large building. There, by the window, stood Kim Kanjin. Welcome, Hale, Kim Kanjin said with a smile. He turned to face him. So, Hale asked, what exactly did you want to see me about? Kim Kanjin frowned, eyeing Hale with a sharp gaze. Hale thought to himself, that's Kim Kanjin, the master of the Blue Magic Tower. His greeting was noticeably colder than usual. Still, there was no other choice. Kim Kanjin rubbed his forehead and sighed. Listen, I'm a bit tied up right now. This isn't the best time. No way, Hale thought. This might be my only shot. Rumors have been swirling that Kim Kanjin had buried himself in research lately. He's clearly been on edge. Must be deep into something. Hale stepped forward. Did I interrupt your research? Kim Kanjin gestured to the side. Yeah, I've been working on something unusual. A man of stone. It's taking longer than expected. Man of stone? Hale glanced toward a crystal lying carefully on a cushioned lining inside a suitcase. That's an elemental stone, he realized. A grin formed on his face. Perfect timing. Kim Kanjin settled onto a sofa and waved his hand. All right, make it quick. Just get to the point. He pinched the bridge of his nose. So, Hale, what was so urgent that you had to insist on a face-to-face meeting? Hale paused, noticing how agitated Kim Kanjin was. He's on the edge. No matter what I say, he's not going to cooperate unless we find some common ground. Before diving in, Hale spoke calmly. Before we get into anything, there's something I want to share with you. Something about the stone you're studying. Kim Kangin's eyes widened, his whole body freezing. What? You know something about those stones? Hale nodded. Yes. Kim Kangin's tone shifted instantly, now sharp. You'd better watch your words. The name of those stones hasn't even been officially disclosed yet. Are you spying on the Blue Magic Tower? Hale raised his hands in front of him, keeping his voice steady. Absolutely not. I'm not spying. Kim Kanjin narrowed his eyes. Then how do you know? Hale calmly reached into his bag. It's simple. He pulled out a glowing crystal. I have one, he said, holding it up. Kim Kanjin shot up from the couch. What? Hale nodded. That's right. It's a perfectly tuned elemental stone. Kim Kanjin clutched his face in disbelief. Wait, Hale, did you tune this yourself? Hale looked him in the eye. Yes, I did. Kim Kanjin stared at him. Are you kidding me? He thought back to James Pillar, one of the top magic engineers from the Red Magic Tower. Even the elite engineers from Kim Kangin's own tower, experts with years of experience in magic stone research, hadn't been able to solve it. Even I couldn't manage the mana synchronization, he thought. And now you're telling me a student figured out? He smirked and asked Hale, was tuning that stone just pure luck? The protagonist nodded, saying he figured only the master of the Blue Magic Tower could truly understand what kind of material it was. That's why he brought it along. Kim Kanjin raised a brow and asked if he'd be willing to explain how he tuned it. Hale glanced at the crystal and simply said he didn't really know. It just sort of happened naturally. That's all he could say. Kim Kanjin squinted slightly, a hint of envy in his voice. So he got the stone by luck, and tuned it by luck too? Seems like fortune's favorite. Hale just laughed it off. Kim Kanjin leaned on the table. All right, he said. Every magician has the right to keep his own secrets. He shut his eyes, raised his hands, and added, I won't press any further. Hale thanked him. Kim Kanjin then pointed to the crystal. Mind if I take a closer look? The protagonist gave a nod. Go ahead. Slipping on his gloves, Kim Kanjin examined the stone. This is perfectly attuned, a mana stone aligned with all four elements. He handed it back to Hale. So you brought this for? Hale confirmed. He brought it to craft an artifact. Kim Kanjin removed his gloves and thought for a moment. An artifact, huh? What kind? Something to wear? Jewelry? A weapon maybe? The protagonist replied, anything that could enhance elemental magic would do. Kim Kanjin nodded. Got it. But stones of this level need equally rare materials. It's going to cost you. A lot. You sure you're ready for that? Then, with a dramatic wave of his hands, he exclaimed, Forgive me. He's a proud heir of a mage's house. After all, he joked about sending the bill straight to Hale's father. But Hale shook his head and put a finger to his lips. Let's keep this for my family, he said seriously. Kim Kanjin chuckled. Ah, so that's how it is. You're a crafty one. So how do you plan to pay? He traced a glowing number in the air, 645 million. That's about how much this will run you. Think you can cover that yourself? Hale replied with a smile, then went silent. Kim Kanjin pressed. You have another way, don't you? Hale nodded. I can attune all elemental stones like this, he said, holding out his hand. I can even show you right now. Kim Kangin's eyes lit up. Wait, you're saying you'd actually show me how you do it? The protagonist clenched his fist with a grin, and Kim Kanjin exclaimed, Now that's a tempting offer. Honestly, that kind of skill was worth more than the price. It would even leave them in his debt. But Hale's smile faded. He asked if he could request a favor in return. Kim Kanjin raised a brow. A favor? Does it have something to do with our current agenda? Hale reached into his coat and handed something over. Kim Kanjin studied it carefully. This is an extra-level chip? A forbidden AI? He looked up. Where did you get this? Hale's hands tightened into fists. A mage from the Black Magic Tower slipped it to me at the academy. I'm convinced there's a criminal group working inside Bisque Academy. He looked straight at Kim Kanjin. Please, help me take them down. Later, after everything was discussed, Hale stepped out of the car, leaned toward the window, and said, Thanks for the ride. Take care. Kim's secretary gave a nod. See you around. As she drove off, Hale watched her go for a moment before heading upstairs. He dropped onto his bed with a sigh. I'm exhausted. Still, he couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought Kim Kanjin was researching elemental stones? Thanks to that, he He was getting his hands on an artifact that even his own father wouldn't know existed. His thoughts drifted to Sayuk, furious, shouting he'd never forgive Hale. Originally, Hale planned to use the 3% share he'd received from the Beck family as a bargaining chip. But now, he didn't have to. That asset was safe. Perfect. He remembered Kim Kang-in's serious expression. I still can't believe it. Mages from the Black Magic Tower hiding out in Obelisk Academy, a place known for its airtight security. And this AI chip is our only lead. Hale asked, isn't this too much to expect from you? Kim Kang-jin gave a sly wink. Under normal circumstances, sure. A student's word and one illegal chip wouldn't mean much. But fine, we'll take a risk and look into it. Sometime later, Hale walked through the corridor, speaking into his phone. Is he there yet? A voice asked. Yeah, Hale replied. The rest is up to you, just like we planned. He stepped into the elevator. Kim Kang-in's voice came through next, reassuring him. If your info checks out, the Blue Tower won't make any mistakes. Understood, Hale answered. I trust you. I'll wait for your call. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped into a grand hall. He smiled. I'm here, everyone. Seated at the table were his family members. Minji, the second daughter of the House of Magicians, beamed. Oh my God, it's been forever, Hale. The protagonist smiled and said, it's been a while. You haven't changed a bit. Minji raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Of course it is, Hale replied. She reached up and tousled his hair. You've grown up. At this rate, you'll be taller than Inyek soon. Just then, Shin Inyek, the second son, grinned. Come on, Minji. He's still got some growing to do. He patted Hale's shoulder. Welcome back. I know it's silly, but I'm really glad you're here. Hale smiled. Thanks, brother. He thought to himself. Inyek hadn't changed at all. Still straightforward and sincere. Minji frowned. Brother, you always say things like that without thinking. Inyek looked confused. What? What did I say this time? Hale turned away, pretending not to notice the tension. It's been a while since we've all been together. Just then, Shin Jihan, the eldest son, chuckled. Look at you, acting all grown up. You don't look so uptight anymore. Seiya, the first daughter, gave a cool greeting. Long time no see, youngest. Hale smiled politely, but thought to himself. She might be smiling, but deep down she'd tear him apart without hesitation. If there's a villain at this table, it's definitely her. Jihan raised his glass. Come on, sit. Let's eat and talk. I'm dying to know. Why'd you call us all here, little brother? Hale took a seat and replied casually. No real reason. Just felt like seeing everyone again after all this time. Seiya, clearly irritated, asked, That's it? You drag us all here for that? We're not exactly free, you know. Hale smiled slyly, narrowing his eyes. Let's be honest. Even if I didn't call this meeting, you and Jihan would have arranged one yourselves eventually. Am I wrong? Seiya slammed her hands on the table. Watch your tone when you speak to your elders. She pointed a finger at him. Enough games. Just say it. What are you scheming, you little brat? Hale blinked. What are you talking about? She shouted again. Cut the act. You're planning to fight for the head of the family, aren't you? He grinned. But what if I said I wasn't? Would you believe me? Never. Seiya snapped. Then why bother asking? He replied coolly. Seiya's face turned red with rage. You little rascal. Jihan gave a light smile and said, Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't have asked. Actions speak louder than words. But hey, Hale, did he come up with some kind of magic? Modified magic, right? Isn't he going to explain it to the family? The protagonist looked at him, slightly surprised. Smart move, getting him to reveal his technique. This is a subtle way of testing if he's fit to become the next family head. That's actually clever, he thought. But they can't back him into a corner. Putting on a helpless look, he said, Brother, sister, that magic is my only card. I don't mesh well with AI like the rest of you. I can't just hand over the one thing keeping me afloat. This has nothing to do with the competition. Minji's eyes welled up. Then, there's nothing we can do. This really is all he has. Jihan and Seiya looked at each other, confused, clearly not expecting that response. Minji gently wiped a tear from the protagonist's eye, and he felt deeply thankful that she understood. Inyek let out a laugh, raised his glass, and said, Well then, forget the competition talk. It's pointless. Let's just hear how he's been lately. Minji nodded in agreement. Yeah, I want to hear what brother's been up to. Jihan glanced down at his glass, then crossed his arms and shifted his gaze towards Seiya. Meanwhile, the rest of the siblings laughed and talked amongst themselves. Just then, the clock chimed. Hale thought to himself, that should be enough time. Out of nowhere, Everyone's phones buzzed at once with a notification. Minji looked at her screen, shocked. Wait, what is this? Inyuk frowned. An emergency alert? Sei yelled. Right now? Seriously? Jihan's expression darkened, but he didn't say a word. The breaking news alert flashed across their screens. A connection had been confirmed between certain Obelisk Academy instructors and the Black Magic Tower. Lang Smith, second son of the well-known Smith family in France, had been arrested. The report cited confirmation from Kim Kangyan's secretary, Zhang Sua, a sixth-circle sorceress from the Blue Magic Tower. The protagonist glanced at Jihan's face. Busted, he thought. So it's him. Shin Jihan. Later, Hale was walking down a quiet street, talking through his earbuds. Kim Kangyan's voice came through. Just like you predicted, it's all gone down. Hale looked at his phone screen, where an article was open. The headline read, at 10:31 p.m., Zhang Sua, Sixth Circle Sorceress and Secretary to Kim Kangyan, apprehended Lang Smith tampering with the training facilities at Obelisk Academy. Lang had secretly altered the equipment used for the upcoming survival test. If Zhang Sua hadn't noticed in time, the scale of destruction that could have followed was unimaginable. The Korean government, the Korean Magic Association, and the International Magic Association all released statements condemning the Black Tower and promising zero tolerance from this point on. Kim Kangyan asked, but how did he figure out Lang Smith would mess with the test preparations? Hale adjusted his earpiece and answered calmly, it was the only logical outcome, given the clues I had. He recalled the events in his mind. Since someone had infiltrated the academy, it had to be with a goal in mind. When he lined up the timeline, it all made sense. The mind control spell had been triggered right before the survival exam, which was set for Friday. If someone wanted to sabotage the exam, the most efficient way would be to tamper with the equipment. And since all the gear gets inspected the day before, the perfect window to strike would be Thursday night, tonight. That's why Hale had asked the Blue Magic Tower to keep an eye on the equipment room. Meanwhile, he had gone to meet his brothers and sisters. Around the same time, the Black Magic Tower's representative should have been apprehended. And sure enough, Instructor Smith was caught. The protagonist imagined Smith's pathetic expression plastered across news headlines. He also discovered it was Jihan who had been secretly liaising with the Black Tower. By keeping his involvement in the shadows, he got the intel he needed without putting himself at risk. The plan had gone off without a hitch. As he strolled down the street, he thought, the only problem is I only have indirect proof linking my brother and Smith. Nothing solid yet, but he'd get to the bottom of it. Just then, Kim spoke up. Hale, you tried to stop it, but it ended up working in their favor. The Blue Magic Tower's fame is through the roof now. It's like they had everything figured out from start. I'll return the favor somehow, Hale replied with a chuckle. Kim grinned at his sincerity and said, that's what I like about you. Hale removed the earpiece and said, yeah, tell them thanks. That's it then, he thought. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind him, and the shockwave flung him backward. He let out a terrified scream. What the hell? A dark figure emerged from the smoke, muttering, Shin Hale. Shin Hale. Sayuk stepped forward, voice cold and sharp. Die, you filthy insect. Just die. The protagonist stared, stunned. Beck, he thought. Without warning, Beck hurled a wave of magic at him. So fast, Hale barely had time to react, clenching his jaw as he summoned his energy. He cast Resonance, followed by a water shield. But the pressure of the attack was overwhelming. This shield won't hold. Gripping one hand with the other, he layered in a static water shield. The two energy forces collided, and the impact triggered a violent explosion. Hale was thrown to the side, glancing at his burned palm. I didn't dodge all of it, he thought grimly. Sayuk burst from the smoke, laughing maniacally. Feel it. The gap between us, he yelled, eyes wild. You pathetic, broken failure. Had enough of playing hero. Sitting on the ground, Hale muttered with frustration. Beck Sayuk. He eyed the crazed attacker carefully. Something's off. Bloodshot eyes, reddened skin. It wasn't normal. It looked like he had taken Berserker, an illegal enhancer that forces the magic circle into overdrive at the cost of bursting blood vessels. They called it Berserker because the user turned into a mindless brawler, fighting until their body gave out. He's lost it, Hale shouted. Sayuk charged like a man possessed. Lost it? No, I feel great. Hale kept scanning him. Scarlet mana pulses. That's third circle magic, flame infection. Throwing his arms forward, he tried to intercept the charge. You lunatic! Hale screamed. Sayuk, drooling and wide-eyed, cackled. I'm more alive than ever. Everything makes sense now, and you're going to die. As Sayuk's flaming hand came within inches, Hale braced himself. The moment the flame infection struck, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. Sayuk rose from the smoke, laughing again. Look at this fool. Hale was down, coughing hard, his hand over his face. He's still breathing? Sayuk snarled in disbelief. He blocked it again. What kind of broken freak is this? Glaring at him, Hale watched as Sayuk spiraled, mumbling over and over. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Gripping his own hair, Sayuk let out a raw scream. SHLY. Then suddenly he stopped. Exhausted, he muttered, No, it's possible. Maybe. Hale slowly pushed himself upright, thinking carefully. He's emotionally unstable. Definitely a berserker. But something wasn't right. Even with that drug, there's no way it should boost his magic that much. Should I test it? Noticing Hale's stare, Sayuk narrowed his eyes. What are you looking at? Raising his hand, Hale shouted, Air Spear. Streams of energy surged towards Sayuk, but right before impact, they twisted and turned into flames. Sayuk froze, staring in shock. What? What kind of magic is this? The protagonist muttered. He dodged the spears, sure, but he'd better stay alert. Without wasting a second, he closed in and activated his magic. Staring at Sayuk's wild expression, Hale focused. Gotta strike before he reacts. Airstrike. The blast of energy surged forward, landing squarely. Sayuk let out a heavy cough. Got him, Hale thought, until Sayuk suddenly threw his hands up and conjured a fire shield. Fire magic? At this distance? Hale braced himself. Sayuk launched a fire pellet, shouting, Die. The flames surged out fast and intense. Fire pellets were devastating at close range. Within 7.74 meters, they could melt through almost anything. But outside that range, easier to dodge. As the flames roared toward him, Hale made a quick leap, dodging just in time. Exhaling sharply, he thought, Does he hate me that much? Did he really install an illegal over-enhancement chip? Sayuk snarled, swinging an arm wildly. What extra chip? Don't spout garbage. Hale closed his eyes briefly. He doesn't remember? Then I was right, Sayuk bellowed. I don't need tricks to crush garbage like you. And there it was, a small, purple chip embedded at the back of Sayuk's neck, digging into the skin. Stop babbling, Sayuk screamed. Just die already. Hale ducked aside again, explaining, An enhanced chip like that doesn't just strengthen the body, it also reconfigures spell formulas. That's why it's banned. Too much damage, too much range. Charging like a madman, Sayuk shouted. Why should I care? Shut up, idiot. Hale stepped back, murmuring, How ironic. My latest research has been all about how mana circle structures affect magic formulas. That's why I can sense these unnatural boosts. It suddenly clicked. Was this dumb luck? Or fate? Either way, I'm seeing it all now, thanks to this illegal chip and the Berserker combo. Sayuk turned blue with rage. What nonsense are you spewing now, freak? Hale raised his hand and said calmly, I'm not thanking you, but I am wondering if I can end this before sunrise. He activated his magic again. Resonance. I'm going to push even higher. Enhanced chips like this allowed someone to cast one circle above their usual limit. But Hale wasn't walking in blind. He'd been digging through piles of intel on this exact topic, even the most obscure records. Clutching his head, Hale grimaced. The real issue is the cost. He had experimented before, speeding up magic circles by blending energy flows. It worked, but at a steep price. Mind and body couldn't handle the strain for long. For someone at the second mana circle, he muttered, it lasts 3 minutes. Just 3. He raised a hand again. After that, the circle shuts down completely. No mana output. For 12 whole hours. He tightened his stance. So before using something like this, you'd better be damn sure it's worth it. Sayuk kept gathering energy, muttering something under his breath. What's he babbling about now? Idiot, he growled, shaking from fear. The protagonist shut his eyes. 3 minutes, that's all I need, he whispered. He crouched low, palms flat against the ground. In an instant, massive energy spikes shot up from the earth, piercing through Sayuk's body. Screaming in agony, Sayuk shouted, Is this third circle magic? How can an idiot like you already control third circle spells? The protagonist scratched his head with a finger. How do I even begin to explain it? Sayuk staggered back, rage boiling over. Just die already, he roared. Arms spread wide. The protagonist replied calmly. I've realized something. I suck at spells, and my curses are even worse. Real textbook stuff. He cast a water shield, just as Sayuk hurled blazing fire magic at him. Sayuk laughed maniacally. You fool. You're gonna try to block it again? You messed up last time. Burn. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex exploded into view. Sayuk's eyes widened. What? What the hell is that? The protagonist traced the energy flow with a hand. You should have thought this through. Anyone in your shoes would have realized this shield's not like the last one. Just like those earth spikes, different level entirely. Your flames won't even scratch me now. Sayuk charged. Shin hail, he shouted, repeating the name again as he rushed forward, laughing. So you powered up, huh? Must have juiced yourself again. No way you're winning without doping. The protagonist kept his eyes closed. It's over, he said flatly. You brought this on yourself. No mercy. He cast darkness, blindness. Sayuk panicked. What the hell is this? Swallowed in pitch-black void, he stumbled. The protagonist's voice echoed. If you hadn't been so fixated on killing, none of this would have happened. Sayuk clenched his fists, shouting wildly. Stop running. Shin hail. Face me, you coward. Attack already. Without a word, the protagonist used Earthbind, followed by Airbind. Energy chains lashed out and pinned Sayuk in place. What is this magic? He gasped, feet sinking into thick mud. It's too late, the protagonist said. The last bit of kindness I can offer is to end this fast and make it painless. Sayuk screamed, thrashing. Stop preaching, you idiot. I'm not finished. If it weren't for you, my life. Eyes still closed, the protagonist walked past him and murmured, even if it wasn't me, nothing would have changed. Sayuk frantically looked around, yelling, where did he go? The protagonist's voice echoed. Tisich, typical. Just looking for someone else to blame. Come back here, you idiot. Sayuk shouted. Oh right, the protagonist continued, ignoring him. You ever wonder why extra-level chips are banned? What the hell are you talking about? Sayuk screamed. In a flash, the protagonist appeared behind him, grabbing him by the neck. Sayuk howled in pain. The protagonist grinned. All it took was a single pulse of mana to your overheated chip. Even under the effects of Berserker, it must be excruciating. Drool spilled from Sayuk's mouth as he begged for it to stop. With a slight smirk, the protagonist said, your system's overloaded. The AI, your body, neither can handle even the tiniest shock anymore. Sayuk kept screaming in agony. And finally, the protagonist added, thanks for your idiotic performance today. The Beck family's gonna pay up big time. This time, not just 30%, maybe 40%, of the Magic Stone Mine profits. Eyes full of tears, Sayuk stammered. Goodbye, Beck Sayuk, the protagonist said calmly. And thanks again. You just became my walking gold mine. He placed his palm over the chip. With a burst of dark energy, Sayuk was erased. In reality, his body collapsed to the ground, smoke rising off it. The protagonist picked up a phone from the floor and made a call. Father, it's Tail. Inhyuk answered groggily. Why are you calling this late? Looking off into the distance, Tail replied. You saw everything, didn't you? No need to act like you didn't. The empty streets were unnaturally quiet. Not even a single student in sight. No cops, either, even after all that noise near the dorms. From the top floor of a skyscraper, Inhyuk replied, maybe the students just went into hiding. And just because I could stop the police doesn't mean I actually did. Tail chuckled. True, plenty of people can stop the police, but only you would watch the whole thing play out. Anyone else would have stepped in, either to stop the fight or stab me in the back. And thanks to our little deal, he added, the others can't interfere anyway. Inhyuk laughed. Yeah, that does sound like me. Tail glanced toward a cluster of green bushes, just as a man in a black mask stepped out. Inhyuk's voice came through the phone again. I assigned Sukhyun to watch over you. A moment later, Tail began walking away from the scene. So tell me, Inhyuk asked, if you knew we were watching, why even call? Hale smirked. Just wanted to brag. I hit third circle. Inhyuk frowned. Strange. I don't recall you pulling off any major feats lately. Don't tell me you've been hiding your third circle magic this whole time. The protagonist replied with clear irritation. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I? Of course it was a lie. The truth? He'd only tapped into the resonance circle's acceleration to give himself a short burst of power. In his mind, he pictured Jihan and Seiya. No matter what, he still didn't have the strength to face them. If word got out that he wielded third circle magic, his siblings would clamp down on him even harder. Winking, he added, oh, and one more thing. Suk-hyun used a soundproof barrier and illusion spell to keep us sealed off from everyone else. The protagonist looked towards Sayuk, still slumped near the bushes. In-hyuk nodded. Smart move. I've sent a car for you. Go home and rest for the night. Thanks, the protagonist replied. We'll talk again soon. In-hyuk hung up, chuckled to himself, and muttered, I have no idea what he's been doing all year, but damn, his confidence is something else. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned with a faint smile. It's been a while. Suk-hyun. Suk-hyun removed his mask. Indeed, young Master Hale, he said with a respectful bow. Forgive me for being late. He reached out, gently touching Hale's cheek. That's quite a wound. I'll take care of the first aid. Your family doctors can handle the rest. Hale nodded with a smile. Thanks. I'll leave the rest here to you then. Suk-hyun replaced his mask. Don't worry. Nothing that happened tonight will get past the barrier. At that moment, elsewhere in the city, inside a sleek apartment, Jihan yanked off his tie and screamed in frustration. This is a nightmare. He stormed forward, yelling again, what the hell went wrong? Suddenly, he spotted a man in a hooded robe lounging on his couch. You just getting back? The man asked casually. I thought I'd be waiting all night. At least the sofa is comfortable. Jihan glared. You from the Black Tower? The man twirled the ring on his lip and nodded. Yeah, but now's not the time for formalities. What a disaster. Can't believe the Blue Tower had to step in and wreck everything. Hard to make moves when your people get busted before they even start. Furious, Jihan snapped. You think this is funny? Your tower promised everything would go smoothly, or do your guarantees mean nothing? He slammed his hand down. Are you trying to ruin me? The robed man raised his hands calmly. Easy. I get it. I laugh when things blow up too. But since the mission flopped, we'll return the full payment. And of course, erase every trace, clean and quiet. He extended a hand. After all, we do everything for our VIP clients. No leaks. You have our word, Langsmith. Then he added with a sly grin. He won't be seeing the sunrise. Jihan waved him off furiously. Smith doesn't care about who lives or dies. But those illegal AI chips he gave to Hale, and that moron Beck Sayuk, plus the Berserker gear, he definitely cares about that. So tell me, how are we going to fix this mess? The hooded man adjusted his cloak. You don't need to stress. Beck's done for. Jihan stiffened. Done for? What does that even mean? He went after Shin Hale, the man replied. Now, he's practically a walking corpse. Side effects hit him hard. Jihan grabbed his face in disbelief. I told you, I don't give a damn about some Shin Hale whatever. Just tell me what happened to him. The man crossed his arms, peering at Jihan through them. Relax. Maybe he's a little roughed up, but he's still breathing. Jihan's voice rose, frustrated. Are you kidding me? Are you here to mess around or what? Hey, I'm just stating the facts, the man shrugged. No need to flip out. Jaw tight, Jihan asked. So Hale, he managed to take down Beck. While he was under both Berserk and an upgraded chip, the man pointed at him. Exactly. But that's not even the wild part. When Beck Sayuk went after Hale, I'm not sure if it was for recon or self-defense, but Suk-hyun was there too. He continued. Right away, Suk-hyun dropped a soundproof barrier in an illusion field. Smooth work. I couldn't even watch how it all ended, but it was one hell of a show. Jihan's eyes narrowed. So the shadows are in play now? Since when has Suk-hyun been following Hale around? The man tilted his head. First noticed him when his path crossed with his brother's. But no clue how long he's actually been involved. Jihan, flushed with anger. Suk-hyun works directly under my father. That means the shadow leader himself is involved. Why the hell would he be watching Hale? His expression darkened as the realization sank in. If the shadows are involved, this just got a whole lot messy, eh? I'll have to back off Hale. For now. And the chip? He asked sharply. The one I gave him. What if it leads back to me? No worries, the man said coolly. The chip had a built-in self-destruct. It probably disintegrated already. Jihan still looked uneasy. And if it didn't? The man ignored the tone. He walked over to the balcony door and slid it open. Then I guess I've got work to do. Still need to tie up some loose ends with Langsmith. With a short wave, he jumped off the balcony. Later, dear client, he said, pulling his hood down as he vanished into the night. Jihan stood by the railing, watching him disappear. One thought surged in his mind. He had to erase everything that could trace back to him, especially if it led Suk-hyun his way. Breaking through his home's security wards would be easy enough, but he had to move fast. A few days later, the protagonist leaned back at the table, stretching with a yawn. He thought about what the master of blue magic had told him earlier. Langsmith had suddenly clutched his chest and died before the ambulance even arrived. Folding his hands behind his head, he muttered, "Knew something like that was bound to happen. Didn't think it'd go down so quietly, though. Oh well." At least Suk-hyun had wrapped up the Beck-Sayuk situation neatly. Just then, his phone buzzed. He checked it. It was a message from his father. Negotiations with the Beck family are done. To keep this buried, they offered 43% of their Magic Stone mine profits. Well done. With that, overseas business funding won't be an issue. If you need anything, speak up, but choose carefully. Hale smiled. That's a long message coming from you, father. Feeling proud, maybe. He turned to the window, sunlight spilling in. Good. Looks like everything's finally settled. Now it was time to focus on the next challenge, the Academic Olympiad. He glanced at the headlines. The entire world was watching the upcoming event. Only 53 days left. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through his body. The 12-hour penalty's up, he thought, clenching his fist. Now was time to reach the third circle. He opened a book glowing faintly with power. Energy pulsed from its pages. Let's begin the next test. A light dropped onto the floor, casting a glow throughout the room. After some time, the protagonist opened his eyes. "Where is this?" he murmured, glancing around. A dim, hollow space stretched endlessly. It looked like a whole different dimension inside the book. Then, out of nowhere, a pulse of energy formed behind him. A figure appeared. A girl stood in front of him. "Welcome to the second page of the test," she said. "I'm Beta, the guide for this stage." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "Second test, huh? Wonder how this one's going to compare to the last." He remembered a part of the previous task. Alpha, the guide of the first page, had ordered him to establish the final sequence of the elemental stones. Beta raised her hand. "This part of the test evaluates your control over your current mana circles. The rest of the details will be revealed once the trial begins. If you pass," she added, "pages 31 to 81 will unlock. They hold the knowledge of the third mana circle." The protagonist's eyes lit up. "Let's go." He grinned. "Page 81, huh? I thought they'd hand over maybe 15 pages total. This is way better." Still, it meant one thing. The third circle was in a league of its own. The Circle of Heart's Call and the Circle of Resonance were already strong, but this new one, it had to be something far beyond that. A mix of excitement and nervousness swirled inside him. Beta placed her hand over her chest. "Your test begins now." She vanished into thin air. A voice echoed through the space. "Student, it's time to reveal the second trial." Hale looked up and said, "That voice, it's the teacher." The teacher's voice echoed. Now, a series of magic circles will appear in front of him, hundreds in a row. He must activate every single one. The protagonist raised his hand and activated the first seal. Raybell commented, "If he can sync his resonance circle with each one, they'll trigger on their own." Hale reached out again and shouted in confusion. Why did it suddenly change? The teacher explained, "Each circle refreshes every 3 seconds. If he doesn't activate it in time, he starts over. He must stay sharp." The protagonist furrowed his brows. "So, it's about remembering the pattern?" Raybell added, "Actually, the sequence changes every time, so memorizing won't help at all." Hale sighed. Of course it wouldn't be simple. He closed his eyes, muttered, "All right," and then extended his hand, a small smile forming. "Let's give it a try." Hours later, the protagonist stood by a table, glancing at an open book. 8 hours. "I spent 8 hours on this," he muttered, "and I only managed 10 rounds." He picked up the book. "Still, slowly but surely, I'm getting there." He added, "Instinct alone won't cut it. There has to be some kind of pattern." He dropped on a bed and began digging through the pages. As he studied, a voice chimed in. "By the way, Iderd isn't the only book I write. If you hit a wall, young student, seek out his other writings. They'll help you move forward." Hale shot up. "So, Iderd isn't the only one? Then I'll need to track down more of his books." He paused, even if I don't know their titles or where to look. The next morning, the protagonist headed to the store, craving a break from the routine. Just then, Adela appeared out of nowhere. "Hey," she greeted. She looked surprised. "Hale." Later, the two found themselves walking through a park again. The protagonist grinned. "Funny how often we bump into each other." Adela smiled. "Yeah, seems like it." Hale raised an eyebrow. "You look like you haven't slept." Adela sighed and covered her face. "That's because I haven't." She pulled out her tablet. "I was reading this fascinating article, The Technical Possibilities of Teleportation Magic." The protagonist laughed. "Sounds like a pretty bold topic." Adela's eyes lit up. Exactly. But you should read it anyway, come on. As Hale sat down and started reading, he thought to himself, where did all these seals even come from? Adela sat beside him, sipping banana milk. Her bag still held a few more packs. The protagonist handed the tablet back to her. Interesting, he said. Adela smiled. Tell me what you think, too. Hale nodded. Well, except for one thing. They both said it at the same time. There's no clear conclusion. The protagonist stared at the screen, deep in thought. This analysis is built on data from ancient manuscripts by Ray Belbitinio. His eyes widened. Wait, Ray Belbitinio? He read over a few lines again. The structure and language are different, but some of these theories, they're definitely similar to Bitinio's work. Then he frowned. But the content feels shallow. There's not much depth here. He turned to Adela. Who did you say wrote this article? Adela looked surprised. It's by Go Sang-jun. Later, back in his room, the protagonist muttered to himself. Go Sang-jun, a magic researcher with no public info. No name, no age, not even gender. And this article is the only one out there. He glanced at a paper in front of him. Maybe the backlash scared them off. Then he picked up his phone, smiled faintly, and placed a call. Hello, he said into the receiver. This is Hale, a student, technically, but that title doesn't really suit me. In the Blue Magic Tower, Kim Kanjin picked up his ringing phone. Hello, it's Shin Hale, the voice came through. Kim Kanjin sighed. What is it now? I've been up all night researching. Hale chuckled. I found something that could benefit both of us. Kim Kangin's eyes lit up. Hale continued. But I'll need your help to track someone down. Not long after, at Obelisk Academy, Hale was training in a hall. He swung his arms, unleashing a burst of energy. Sunshine stood across from him, raising protective barriers. The blast broke through. Sunshine staggered and yelled, You maniac! Hale grinned. What? That was just the first magic circle. What's the big deal? Sunshine flipped backward to recover, glaring. You're asking what's the big deal? That was just the first circle. He clenched his jaw, still shaken. Hale smiled again and glanced at Sunshine, who now surrounded himself with 4 defense barriers. See, Hale teased. They held up just fine, didn't they? Sunshine growled. I nearly died. He jabbed a finger toward Hale. All right, that's it. Hand to hand now. Hale smirked. Sure, I'm game. But you really think you've got a shot at beating me without magic? Sunshine clenched his fists and shouted, Come on. The protagonist stepped up and landed a clean hit to Suinchan's chin, flipping him over. The students froze in shock, staring in silence. Hale just grinned and said, So, is that your big idea? Lying upside down, Sunshine could only groan in response. Hale gave a quick wink. If we're talking hand-to-hand, there's not much to tweak. It's just your second circle-enhanced body versus someone with third circle reinforcement. That alone makes it interesting, right? Hey, that was an insult, wasn't it? Sunshine barked, clearly annoyed. A while later, as he pressed a heating pad to his back, he muttered, That's so unfair. Not only does he cheat with magic, he's a monster in close quarters, too. He turned and grumbled, Such a dirty fighter. Hale stuck a bandage on Suinchan's back and joked, Then maybe he should go build up his endurance, too. Sunshine glanced over. By the way, what's his plan? Plan? Hale echoed. Sunshine suddenly asked, Is he gunning for the Olympics already? The protagonist's eyes widened. How'd you know? Sunshine smirked. It's obvious. You can tell on day one. He walks around in a daze, totally wrapped up in his thoughts. Even during the magic stone suppression test, he was totally distracted. Everyone else finishes it in 27 seconds. He took 74. Still, Sunshine continued. He's been blowing everyone out of the water lately. Training tests, he's always on top. If he's serious about taking on the upperclassmen at the Olympiad, he can't afford to lose focus. But honestly, in his current state, there's no way he'll win. Even he knows that. The protagonist simply smiled and let out a loud hum. Sunshine raised a brow. See, he gets it. He paused, then added, Word is the top contender for the Olympiad is already a 5th circle mage. If he's still stuck at 2nd, well, the odds aren't in his favor. Hale frowned, thinking it over. Sunshine had a point. If he wanted to stand a chance at the Olympiad, he had to go beyond temporary boosts. Reaching the 4th circle was the bare minimum. And for that, he needed to find Go Sang-jun. Later, Hale arrived at a building, checking his navigator. Is this the right place? Kim Kanjin smiled. Sorry it took me a while. Took me a whole week to track him down. First time doing this. Time to get to the point. Go Sang-jun was here. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Wait, this place? Isn't this the used bookstore I always go to? He had a feeling. That was it. Go Sang-jun was hiding in plain sight. The bookstore had been right across from the academy all along. After being labeled incompatible with interactive magic, he had thrown himself into studying, especially from books, even old and used ones. But he still had no clue where Eider Codex could have come from. Maybe it came from here. Hale opened the door and stepped inside. Good afternoon. From beneath the table, the shopkeeper peeked out and blinked. Hale? Been a while. The protagonist smiled. How have you been? The shopkeeper chuckled. Same as always. Though I did hear you finally figured out how to use magic properly. You look a lot better now. Hale gave a small smile. Thank you, sir. The man waved it off. No need to thank me. I just sell books. But it's thanks to those books that I've come this far. The protagonist replied sincerely. The shopkeeper nodded slowly. Even if you're just being polite. Thank you. So, what brings you here today? Hale paused, then spoke carefully. Sir, I wanted to ask, is it possible to meet Go Sang-jun? Your son. The man tilted his head. Why are you asking about Sang-jun? No. How do you even know about him? Hale placed a hand over his heart. I read another article under his name. It got me curious, so I started asking questions, and eventually that led me here. I'm sorry for digging around in secret, but this really means a lot to me. I'd really like to meet him. The shopkeeper rubbed his neck and muttered, The article. Right, I remember that one. After a brief pause, he said, All right, I'll arrange it. The protagonist bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The man added with a sigh, but don't expect answers. Not from that meeting. Hale blinked. Huh, what do you mean? Instead of replying, the shopkeeper simply opened a side door. Come with me. He's this way. They walked down a narrow hallway. Stopping in front of a closed door, the shopkeeper turned. He's in here. Hale's eyes widened. Go Sang-jun. Inside, a long-haired man lay motionless on a bed, hooked to a breathing apparatus. This is him, Hale said in disbelief. The shopkeeper pulled over a chair and nodded. Yes, my son, Go Sang-jun. After a moment of silence, the protagonist hesitantly asked, May I ask what happened? The shopkeeper gave a heavy nod. Of course. Sang-jun broke a taboo. He folded his hands together and added, A rule all mages are warned never to cross. Hale leaned in. A taboo? What kind? The man crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He ran a mana circle directly through his brain. He paused. That's a forbidden technique in the world of magic. The protagonist's eyes shot open. He pushed mana straight through his brain. Tried to replicate that. He clenched his fists and muttered. But why? Why would he do something like that? The salesman gave a serious look. For the sake of his research. He had a choice. Either prove his theory or abandon it midway. So the only way to make it work was to send mana directly into the brain, the protagonist realized. The salesman turned toward his son. I had to stop him. I couldn't let him go any further. So that's how he got into the Vintner magic style. Through a different path entirely, the protagonist thought. The salesman's voice dropped. Still, I doubt I could really answer any of your questions. Sang-jun would have gladly explained his work himself. He paused, then looked down. Forgive me. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's still a heavy weight for me. He placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. It's all right. No need to dwell on it. I saw firsthand how obsessed he was with his research. Every day, combing through ancient magical texts reminded me so much of Sang-jun. As the sky outside began to glow with the colors of sunset, Hale finally asked, Sir, if it's not too much, may I read the materials your son used for his research? The man looked at him closely. You really want to see Sang-jun's notes? I do, Hale said, sincere. They're just gathering dust, right? I like to learn from them, put them to use. The clerk held up 2 fingers. All right, but I have 2 conditions. Hale's eyes widened. First, the clerk said, if you're planning to continue Sang-jun's research on teleportation magic, I want you to credit me as a co-author. Hale smiled. Of course. I'll make sure of it. The clerk nodded. Good. Second, whatever you do, never try channeling mana directly into your brain. Hale shouted, Got it. I promise. The clerk led him into a room. This is where he worked. The books he used are here. He gestured around. These are probably the ones you'll need most. Hale's eyes scanned the bookshelf. Something about one of the spines caught his attention. That design, it looked familiar. He stepped closer, pulled the book out, and it slipped from his hands. His eyes widened in shock. He crouched down, staring at the cover. Is this Eiderd? He wondered, picking it up carefully. Sir, he said, holding the book up. The clerk glanced over, and for a moment, it was as if he saw his son standing there. That one, he asked. Sang-jun always kept it close, like there was something special in it. Go ahead, take it. There might be something important inside. Hale opened the book and nodded gratefully. Just as I thought, this awful handwriting again. The same as Idard's. They were written by the same person. He suddenly blurted out, Sir, can I bring this to read? Will you allow it? The clerk smiled warmly. Of course. Take whatever you need. Hale clutched the book to his chest. Thank you, really. Then he asked thoughtfully, Have you seen other books with this same handwriting? The clerk rubbed his chin. I'm not sure. Suddenly, Hale yelled. What about the red hardcovers? The fancy ones. The clerk blinked. Red hardcovers? No, nothing like that. Books like those aren't common around here. Then how did Sang-jun get his hands on one? Hale wondered, staring back down at the book. All right, thanks anyway. Come to think of it, how did a dread end up in his collection? Later, Hale sat on his bed, surrounded by the books. He sighed. I searched every corner of Sang-jun's library, and this was the only one that looked like Idard's. He picked up the book, smiled faintly. Even finding one is still something. Then, suddenly, energy crackled around the books. They began glowing, merging. Hale's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? In a burst of light, cakes, confetti, and roses erupted from the book. A voice rang out. I hereby bequeath this book to the rightful owner of Idard. Hale gasped. Not again. The voice continued. This book is named MIM. Hale froze. That's my teacher's voice. He felt himself being pulled in, transported again to the book dimension. The voice echoed once more. Enjoy the contents with all your heart, my student. A tiny energy bear climbed out of the book as the world around Hale shifted. He now stood in a room draped with green vines crawling across the walls. Looking around, he asked, Where am I? Suddenly, a girl poked his neck from behind. Wow, you made it. Welcome to Book Mimir. Hale turned, confused. Who are you? The girl pointed to herself. Me? I'm Mimir. She flung her arms out dramatically. And I'm in charge of measuring the Mimir well. She reached out her hand with a smile. Nice to meet you, successor. Hale stood up and asked, The Mimir well? Mimir nodded. That's the name of this library. Ray Bell Bitinio created it just for his successors, those who walk the path of the teacher. Hale glanced around. It's a bit small for a library. Mimir tapped her cheek with a finger. That's because your progress is still modest. The Mimir, well, grows along with your level. Judging by the current size, you haven't even passed the second page test yet. Hale sighed. Yeah, that's true. Mimir tilted her head thoughtfully. Then, would it be okay if I speak casually with you? Hale blinked, surprised. She flicked his nose playfully. We'll be seeing each other a lot, and formality would just make things awkward. Let's keep it casual, okay. He chuckled. All right, sounds good. Mimir grinned. Great. Oh, and by the way, successor, you're not bad at all. You've already reached the second circle. Hale frowned. What's so special about finding you quickly? She extended her hand, narrowing her eyes slightly. It means you're capable of jumping straight to the fifth circle. His eyes went wide. Fifth circle? Seriously? Raising her hand, Mimir summoned a book off the shelf with magic. It floated down gently into her hands, and she passed it to him. Read this. You'll understand. He took the book and asked, Is this the full resonance theory? In here, you'll find everything that was left out of the Idard, Mimir replied. Like the contents of that book you're holding. Then, why didn't they just include it all in the Idard? Hale asked. Good question, Mimir said. The Idard is already packed with tons of content and tests for every stage of the successor's journey. There are other reasons, too. That's why supplementary books like this were made. Hale looked down at the book. So the teacher went into more detail inside the Mimir well. Exactly, she said. Think of the Idard as the main thesis. This one is more like a reference guide. Got it, he replied. He looked around again. So that means every book here contains knowledge tied to a specific level. And as I grow, more books will appear. Mimir pointed at him with a wink. That's right. So, do you think you'll figure out how to reach the fifth circle with this? Hale nodded confidently. Definitely. This will help me crack the second test for sure. Sometime later, Hale floated weightlessly, suspended in zero gravity. Is this the 79th? He wondered. The second test required activating 100 magic circles. During his first attempt, it had taken him 8 exhausting hours to manage just 10. But now, after his visit to the Mimir well, he had already reached 79 in one go. He grinned. It was nearly impossible before. Then his smile faded slightly. If I push myself, I might even hit 100 a night, unless I get unlucky. He pictured Mimir and thought, getting that book before the Olympics, pure luck. Later, Hale followed a maid down a long corridor. Why did father summon me? He wondered. Could it be about the compensation for what happened with Sayuk? He recalled Sayuk collapsed on the ground and sighed. I was hoping to study with Mimir after school, but this is important too. The maid stopped at the office door. Young Master Hale has arrived. Inhyuk, seated behind his desk, nodded. Let him in. Hale stepped inside and said, Father. Inhyuk gestured to a seat. Sit. I'll keep it short this time. His tone was serious. This wasn't entirely your doing, but your contribution was a little more than half. So, including the previous gains, your share in the magic stone mines now totals 26%. I see, Hale replied calmly. This is no small reward. Inhyuk said, You've earned it. So, have you thought about what you want? Hale nodded, hand to his chest. Yes, I'd like one of the ancient relics stored deep in our family treasury. Inhyuk raised an eyebrow. An ancient relic? You do realize most of them are just antiques, right? Rarely do they hold any actual secrets. I don't believe that, Hale said. I think the stories about ancient relics and the events described in they're all real. Inhyuk rubbed his temples. You're still young, I suppose, but honestly, believing in that kind of nonsense is foolish. Then he pointed at him. Still, your choice. You may take one item. Hale's eyes lit up. Thank you. So, Inhyuk asked, which relic are you choosing? Hale answered without hesitation. The one kept beneath the treasury, the Ray Bell Bitinio cloak. Deep beneath the Shin family estate, inside the underground treasury, the assistant carefully handed a box to Inhyuk. He took it, then passed it to Hale. I hope you won't regret this choice, Inhyuk said. Hale smiled. Thank you, father. Inhyuk let out a sigh. Can't believe you actually bought into that ridiculous fairy tale. Well, you're still young. He crossed his arms. Just focus on your training. That way, you won't have regrets later. You're dismissed. Yes, sir, Hale replied, still smiling. A little later, riding in a car, Hale glanced at the box in his lap. Most of the relics in our family are the real deal, he thought. If this is truly Ray Bell Bitinio's cloak, then not even 30% of the magic stone mine profits could compare. He folded his arms. But what if it's not real? He opened the box. His eyes widened. Wait, this! He gently lifted the cloak from inside. Is this fiber made from pure mana cloth? He wondered. Mana cloth, an ultra-rare material process from magic stones, handled by fewer than 30 artisans in the entire world. But this cloak wasn't just partially made with mana cloth. It was made entirely from it. Not only that, Hale whispered. This technique didn't even exist in their era. He ran his fingers across the fabric. This exceeds any known artifact woven from mana fibers. I've never seen anything like it. Back in his room, Hale sat down and examined the cloak more closely. His eyes landed on the rough, scribbled inscription. What horrible handwriting, he muttered. It's got to be the teacher's work. I've gotten used to deciphering his mess. He lifted the cloak again, admiring it. But this, what kind of structure is this? The inner and outer layers seemed tangled, inverted. Working with mana cloth was already complex. Normally, the inner layer enhanced mana flow for stronger spell casting, while the outer layer reduced it to guard against incoming magic damage. But this cloak? The outer layer pulled mana in, making the wearer more vulnerable, and the inner layer blocked mana, weakening outgoing spells. This is completely backwards, Hale muttered. There's no way the teacher would make such a basic mistake. Then it hit him. Wait, what if I just turn it inside out? He flipped the cloak, but the structure didn't change. Even reversed, the inner and outer layers kept their original functions. Hale's expression tightened. This was done on purpose, but why? Is this really an ancient relic? He leaned back, staring at it in silence. No wonder father had it buried in storage. Not long after, Hale returned to Mimir's library. Mimir, he called out. She turned to him with a bright smile. Oh, successor, how have you been? He held out the cloak. Her eyes widened as she rushed over. Wait, is that Raoul's cloak? You actually found it. That's incredible. Yes, Hale replied. But there's something strange about it. Mimir took the cloak into her hands, inspecting it closely. Strange how? She studied it for a moment, then suddenly screamed, making Hale jump back. Holding up 2 fingers, she asked, You're still at the second circle, right? Yeah, Hale replied, confused. Why? Mimir sighed. That explains it. Of course you wouldn't know yet. Okay, enough with the riddles, Hale said. How am I supposed to use this thing? She held up crossed fingers. Forgive me, successor, but I can't explain it yet. What? Why not? Mimir returned the cloak to his hands and crossed her arms. There's a specific kind of magic found only in the Wait Inner style. Her eyes widened. Wait Inner has special magic? Hale asked. Suddenly, she grabbed her head and let out a panicked scream. I shouldn't even be talking about this. Clearly shaken, she took a breath and stretched out her hand. All right, I'll say just one thing. There's a special form of magic in the Wait Inner style. It's called true magic, Hale repeated. Mimir stood tall, placing her hands on her waist. It's not like the magic you're used to. True magic is real. What does that mean? You're saying I haven't been using real magic all this time? She nodded. Sadly, yes. Then she tapped her lips. But I'm not allowed to explain more about true magic until you reach a certain point. Hale rubbed his chin. So there's some kind of restriction? Exactly, she said. This cloak is an artifact. It's designed to help you use true magic. So, you're really not going to tell me anything more? He asked, disappointed. Mimir smiled. You catch on fast, successor. Hale opened the cloak again, studying it. All right, then. What level do I need to reach to learn about this artifact? She held up 5 fingers. The 5th circle, or more accurately, complete mastery of the 5th circle. That's when you unlock the 5th page of the trials. From there, the Wait Inner style's 5th circle magic will truly begin to shine. After some time, Hale began reattempting the 2nd page of the book. 98, 9, 10, 100, he shouted. He had finally done it. A voice echoed. Congratulations on passing. Hale glanced around. That voice, it's the teacher. The teacher continued. Completing the 2nd trial must have drained you. You've worked hard. Now it's time to teach you how to weave the 3rd magic circle. Clenching his fist, Hale muttered, the 3rd circle. The teacher explained, the 3rd tier of the Wakener's internal style is called the Circle of Interaction. Hale's eyes widened. Circle of Interaction? Later, he closed the book, reflecting quietly. He had passed the 2nd trial. Staring at the cover, he thought, now, to craft the 3rd magic circle. He stood up with a grin. If it weren't for the cloak in Mimir's well, I'd still be stuck on that 2nd test. The night before, in Mimir's well, Mimir extended her hand and spoke, or better yet, mastering the 5th circle to unlock the 5th page of the trials. From this point on, the Wakener's 5th circle magic shines even brighter. Holding the cloak in his hands, Hale said, no choice. Until I master the 5th circle, I'll have to set this aside. Mimir interrupted. Wait, successor, what are you thinking? You can't just toss something this precious into storage. Hale asked, but how am I even supposed to use it? The inner and outer layers are all mixed up. It'll just get in the way. Snatching it back, Mimir shouted, oh my god, give it here. She smiled. This cloak traps your mana, keeping it from leaking out. It lets you hit mana overabundance. Hale's eyes went wide. With mana overflow, your circle of infinity spins faster, she explained. That means your brain will absorb more mana, and your mental fatigue will fade quicker. Same goes for physical exhaustion. Hale took the cloak back. So, wearing this will cut down how much I need to sleep? Mimir reached for it again and yelled, oh my god, are you insane? She covered her face, squealing. With this on, you might never need sleep again. Hale blinked. Wait, what do you mean, never? Mimir answered, exactly that. Wear it for just 5 hours a day, and you'll hit your peak in no time. And that's just one of the side effects. Sharing this with the successor was probably a smart move, right? The protagonist smiled confidently. I'll reach the 5th circle soon, no matter what. Mimir nodded, but added firmly, just remember, this only works for the successor. For anyone else, it's poison. No one else can wear it. Hale replied, of course. I get it. With a tool like this, the rest of the test should be a breeze. 2 days later, Hale sat cross-legged on the floor beside his bed, still wrapped in the cloak. He stared ahead, deep in thought. He was so close, but something still didn't click. He muttered to himself, I think I'm almost there. I just need to understand the circle of interaction. The 3rd circle of the Wakener's inner style, interaction. It allowed him to influence the spell formation process of others. But to tap into another's mana, perfect synchronization was key. Closing his eyes, Hale thought, so that's why syncing all those circles was important, to learn how to affect someone else's magic. He let out an excited laugh. This is actually kind of amazing. I never thought of it this way. He hadn't expected the second trial to pave the way for creating the third circle. Opening the book again, he read, "To weave the third circle, the circle of heart's call and resonance must align in perfect harmony and connect with the surrounding mana. By continuing to resonate, the third circle will form." Clenching his fist, Hale said, "All right, this time, I'll get it." He took a deep breath. Absorb the mana in the air. Sink it all. With all this extra mana, it's like building a house, one brick at a time. Sitting in the lotus position, he closed his eyes. Mana flowed through him, settling into place. Every bit he absorbed seemed to carry a voice. In his mind, he felt like he was floating weightlessly, and he heard them. A playground. It's small, but it's warm. We want to stay, play here. The mana didn't want to leave. They wanted to stay together. Hale, drifting in this meditative state, thought, I've come this far, but this is just the halfway point. I need to maintain the resonance. The voices continued. We need a bigger space to play. We'll hold hands, form a circle. We'll dance, sing, become one. He visualized the mana like little figures, holding hands, forming a ring of energy. But suddenly, Hale winced. Too hot. If the mana deviation exceeded even 1%, his body couldn't hold it. He could only accept energy within that narrow threshold. He needed to reduce that margin, even down to 1/100%, using the third circle to gently, almost invisibly, bring it under control. Time passed. Eventually, Hale opened his eyes, sweat dripping from his brow. He slowly got up. It's done. Stretching out his hand, he shouted, Circle 1, Heart's Call. Circle 2, Resonance. Then, with a clenched fist, he declared, Circle 3, Interaction. Hale grinned to himself. He had finally grasped the third circle, interaction. Now he had to get stronger fast and push toward mastering the fifth. Sometime later, he was stretched out on a thick tree branch, birds casually perched on his head and leg. A combat survival test, he mused. It was a large-scale trial held on the rugged grounds of Gangwon Province, a wide, open training zone filled with rocky terrain. The test ran for 32 hours straight. Each participant carried a special artifact for evaluation. The task was simple: survive within a gradually shrinking zone for the entire duration. Hale glanced at his watch. All right, time to move. But there was a catch. Survival didn't just mean fending off monsters. Other students would come for you too. And earning points? That meant fighting. The birds scattered from his body just as Gahak suddenly appeared below the tree, sending a surge of energy at him. Die! Gahak shouted. Hale sprang up, dodging the blast. He moved behind Gahak in a blink and launched a counterattack. Gahak sneered. You're fast, but you can't escape. Hale threw a punch, but Gahak blocked it with a barrier, laughing. Seriously? You think fists are going to break through this? But Hale activated interaction, his third circle, and the barrier instantly shattered. What? Gahak gasped. With a quick earth push, Hale hurled him backward. Gahak clenched his jaw, furious. That weak earth spell broke my barrier. Hale stared him down. And who's the real fool here? You try to sneak attack and still shouted like an amateur. He balled his fist, realizing this is the power of interaction. He'd targeted the core of the second circle's barrier, weakening it just enough so even a basic first circle spell could break through. A voice echoed across the area. Student Kong Gahak, eliminated. Hale adjusted his watch. That guy practically set himself up. No wonder it worked. The voice came again. Shin Hale earns 10 points. Hale smiled. Nice way to start. Later, as he walked through the forest, his mind lingered on the new circle. He could feel himself getting addicted to it. At this rate, I'll be able to use it against even third circle magic soon, he thought. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned on instinct and fired a fireball into the trees. Then his eyes focused ahead. Bloody Claw wolves? They had already surrounded him. Hale scanned his surroundings. The wolves were drawing in fast. They must have been drawn here by the noise from that last fight, he thought. He started loosening up his limbs. If I were just another student, I might complain about getting attacked non-stop. Maybe even cry about it, he said casually. But I'm aiming for the top. There's no room for excuses. This pace. I welcome it. The wolves howled and charged. Hale's energy surged as he roared back. Come on, then. Let's see what you can do. Meanwhile, the instructors were seated in front of a wall of monitors, tracking every movement. A female staff member pointed out, Adela Starrett, Ji Sunchan, Kim Kong-soo, Ma, Jae Hak. Those students are standing out. At this rate, they're all looking like top 10 material. A male instructor chuckled. Yeah, but surviving to the end is the real challenge. She turned toward another instructor. No one doubts Shin anymore, right? Instructor Go Chong-su smiled. That's for sure. The boy added loudly. He's nothing like that so-called amateur who was nearly expelled. She raised a brow. Expelled? Really? He's been at the top of training with a huge lead. Still is, in fact. It's crazy how well he understands the behavior of those blood claws, another instructor noted. He didn't attack right away. He waited for them to gather the whole pack. Use that tactic to rack up more points, someone else added. If he keeps this up, the Olympics might be within reach, one of them said with a grin. Back in the field, Hale wiped sweat from his brow and looked at the fallen wolves around him. Must be around 60 points now, he said, surveying the scene. Then the ground began to tremble. What, an earthquake, he muttered. No, the ground's moving. He leapt toward a cluster of crystals, jaw tight. This is it. Something massive stirred. A colossal beast emerged, its bulk rivaling an elephant, its shell glimmering with emeralds. An emerald turtle? Hale thought, eyes wide. Pushing himself to his feet, he smirked. Where did a rare monster like this come from? Craving a real challenge, our boy couldn't hide his excitement when he spotted the rare emerald turtle. Without hesitation, he leapt from his back to the ground, wondering if this was the biggest opponent he'd ever faced. Still, like every monster before it, he was ready to take it down. We jumped to the training field at Obelisk Academy. The evaluation panel watches closely as Hale goes head-to-head with the massive beast. Ji Sunchan quickly catches on. Hale isn't retreating out of fear. He's moving strategically, possibly looking for a chance to team up with others. They all know this part of the training field doubles as a rare monster zone. Another panelist points out that even with Hale's reputation as a prodigy, taking this fight solo is beyond bold. It's flat-out dangerous. Blocking his path is the Emerald Turtle, a massive, reptilian creature from the Great Seas Class 4 category. It's known for impenetrable defenses and is especially lethal to magic users. Now, it stands between Hale and any chance of escape. The turtle slams a colossal claw down, trying to crush him, but Hale dodges cleanly and lands back into formation. He thinks fast. If he manages to bring this thing down, the points he'll rack up would be insane. His eyes dart to the tail. It's fast, way faster than expected. He throws up a barrier spell, but it shatters instantly. A voice from the panel remarks that while barrier dodging is clever, it's nowhere near enough. Even a magician at the sixth circle would struggle against something like this. Then, Hale makes his move. He releases Volcane Flame, setting the battlefield ablaze and cloaking everything in a dense black fog. Watching from the shadows, he hopes this is the end of it. But the monster bellows and shakes off the attack like it was nothing. Hale freezes. His spell didn't even scratch it. Now, he's thinking about survival. Even a fifth circle magician wouldn't stand a chance solo. Then it hits him. What if the turtle's aggression is because it's guarding something? A mana storage core? Maybe? His curiosity flares. Time to find out, he murmurs. He surges mana into his legs and takes off, racing in tight loops around the turtle. The beast stays locked on him, tracking every step. One hit would break him completely, so he keeps dodging, pushing his speed to the limit. At one point, the turtle hammers the ground so hard that shards of emerald fly loose, and nearby trees are tossed like they weigh nothing. Hale knows he can't keep running. It's now or never. As the turtle charges again, he throws up a broader, reinforced barrier. This time, it holds, but only just. The force behind the beast is crushing, and he knows it won't last. He quickly casts Resonance to sharpen his footwork. This one's up close, he mutters. After this, his legs will be useless for a bit, but that's a risk he's willing to take. He channels wind magic and dashes head-on toward the beast. Suddenly, we flash back. Young Hale flipping through a picture book. A memory clicks. The Emerald Turtle's double charge puts strain on its joints. After a full-force slam, it's momentarily paralyzed. This is the opening. He vaults into the air. Now's my chance. With that, he summons an enormous ice sphere, far larger than anyone watching could have expected. The panel watching from the academy is stunned, silent at the scale of his spell. Without missing a beat, Hale activates interference magic and releases a magic arrow straight into the sphere. It slices through the emeralds and punches right into the turtle's body. The beast topples unmoving. Breathing hard, sweat dripping, Hale checks his system watch. A new notification blinks. You have earned 1,000 points. He tightens his fist. Nice. Cut to the mansion of the magic god. where Hyan and Mr. Shin have been watching the fight unfold. Mr. Shin comments, "Sure, the Emerald Turtle's weak to ice, but still, how'd he do that with just 3 spheres?" Hyan replies, "No clue." But his judgment was on point. When food and survival are on the line, instincts kick in. Mr. Shin nods, impressed. "I didn't teach him that." Then Hyan asks, "Sir, why is your son so daring?" Thinking of Hale's siblings, he adds, "Compared to Jihan and Xia Checks, this feels reckless." Mr. Shin responds, "Every move he makes is planned." Back when magic use was restricted, Hyan was left out of family competitions. His status? Rock bottom. But that's changed. In just 2 months, he's not only grown stronger, he asked for protection from his siblings just to buy time, and now he's making noise to rise fast. Mr. Shin smiles. He's aiming to be noticed by everyone. With those 2 months of safety behind him, he must believe Jihan and the others can't touch him anymore. Back at the field, Hale sits by a fire, roasting turtle meat. The flames crackle softly as he tastes the rewards of victory, earned by the kind of boldness that few dare to follow. Night settled over the forest, and Hale had set up camp beneath a thick canopy of trees. He grilled quietly, letting the scent of roasted turtle drift through the air. With each bite, his thoughts drifted back to the survival training rules. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., no one was allowed to gather or even talk to others. He figured the restriction had a purpose. Making things too easy wouldn't help anyone grow. In some countries, outdoor training programs were even stricter than this. Maybe it was time the academy caught up. Still, at least they were allowed to bring magical tools this time around. Thanks to that, he was able to recover faster than usual. That alone was a blessing. With his belly full, he leaned back and let the calm wash over him. But then, he heard rustling. He turned his head, alert. Out from the bushes stepped none other than Sunshine and Adela. The 3 of them locked eyes, equally surprised. A little later, the trio sat around the fire, the scent of roasting beef now filling the space. Curious, Hale asked how the 2 of them ended up together. Adela explained casually that they'd been at it until just after 11. Sunshine jumped in to clarify. "We weren't fighting. She was beating me. Completely one-sided." Hale chuckled. "So the fight wrapped up at 11, and the smell of food dragged you here, huh?" Sunshine grinned, sharp as always. Then, putting on his best pleading expression, he added, "This smell is killing us. You planning to share?" Hale gave them a look and warned, "Keep your greedy eyes off my food." The 2 of them whined like hungry kids, arguing that food was meant to be shared. Eventually, he caved. They tore into the meal with excitement, celebrating like kids discovering candy for the first time. Between bites, they couldn't stop talking about how good it tasted. "This is amazing. Hale, you cooked this yourself?" Sunshine asked, wide-eyed. Hale couldn't help but feel a little proud. "So this is what Gordon Ramsay feels like after making a perfect dish," he mused. Just then, Adela paused mid-bite. She eyed the meat, curious. "Wait, this could be honey bear." She explained how honey bears, a type of bear monster found in the forest, had meat that tasted incredible when grilled. Hale shook his head. "Nope." Adela tilted her head. "There are only 2 monsters in this field you can safely eat, honey bear and emerald turtle. Everything else either poisons you or tastes like garbage." It hit her. Her eyes widened as she stared at Hale. "Wait, don't tell me. This is emerald turtle? Seriously?" Hale stayed cool and gave a simple nod. "Took one down earlier out west," he said. Sunshine immediately broke into a sweat. "Wait, you actually fought one?" "I've only seen emerald turtles online." They kept eating, but the questions kept coming. "Chew first, talk later," Hale said, not even looking up. But Adela wasn't done. "I've never heard of anyone under 5 circles taking one down," she said. "That's practically impossible." Hale stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "Then watch this." He struck a dramatic pose and shouted, "Burning trash." Instantly, a fiery tornado spun into existence above his hand. Flames roared, spiraling upward as 3 glowing magic circles appeared around him. Adela and Sunshine froze. Her voice shook. That looks like transformation magic, and it's easily 6 circle tier." Hale stood proud, the firelight dancing across his face. He didn't flinch, but inside he knew the truth. It was still only a 3rd circle spell, powered up with the master's help. Before he could dwell on it, Sunshine leaned in. "All right, I have to know. How'd you beat the turtle?" "You go for the head." Hale shook his head. "Nah, straight through the shell. They both stared, stunned. That wasn't just difficult. It was supposed to be flat out impossible. But Hale remained calm. It's true. The Academy drone caught everything. You'll see it after this is all over. He smirked, knowing full well he'd probably get to review the footage before anyone else. His confidence left him speechless. He dusted off his hands and said coolly, "Get ready. We've still got fights coming tomorrow." Sunchan and Adela wished him luck, their voices still dazed. Then Adela stepped forward with a soft smile. "I've got something to show, too." She raised her hand, and a wave of blue mana surged out, bathing half the forest in glowing light. The trees shimmered under the spell's aura, casting the dark woods into a magical glow. And just like that, day 2 of survival training quietly began. Elsewhere, at the control center, staff continued to monitor the field in silence. Only 2 hours remained. The survivor zone had narrowed. Just 4 students were still standing. Now the question on everyone's mind: who would come out on top? Morning breaks, and Hale strolls through the jungle with an easy pace. But in a flash, something cuts through the air with lightning speed. Instincts kicking in, he spots it from afar, sharp, deliberate. Without hesitation, he conjures a wind spear in defense. The next second, boom, a massive explosion erupts just above him. As the smoke clears, a figure steps out, eyes gleaming. "So we're back to the supernova phase, huh?" The stranger murmurs cryptically before launching himself off a tree branch at a blinding pace. He throws a punch, fast and fierce, but Hale slips past it with barely a breath to spare. The guy's speed is unreal. Before Hale can recover, a follow-up kick tears through the air. He ducks back smoothly, dodging it with a calm, calculated move. Dropping low into a crouched, spider-like stance, he grits his teeth. His mind races. That wind cutter, it was just bait. The real danger's up close. Suddenly, a roundhouse kick slices the air right where his head had been, missing by inches. This guy burst onto the scene, yelling Hale's name like Jackie Chan making a grand entrance. With a cocky grin, he said, "Tough luck running into me here." Hale recognized him right away, Sanwook, the close combat magician. The sudden surge of pressure coming off him was no joke. Sanwook had mastered Bodine Has brand magic and pushed it to its peak. Among second years, he was one of the best in martial arts, especially in tight-range combat. And now, he was standing right in front of Hale, ready to throw down. Hale didn't flinch. He slid into a defensive stance and shot back. I'd say, I got lucky. The tension snapped into place. A fight was inevitable. Hale knew this wasn't someone he could mess around with using experimental interference spells. So he adapted. If Sanwook wanted to brawl, he'd brawl. Channeling body enhancement magic, Hale gathered energy into his fist. Then he fired a punch, clean, fast, and loaded with power. Sanwook didn't back off. He actually looked more fired up. He thrived on head-on battles. To him, this was perfect. Back at Obelisk Academy, the observing panel monitored every move. They noted both fighters were using enhancement magic. That naturally gave Sanwook the edge. His movements were crisper than Shin's, and his recovery rate was unmatched. After all, he held the title of National Junior Enhancement Magic Champion. Still, they hadn't forgotten what Hale pulled off during the Emerald Turtle match. No one had been able to pin down his limits. On the battlefield, San struck first, punching straight at Hale. But Hale tilted his head and dodged with ease. That's when he caught something strange. San's eyes were glowing with a sinister light. Hale focused in. He could trace the mana swirling inside San's body. Just as San raised his fist and gathered mana in his arms, he suddenly feinted into a kick. The energy shifted instantly to his legs. Hale reacted quickly, throwing up a shield just in time. The kick landed. The impact nearly shattered the barrier. But Hale didn't stop there. He flipped the shield's energy and blasted it outward. It worked. Sin staggered back, clearly stunned. He'd never seen anyone weaponize a barrier like that before. A thought crept into his mind. Could this really be that legendary magician everyone thought had vanished? Sin wipes the sweat from his brow, breath heavy, heart racing, but a grin still playing on his lips. The fight was just getting good. He resets his stance. But Hale doesn't wait. He charges forward and hammers a fist straight at San's face. San braces. The blow lands, blood trailing from his lips, but he doesn't flinch. "I don't lose in close combat," he growls through clenched teeth. Hale keeps the pressure on. He channels a burst of mana into his fist and aims it at San's chest. Sin crosses his arms to take the hit. The impact booms through the arena. But Sin doesn't just take it. He counters right after. The sudden move stuns the onlookers. Even the panel's caught off guard. Hale steps back, eyes narrowing. That kind of response wasn't what he expected. The technique might have lacked finesse, but got the job done. And Hale knew, if he'd added fire magic to that punch, San's arms might have been wrecked. They clashed again. Hale threw another punch, but this time he pivoted mid-swing. Sin had guarded his chest, but Hale twisted, aimed higher, and grinned. Your armpits wide open. The punch connected. San's body trembled. A sharp pain stabbed through his ribs. They might be cracked, but he didn't fall. I'm a fighter, he said, standing tall. Pain doesn't stop me. He rushed in again. A fighter keeps going until the very end. Hale didn't move. He watched, studied the reckless stance, and muttered to himself, push your body like that, and it'll give out. But San didn't care. He launched another vicious kick. Hale slid around it effortlessly. You're burning out, he said calmly. San roared, throwing a flurry of desperate strikes. Hale waited for the right moment, then stepped in close and slammed an uppercut straight into San's chin. San's feet left the ground. He hit the floor hard. Silence blanketed the arena. Hale exhaled slowly. San didn't move at first. Then, inch by inch, he raised a hand in surrender. Even now, Hale noticed it. San had concentrated all his energy into his jaw, a last-ditch defense to soften the blow. Risky, but impressive. He's not just strong, Hale muttered. He's a fortress. A system alert flashed in front of him. 100 points earned. That sealed it. Sin wasn't just another challenger. The night grew darker. Tension rose. The crowd around them thinned. Only 3 contestants remained. Or so Hale thought. He blinked, checked the numbers again. Now just 2. That's when Adela stepped into view, her voice soft and words light. Good morning, she said with a smile. Lovely night, isn't it? Night has fallen, and the survival match is down to its final moments. Deep in the dense green forest, the circle closes in. Only 2 contestants remain. One of them, our protagonist, stands quietly, eyes locked ahead. His last opponent, Adela. Elsewhere, inside a towering building, a giant screen displays his face in real time. Watching closely are Jihan and Sia. No way, Sia breathes out, chewing her nails. How did he end up making it to the final round of a nationally broadcast academy test? Her frustration boils over. And we can't lay a finger on him. He's slipping further out of control. Panic creeps in. If this keeps up, Hale's going to rise again. He might even become a candidate for succession. No, I won't let that happen. Never. Jihan listens silently. She whirls toward him. Say something. He took down the emerald turtle by himself. On live broadcast. Not just online. Father definitely saw it. The whole family did. She slams her hand against the door, trembling with fury. Jihan finally speaks, voice low and measured. Sia. She turns to him, eyes wild. Calm down, he says again, but she's unraveling. Calm down? You expect me to calm down right now? She tries to vent more anger, but then Jihan's tone shifts. He repeats himself, firmer this time. I said calm down. Sia flinches. Her voice lowers, hands slowly dropping. Okay, I get it, she whispers. I won't say anything else. I don't want to be punished. At that word, punished, Jihan stands and steps toward her. The air grows tense. He speaks softly, but it only makes her shiver. Why would I ever punish my own sister? A faint smile plays on his lips. Shin's always been like this, always grabbing the spotlight. We're family, but if he keeps shaking the foundation, I won't just stand by. The feed shifts back to the battlefield. The ring has nearly closed in. Smoke billows in the distance. Adela has already fired a moonlight bullet. This time, you won't catch me off guard, she calls out. I've studied every one of your battles, over and over. Before, Hale had used the sunlight to his advantage. But now, bathed in moonlight, the tides have changed. Adela steps forward, a magic circle glowing beneath her feet. This ends now. I won't even give you a window to strike back. Surrounded by roaring red flames, Adela hurls massive blue spears toward Hale. The sheer power of the barrage hits him like a wave. One of the spears grazes his arm, drawing blood. It becomes clear. This is no ordinary moonlight bullet. It's a full-scale attack, far more intense than what she used in the midterm evaluation. Dodging them all is out of the question. With calm confidence, Adela speaks. Magic users who rely on control and technique are weak against raw, long-range attacks. She forms another attack with a sharp gesture. This is your weakness. I'll surpass your skill, your effort, everything. The spears explode on impact, creating a massive burst of energy. Hale braces himself, shocked by how quickly she's pressing the attack. But beneath the chaos, he's already deployed a barrier, steadying himself. Weakness or not, this is just brute force with a magic circle. Off to the side, Hale watches intently, wondering how the boy plans to respond. After all, not just anyone can afford to drain their resources like this in such a relentless assault. The boy strengthens his barrier, preparing for the next wave of spears. As expected of the Rhinold heir, his speed suddenly picks up. He mutters, barely audible. "Since when did you reach the fourth circle, Adela?" He'd been studying her technique closely. Hidden behind the smoke, he silently summons an ice needle. Adela feels it instantly. As expected, you noticed right away. A moment later, she adds with a sly grin, "I reached the fourth circle 4 days ago. And that's not all." The ice needle speeds toward her, but Adela doesn't flinch. She closes her eyes as it cuts through the air, aiming directly for her. With a cool, controlled tone, she says, "I won't fall for such obvious tricks again." With a swift, decisive motion, she unleashes a blast of thunderlight, shattering the ice needle midair. Hale is taken aback. She's using the heart's eye. It's not just the fourth circle. Adela has mastered the heart's eye, a secret mystic art passed down from her prestigious French bloodline. The heart's eye is an action-type mystic eye, like Kim's ruby eye or the Blue Tower Master's mystic vision. It allows her to see and react to the world in ways others can't. Now, Adela combines the sheer power of the Shimbui family's magic with the incredible detection ability of the Steert family. In short, she's a living monster. Adela raises 3 magic circles. Then 5. "I'm not dumb enough to hold back against you," she declares. "When do you plan to reveal the spell you used to take down the Emerald Turtle?" The spears tear through the air once again, relentless and sharp. The boy intercepts them with ease, casually replying, "Ah, I was just about to show it." In that instant, he catches it, Adela's mystic eye and the inner workings of her moonlight bullets. Mana from light, dark, and water attributes fused together, cast 12 times in tandem. The structure is no accident. It's based on a shielding Paraline formula, with the energy tightly focused through the inverted helix of the Fredania equation. The outcome? Interference. The spears twist midair, their paths warping unnaturally. Adela stares in disbelief. They curved off course? "What did you do?" He stands tall now, no longer on the defensive, a calm confidence radiating from him. With a sly grin, he strikes a relaxed pose. "Well, from your point of view, what do you think I did?" He tilts his head slightly. "Were you able to see it with that heart's eye of yours?" Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Mystic Council mansion, where 2 men, Shin Inhyuk and Wai Sankiol, watched the battle unfold from afar. Still processing what he'd seen, Sankiol turned to Inhyuk, baffled. "What kind of spell lets you twist another attack's path like that?" Inhyuk shook his head. "I couldn't tell you," he admitted. When Sankiol asked if Hale had explained anything beforehand, Inhyuk said nothing had been mentioned. That answer visibly surprised Sankiol. He didn't say a word? That's not like him. Inhyuk sighed, eyes fixed on the ongoing duel. "He's changed this past year," he said quietly. "Keeps more to himself now." Sankiol slowly nodded, finally seeing the shift in Hale's demeanor for himself. "I guess it's true. Sometimes you need to leave home to grow." He reflected on the midterm evaluations and confessed, "Back then, I honestly thought he just got lucky. Felt bad even thinking it, but I figured he'd peak early and disappear." Inhyuk gave a small nod of agreement. Hale was always a little out of place. That's what made him different. Back in the fight, Hale and Adela continued exchanging powerful blows, but the conversation didn't stop. Hale admitted that his previous win-over hadn't come from superior strength. It was all strategy. He knew that once people studied his tactics, they'd catch on, and his edge would fade. In the council mansion, Inhyuk agreed, noting Adela's sharp, analytical mind. Sankiol, watching with pride, added that his daughter was one of the best when it came to dissecting and adapting in battle. But in that moment, even he had to admit, he'd clearly underestimated Hale. Their clash reached its peak, energy flaring wildly as neither held back. Blow after blow lit up the battlefield, each refusing to yield an inch. From the sidelines, Adela's father spoke with rare softness, his gaze steady on the fight. He admitted that, in truth, he was grateful to Hale. He recalled the days when his daughter had lost her drive, when nothing seemed to ignite that spark in her. But now, her eyes were alive again, burning with purpose. He was sincerely thankful that Hale's return had helped rekindle that fire in her. In-hyuk nodded in quiet agreement. "That's something worth being thankful for," he said. Then, the arena echoed with a loud announcement. The battle survival round was officially over. All participants were to stop immediately. Hale slowly rose to his feet, his uniform soaked through with sweat. He stood there, chest heaving, staring across the field at Adela. She wiped her forehead with a sleeve, breathing just as hard. "If I had even a few more seconds," Hale said, flashing a crooked grin, "you'd be the one lying down." Adela scoffed, flicking back strands of damp hair. "Get real. I had you beat, and we both know it. So does everyone watching." Their eyes locked again, the air between them heavy with unresolved tension. But before it could go any further, a loud voice snapped through the charged silence. "All right, enough already. Both of you, get over here." And just like that, the moment broke, and the scene shifted. The next day, Adela stepped out and wasted no time. "By the way," she started, "I was clearly winning yesterday." Hale didn't even let her finish. "Let it go," he interrupted, waving her off. "As usual, I had things under control." She scowled, mentally replaying the match. What fight was he even watching? She wondered in frustration. Out loud, she shot back, "I was this close to cracking your technique. Just 5 more minutes, and it would have been over." Hale shrugged casually. "And in 5 more minutes, your mind would have burned out. You'd have collapsed right there." Neither was willing to concede, and the rivalry was far from over. While the two were still caught up in their back and forth, Soon-chan, who'd been crouched nearby, suddenly cut in with a flat voice. "If you're going to keep arguing, take it somewhere else. Fighting in my room is a nightmare to clean up." Immediately, both Hale and Adela shot back in unison. 26th eliminated. As if that alone ended any debate. Soon-chan stood up with a defeated sigh. "This is my room, you know," he whined. "I just wanted to watch the battle survival replay with you guys. I even got pizza fries and drinks ready, and now you're killing the vibe." He flopped down dramatically, eyes glistening like he was about to cry. Hale didn't miss a beat. "You're blocking the screen. Move." Then he added, completely serious, "We're watching from the very beginning, every second of it, even if it's 14 hours long." As the footage rolled, the hours slipped by. Eventually, Soon-chan dozed off, curled up in the corner, while Hale and Adela stayed locked in, still watching with full focus. At one point, Soon-chan mumbled something in his sleep. "She really is an analysis monster." Hale glanced over at Adela, who was now quietly laughing to herself. "What's so funny?" he asked. Instead of answering right away, she gently picked up a blanket and tucked it around Soon-chan. "Watching all 14 hours of this actually turned out to be kind of fun," she said, still smiling. Hale shifted in his seat, shooting her a sideways look. "Honestly, I figured you'd get bored halfway through and bail." She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she adjusted the blanket a little more, her smile lingering. "You've got some really good friends, Hale." Her words settled over the room like a warm breeze, softening the atmosphere. For a brief moment, the usual edge between them faded. The night felt calm. Sometime later, the mood turned more reflective. She looked down, her expression shadowed with regret. "You guys almost seem too good to be real," she said quietly. "One of you even became a real friend." The hero tilted his head, puzzled. "Why do you sound so down all of a sudden?" She hesitated, then admitted, "I spent a whole year pretending I didn't know the truth. I kept my distance, clinging to something I didn't even understand. Looking back, I think I made the wrong call. I'm sorry." He didn't even blink. "You don't have to apologize," he said firmly. "I saw the signs, and I still chose to stay away. That was on me." Then he added with a faint grin, "Truth is, I kept my distance from that guy too at first." Out of nowhere, Soon-chan suddenly sat upright. "Wait, was that for real?" he asked, blinking like he just snapped out of a dream. She turned to him, startled. "You were awake this whole time?" The hero smirked without looking away. "Yeah, he's been awake for a while now." His tone shifted then, more grounded, more certain. "I've gone back to who I was a year ago," he said, "but this time I got power in my hands. Real power. And comrades I can count on." Both of them stared at him, caught off guard. He took a step forward, his expression unreadable. "There's something I want to show you." As he rose to his feet, a strange magic began to radiate from him. It started at his core and spread outwards, waves of vivid blue energy rippling through the air. It looked like streaks of pure light bursting in all directions, painting the space with brilliance. She gasped. This is it. Sunshin's eyes went wide. No way. That's not possible. But the hero didn't stop. With one hand raised, he walked forward, the magic flowing from his palm and expanding until the entire space around them glowed with overwhelming light. Bright, blinding, and impossibly beautiful. That's right, the hero said, and their expressions froze in disbelief. Without hesitation, he lifted his glowing hand, blue energy swirling around his fingertips. This is my magic, he declared. Sunshin's eyes widened even more. Wait, does that mean your alteration magic can mess with someone else's spell? The hero touched his cheek casually. Exactly, and I've also got mystic eyes that let me see spell formulas. Both of them went silent for a beat, stunned. The girl finally found her voice. So that's how you saw my secret magic? He nodded. Family techniques usually stay hidden, but I was able to figure yours out. I've seen enough up close. He moved to the center of the hall, arms spread as if presenting his whole journey. I had to study every detail to make it work. She stepped forward. Then, when you broke through the emerald turtle's shell, that was alteration magic too? Exactly, he confirmed. I weakened the shell by interfering with a magical structure that held it together. That thing's body was basically just magic in solid form. Sunshan threw up his hands. You're seriously a monster. The hero grinned. And now you know why I didn't need to explain the moonlight bullet thing. The girl's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If interference magic only works when you fully understand the opponent's spell, then it wasn't that you didn't use it in the beginning. You just couldn't yet. The hero gave her a nod of approval. Smart. You kept using moonlight bullets, which made it easier for me to analyze your mana. If you'd mixed in other spells, it would have been a lot tougher. She sank down, closing her eyes. So sticking to one spell type was my biggest mistake. Does this kind of magic have any weaknesses? The hero leaned back slightly, watching the shimmering traces of his spell fading into the air. Mana analysis isn't simple, he said, scratching the back of his neck. I can only interfere with spells that get really close, almost brushing past me. His expression grew serious. And in an actual fight, you don't get time to break things down. You react on instinct. He raised one hand, gesturing lightly. If I'm lucky, I can shift a spell's path, just a bit. She looked at him with curiosity. So, is it even possible to completely turn a spell around? Like a full 180 and send it right back? He shook his head. Not in a real fight. The timing's just too tight for that. Still, she said with a shrug, it's already ridiculously strong. Before either could say more, Sunshan suddenly shouted from behind. Hold up. Why are you acting like this insane spell is no big deal? He marched over and clapped a hand on the hero's shoulder, clearly overwhelmed. The hero looked at him and simply said, You don't get it. The girl cut in two, echoing the same thing. You really have no idea. Now totally lost, Sunshan blinked. What are you two even talking about? They answered in sync, the Olympiad. Sunshan froze. Wait, what? The hero turned to face them both. I'm taking you two with me to the competition. Still stunned, Sunshan looked at the girl. Did our hero just say that? He raised a hand as if to speak, hesitating, until the hero gave him a nod. Go on. Sunshan exhaled. I mean, it makes sense for Adela to go. But me? There's no way I've got the skill to pull off something like that. He went on, explaining how third years had 7 classes, and just getting a spot in the academy lineup was already hard enough. Even second years had a slim shot. But the hero cut him off with calm certainty. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're in. The girl nodded thoughtfully. With all the restrictions in place, interference magic would be a total wild card. The next battle was a tiebreaker, a siege-style match where teams had to protect their own magic stone while firing cannons at the enemies and attempting to steal their flag. As the hero stepped forward, he confirmed it. In that kind of match, my magic is practically cheating. The girl raised an eyebrow. Do you have any abilities you're not telling us about? He paused for a beat, then replied, Of course I do. The scene shifted to a quiet library. The hero stood before a book, one hand resting on its cover. As energy flowed into it, he thought to himself, It's ready. A magical space opened, and he stepped inside. Waiting there was Mimir, who looked up and greeted him. You're late, she teased. Don't tell me you didn't come in first. He smirked. Obviously I did. The emerald turtle points were just misleading. Then, with a spark in his eyes, he reminded her, Don't forget, I've still got a gold medal to win at the Olympiad. She paused, thinking back. Wait, Did you actually tell them everything? About the Olympiad? And your interference magic too? He nodded. Yeah, I did. She gave him a disapproving look. You said you'd wait until you'd fully mastered it before saying anything. It felt like the right moment, he replied, shrugging. She looked at him, half skeptical. So, you've really mastered it? He didn't say anything, just gave a small, confident nod. Her eyes widened. That's amazing. With the same calm confidence, he turned to her. Then let's get to work. Find me everything on the realm of destruction and something called Third Circle Bastard Destruction. It's time I stepped into that. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He picked it up. It was the Tower Lord on the line. I saw the footage, he said, voice sharp with interest. You took down the Emerald Land Turtle alone. The hero replied modestly. I got lucky. The Tower Lord didn't buy it. You were holding your own against Adela, and she's reached the fourth circle. And I saw what happened during that moonlight spell, how it veered off course. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion, but it wasn't, was it? The hero hesitated, then said politely, I'm sorry. I can't explain that. There was a beat of silence. Then the Tower Lord chuckled softly. Fair enough. A mage has the right to guard his own secrets. That answer caught the hero off guard for a moment. But before he could say anything else, the Tower Lord continued. I'll figure out eventually. Still, well done. Then his tone shifted. By the way, the elemental mannerite artifact you asked for? It's ready. He paused, then said, now it's time to get serious. The hero blinked in surprise, asking if maybe everyone was just getting a little too carried away and suggesting they take it down a notch. But the Tower Lord laughed it off, saying that everyone at the tower was a craftsman through and through, unable to resist the excitement of a fresh mana stone. The hero thought to himself that, just as he figured, these people were probably working themselves to the bone purely out of love for their craft. On the other end of the call, the Tower Lord told him not to worry about the aircraft and cheerfully thanked him, saying he was looking forward to what was coming. But just as the call was about to end, he suddenly stopped. The hero raised a brow. He had a favor to ask. The Tower Lord asked if this had something to do with the Langsmith incident and possible compensation. The hero shook his head, explaining that it would all come down to how the Tower Master wanted to see it. The Tower Lord seemed intrigued, curious about what kind of pitch he was about to hear this time, and told him to go ahead. The hero laid it out. He wanted the Artifact Craftsman room from the Blue Magic Tower assigned as the engineering team for the national squad at this year's Olympics. That's when Mimir cut in, stunned, asking if he really intended to go up against a Fifth Circle mage. The hero admitted that it was a condition set by the Blue Tower Master and, with a hint of regret, confessed that maybe he hadn't thought it all the way through. The Tower Lord echoed the request, asking if he truly wanted their artisans to act as the official engineers for the Olympiad. The hero confirmed it. At first, the Tower Lord flatly refused. The hero stood frozen, thinking maybe he really had asked for too much. But then, the Tower Lord continued. If Hale could win a one-on-one match against a Fifth Circle mage, then they'd talk. That caught the hero off guard. He softly repeated the condition. The Tower Lord reminded him that 2 of the foreign competitors this year were Fifth Circle mages. He made it clear he wasn't questioning Hale's skills, but explained that deploying their tower's craftsmen was an enormous financial burden, too big a decision to make based on pride alone. The hero stared at his phone, absorbing the weight of what had just been laid out. The Tower Lord ended by saying he needed clear proof that Hale could actually take gold at the Olympiad. Mimir wanted to know what the plan was, saying that from her point of view, taking down a Fifth Circle mage as the grand successor sounded nearly impossible. The hero responded that he'd secured a 10-day grace period. She asked if he was planning to come up with a counter in that short time and finish the match with it. He told her that with a proper countermeasure, pulling off a win wasn't completely out of reach. Still, Mimir cautioned him. Mastering anything in just 10 days wouldn't be easy. She asked if it was really worth going this far, just for the Blue Magic Tower support. Without hesitation, the hero said yes. Without them, nothing else would matter. He explained that the only people in the country who could fine-tune and modify Olympiad-approved artifacts were at the Blue Magic Tower. Mimir remarked that the place must be on another level. The hero thought about how there was a solid 10% performance gap between standard artifacts and those made by the Blue Tower. More critically, they were currently the only ones who could handle element mana light artifacts. Mimir then asked if that performance difference really had a big impact on tournament outcomes. When he confirmed it did, she agreed they definitely needed the Blue Tower's backing. She quickly changed the topic, asking when they were heading to the 3rd trial page, urging him to hurry. The hero said he wanted to read through all the books she'd prepared before diving in. She smiled, saying that was the perfect attitude. Before he left, she told him to pass along a message when he reached the third trial room. Just a simple, "She's doing fine." Curious, he asked if she knew someone there, but she grinned and said it was a secret. It wouldn't be fun if he found out now. The scene shifted to a grand and stately building, buzzing with energy. An announcement echoed through the air, welcoming esteemed guests to the Motto Shurna Group's grand celebration and inviting everyone to enjoy themselves. In the crowd, someone pointed out the obvious, that the president had arrived, and at this point, he was all but confirmed as the next head of the Motto Shurna family. The president responded with a smile, brushing off the praise and saying he was just lucky that everything he had was thanks to the people around him. He added that the future of the Motto Shurna Group looked nothing short of brilliant. Of course, and to top it all off, the youngest master had started making waves again, only adding fuel to the crowd's excitement. The president looked on, eyes burning with rage. Then someone wearing a green tie stepped forward from the group and said everyone had seen it for themselves. Who would have thought Hale could defeat the Emerald Turtle solo? He laughed, saying once a genius, always a genius, and asked if anyone there could honestly deny it. Right then, another man raised his glass of red wine and joined in, bringing up Hale's fight against Adela, who had already advanced to the fourth circle. He explained that Hale managed to hold his own against the secret moon element magic, a technique passed down in the Divine Guard family. It was no small feat, he said after watching that match. No one in their right mind could call Hale an AI fluke anymore. If his face had been hidden, people would have assumed it was a battle between veteran adult mages. He said he couldn't wait to see Hale at the Olympiad, and someone nearby echoed the same. Rumor had it, even the family head was extremely satisfied with Hale's recent achievements. Just then, someone yelled Hale's name above the noise, and the president's expression darkened as he quietly slipped out of the spotlight. Inwardly, he fumed. If things kept going this way, his little brother might actually be named Heir. The room was getting too loud, people showing off fire magic like it was some kind of stage act. He hated all of it. Grinding his teeth, he muttered under his breath that everyone was talking too freely and that kid was getting too full of himself. With clenched fists, he admitted the truth. There was no one he despised more than Shin Hale. Just when he thought he'd finally pushed him out of the picture, Hale was clawing his way right back to the top. Back at the gathering, the boy in the green tie glanced around and asked where the president had gone. When had he slipped away? The moment the question left his mouth, someone nearby dropped their wine glass. It hit the floor and shattered, sending a ripple of silence through the group. Meanwhile, the president was already storming toward the exit, fury etched across his face. He muttered to himself that this was all wrong. This couldn't be happening. Out on the terrace, standing alone with the city lights stretching out in front of him, he whispered the one thought that had taken root in the darkest corner of his mind. That guy has to die. The scene shifted to a quiet, expansive hall. The hero sat alone, surrounded by towering piles of books, flipping through one with focused intent. As his eyes paused on a particular page, they widened slightly. Then, without another word, he shut the book and said, simply, "Good." Mimir, who had been waiting nearby, walked over and asked if he was finished. He gave a nod and looked around, confirming that this was everything. Mimir told him he'd now read through all the material on destruction. With a hint of curiosity, she asked if his understanding had deepened. But the hero answered plainly, no, it hadn't. She raised an eyebrow and asked if at least the vague parts had become clearer. He replied that he could at least start to see the structure. She reassured him that being confused was perfectly normal. Trying to understand destruction was like telling someone without wings to just flap and fly. It didn't make sense until the right conditions were in place. The hero let out a soft sigh, glancing at a complicated sketch in one of the books, and gave a small, defeated meow. The drawings were rough, he admitted, but he felt like he had a grasp on the general concept. Mimir muttered something under her breath about her magnum opus, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, the hero was silently thinking about the conditions she mentioned. He came to a realization. If he wanted to meet those conditions, he'd have to go into the page of the third trial. Mimir confirmed it. That's where he'd find the answers he was searching for. Still uncertain, the hero asked if the person she told him to pass greetings to was the same one who would be teaching him about destruction. She smiled and told him that if he really wanted to know, he'd just have to enter and find out for himself. After all, he'd already finished the readings. Not quite satisfied, The hero asked if there was some kind of rule that kept her from speaking about the third trial. But Mimir shook her head. It wasn't a restriction, just a promise, one made between the two of them. She repeated that same quiet line again, like it held a memory too heavy to share. Just then, the book holding the third trial page sprang open in front of him. The hero reached out, resting his hand on it as he asked what kind of promise could bind her to such total silence. But before Mimir could answer, his fingers made contact with the page, and everything around him vanished. A bright moon beamed down from above as he slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight around him. Towering trees stretched endlessly into the sky. This was no normal forest. He muttered to himself that this place was something else entirely, trying to make sense of where he'd landed. Mimir's voice echoed faintly, like it was reaching from a great distance. She said it felt like another strange pocket space, much like before, but this time there was no guide, and she couldn't hear her master's voice at all. The hero frowned and whispered, "No way," before he began making his way through the dense jungle. He wondered aloud if the entire forest was the trial itself. The thought seemed absurd, yet the longer he walked, the more likely it felt. He shook his head, remarking that master magic really did go beyond anything imaginable. He'd been walking and walking, yet there was still no end in sight. Eventually, he reached a river and stopped, trying to guess what kind of challenge this trial could be. But before he could figure out, the ground trembled beneath his feet. At first, it felt like an earthquake, but then he noticed something different. It wasn't the earth. It was a presence. Something was watching him. His eyes snapped toward a towering shape between the trees. A reptile. But not just any reptile, one so massive it seemed unreal. He stared in disbelief. It was right there in front of him, yet he hadn't noticed it until now. The creature took a step forward, and the ground shook with each thunderous movement. The hero instinctively backed up, only to slip and fall into the lake behind him. He resurfaced with a loud splash, gasping for air, eyes locked on the beast closing in. Its slit-pupiled eyes gleamed beneath the moonlight. Thick, armored scales lined its body, and its claws and fangs shimmered like blades forged for war. It looked like a nightmare come to life. There was no mistaking it. A rank-exempt, disaster-class drake, standing right in front of him. Mana flared beneath him as the hero struggled to lift himself into the air, just barely hovering above the water's surface. He whispered under his breath that he always thought creatures like this were just legends. But now, face to face with one, he realized this was his trial. The objective was to defeat it. The idea alone was laughable. Every breath the drake took distorted the air, warping the mana around him like ripples in a storm. Suspended above the lake, the hero could only acknowledge one thing. This monster wasn't just powerful. It existed in a realm entirely above anything he'd ever faced. To the drake, he wasn't a threat. He wasn't even a person. Just raw mana, ripe for the taking. A prize. A meal. He clenched his fists and forced himself upright. But the moment he tried to move, the drake's eyes locked onto him with an animalistic glare that froze him to the core. It was impossible. No matter how fast he could react, there was no outrunning it. Worse still, his body refused to respond at all. If it charged now, that would be the end. Paralyzed, he stared into the eyes of something that only knew how to destroy. But then something fell off. The drake hadn't moved. He blinked, confused. Why wasn't it attacking? Something was stopping it. Something invisible, but real. Then a voice rang out. The sound of heels, lightly tapping against the forest floor, cut through the tension. A figure emerged, confident, poised, her every step graceful and deliberate. She approached without fear, eyes fixed on the hero. Even when faced with a creature far beyond your limits, she said, "You didn't let despair take over." Your will was unwavering, like steel. Calm in the face of overwhelming power, she added, and with a small, deliberate wave of her hand, told him he had passed. She added that his body should now respond freely. Still reeling, the hero turned toward her, stunned, and asked who she was. She smiled gently. "Alina," she said. "Alina Greenwood, once known as the Guardian of the Forest. A grand mage, and an old friend of Ray." He froze the moment he heard her name. It hit him like a crashing wave. A dryad? That couldn't be right. But before he could voice his disbelief, she calmly turned toward the towering drake and said they needed to drive it away first. He gave a slow nod, then addressed the beast with an odd, commanding grace. He praised its restraint and, especially for sparing her garden, granted it forgiveness. His words sounded like an order given to an old, fallen noble, urging the creature to quietly return to its rightful place in the woods. The hero stood there, stunned, heart hammering. She lifted her hand and summoned a radiant sphere of golden magic. Power surged through the clearing, as if the forest itself had awakened in response. Facing the drake without flinching, she accused it of being blinded by desire, of daring to step into her realm. The hero could hardly breathe as he watched her spell stretch outward, the trees around them softly thrumming with energy, all echoing her presence, acknowledging her as their sovereign. She told the drake that if it couldn't grasp her words, it would vanish into the void of the Forsaken. Just as her final syllable left her lips, the drake lunged, but before it got far, thick brambles lashed out and bounded in midair. The attack was swift and silent, a blur that ended with the beast suspended and helpless. The hero could only stare, speechless, trying to comprehend the spell she had cast. A thin gash now marked the drake's body. As it neared the lake once more, she gave it a last command. "One warning," she said. "Leave." The drake paused, then slowly slinked back into the woods. The hero remained frozen, realizing the creature's wounds were already gone. It was truly a disaster-class being, and yet she had faced it as if it were nothing. Who was she? She turned to him and asked if he was all right. He gave a quick nod and muttered a shaky thanks. But before he could say more, she gently cut him off, saying he must be in shock. With that, she motioned for him to follow and began walking into the forest. Eventually, they came upon a quiet little home nestled beneath the towering trees. The scene shifted again. They were now seated at a wooden table. She placed a steaming cup of herbal tea in front of him and explained that it was a blend Ray used to love. It would help settle his nerves, she said. He thanked her politely, but the moment he took a sip, he froze. Warmth spread through his chest, and it felt like a thick fog had suddenly lifted from his mind. He took another sip. She asked if it was to his liking. With a smile, he said it was the best tea he'd ever tasted. She gave a small nod, visibly relieved, and asked if he felt any more at ease. Lowering the cup, he admitted he felt a little embarrassed by how he'd reacted earlier. But she dismissed his worry, saying there was no need for shame. Instead, she praised him for standing his ground against such a threat. He hesitated, then asked her if that creature had really been a drake, because he'd been completely paralyzed in its presence. She confirmed it was, and explained that while drakes usually avoided her domain, this time had been different. The pure, dense mana he carried must have lured it in. To a drake, she said, "You probably looked like a rare delicacy." Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she asked if he had any more questions. Still overwhelmed, he asked if they were really still inside Idard's book. Everything felt far too vivid, too real for a simple trial page. He recalled how it had taken them almost 15 minutes to walk from the clearing to her home, and how vast this forest seemed. Compared to the earlier trial pages, it felt like another world entirely. She smiled gently and answered with ease. This space, she said, stretched from page 214 to 232 of Idard's book. It was the third trial page. He blinked in surprise at the specificity of her answer, then suddenly stood. He asked if the drake had just been another illusion crafted by magic. She looked at him with a curious glint and replied, "Who knows? It's not real, but it's not fake either." Perplexed, he asked what that was supposed to mean. She explained that everything they saw was created from memories, records of the past written into Idard's book. This was a replica of the Greenwood Forest as it once was. Maybe calling a copied world would make more sense, she mused. Not truly real, but not entirely false either. Still trying to process everything, the hero repeated her words, stunned. They had recreated an entire world exactly as it had once existed and sealed it inside Idard's book? How was that even possible? She admitted she didn't really know the full workings of it. Only Ray, or someone who inherited Ray's magic, could truly understand such a feat then. Almost casually, she added that one day, that person would be him. Once he reached Ray's level, it would all become clear. That took him aback, but he pressed on, asking why their master would go through all the trouble of creating a place like this. She answered plainly, it was meant to pass down a specific kind of magic. His curiosity spiked, and with a tense edge to his voice, he asked what kind of magic she was talking about. For a brief moment, her expression darkened. Then she replied, it was the magic of Bytenia, refined to the level of a third circle master. A powerful and dangerous art, crucial for mastering destruction. It was the ability to perceive the very essence of magic itself, what they called the divine eyes. Eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, brilliant in gold. The hero could barely grasp what he was hearing. In a hushed voice, he called it what it was, the mystic eye of the Baitenor style, the divine eye. She gave a small nod and confirmed it, though she admitted her own divine eye wasn't complete. Only Ray, and the one meant to carry on his legacy, could truly master it. She explained that Ray had entrusted her with the task of awakening that power within the hero. Her presence here, she said, was nothing more than a remnant, an imprint placed in this space for that very reason. The scene shifted. Now, a sleek car cruised down a wide road in front of a towering building. Inside, Manhwa sat calmly and requested an update. The man beside him started with the subject they had previously discussed. He said that there had been little response. Young Master Hale had drawn barely any attention. Manhwa raised an eyebrow and noted that even Lady Sea's indifference was unexpected. Apparently, the head of the family had influenced them both. She, too, had pulled back, though he doubted she would completely leave Hale unguarded. More likely, she was simply treading carefully, knowing Minhyuk's shadows were already keeping watch. Minhyuk then asked about Jihan. The report was similar. Young Master Jihan was a little guarded, but nothing more. Even the recent gathering he hosted hadn't raised any red flags. Minhyuk acknowledged the details, commenting that both of them had clearly learned to keep personal emotions out of their roles. Still, he ordered full surveillance to continue until the protection period expired. The man confirmed, noting that he had already blocked the sound for this conversation. It involved classified intel. Minhyuk nodded and gestured for the next report. This one concerned possible ties between certain family members and the Black Magic Tower. So far, they had investigated 32 individuals, including several elders who were openly displeased about Hale's return and senior executives from related companies. Minhyuk looked over, eyebrows raised, as the man went on. The tower itself seemed clean. But before he could say more, Minhyuk interrupted. Just because the tower appeared untouched didn't mean the rot wasn't somewhere else. He agreed. Out of the 32, 5 had backgrounds that stood out, too suspicious to ignore. If this had gone on any longer, it could have drawn attention from the hyenas. Minhyuk narrowed his eyes and said he'd take care of those individuals himself. The scene shifted once more, returning to the hero and Elena. She stood, arms outstretched, and announced that they would now begin his training in the Divine Eye. The hero didn't flinch. He told her to push him as hard as she could. She smiled, clearly amused, and said that as Nakariai's heir, he really was cut from the same cloth. She instructed him to close his eyes, and when he did so without hesitation, she praised him. Then she began slowly channeling mana into his body, careful and precise, as she started to explain the foundation of the Divine Eye. Normally, she said, access to knowledge about the Divine Eye only came after one reached the 4th circle. For most, the only way to learn about it was by digging through scattered scrolls and ancient books. Hearing that, the hero repeated the words 4th circle to himself. He thought about it. Neither Idard's tome nor Mimir's tome had ever mentioned anything about the Divine Eye. So it was true. The knowledge was locked away until a mage hit that level. He then asked if the other book she referred to as Mimir's tome. She looked genuinely surprised and asked if he knew about it. He replied with confidence. Of course he did. He even added that he'd received a message from Mimir himself. That moment came back to him vividly. Mimir's voice, delivering a private message meant to be remembered once he reached the 3rd trial page. He called her name, and she responded softly with an apology. He felt a subtle tremor in her mana and wondered if he'd touched on something he shouldn't have. She placed her hand gently on his back and quietly acknowledged that he'd met Mimir. That was good, she said, comforting even, but she suggested they set that topic aside for now and return their focus to the Divine Eye. She went on to say that the reason this magic was revealed only at the 4th circle wasn't because of some hidden rule or ancient restriction. It was simply due to her being tied to the 3rd trial page of Idard's tome. He blinked in confusion and asked if that meant she was part of the book itself. Elena nodded with a smile. Ray had placed her there and tasked her with explaining everything. She chuckled, adding that there were limits to how much information could be packed into the tome, and Ray had a way of pushing people to their edge. The hero thought back to something Mimir had said. How just the creation of the trial page and the successor verification spell had required so much power that they couldn't contain everything in one book. That was why Idard's tome only held the essentials, and the rest had been compiled separately. into Mimir's tome. As Elena's magic settled, she finally stepped back and, with quiet certainty, told him it was time. "Open your eyes," she said. The hero did so slowly, and instantly sensed something had changed. His eyes darted around, unsettled. Elena's mana was now fully entwined with his infinity circle. The connection was flawless, so smooth he couldn't even tell where her energy ended and his began. Looking around in confusion, he told her something felt off. Elena gave a small nod and said, "Strange, isn't it?" Then she revealed what she'd done. She had blocked his optic nerves using mana. His eyes went wide. "You cut off my vision?" he asked, stunned. She remained calm. "This was just the beginning," she explained. "The divine, I wasn't part of the 5 senses he relied on. It was something else entirely, a 6th sense. To awaken it, all his other senses needed to be erased." She placed a firm hand on his shoulder and continued. "Soon, touch, smell, and taste would vanish too. Even sound would fade until nothing remained." He stood frozen as it all started to happen. The feeling in his fingers disappeared. The scent of the forest was gone. No more warmth, no more sound, only silence and stillness. He whispered in disbelief, "It's real. Everything's gone." Elena gave him a gentle smile, and in a solemn voice, heavy with meaning, she said, "Welcome to the world of death." She stood in silence, simply watching as the stillness around her thickened. The very air felt heavy with thought. Meanwhile, the hero was adrift in a world stripped of every sense. Sight, sound, touch gone. He couldn't tell if he was standing, sitting, or floating in a void. Without smell or taste, it felt like his body no longer had any link to the world outside. A chilling question crept in. Was his body even working anymore? Or worse, was he still alive? The fear that rose inside him wasn't just panic. It was something far deeper. This wasn't blindness, nor darkness. It was absolute nothingness, an overwhelming solitude that drowned everything in silence and absence. He muttered that this felt like hell. And Elena, watching quietly, agreed. But she reminded him it was still just training. He remembered then what she'd once told him, that the 6th sense, the ability to perceive mana, was completely separate from the 5 physical senses. That thought sparked something in him. Maybe, even here, in this void, he could still see mana. With that hope, he shut his eyes, not physically, but in his mind, and focused. He let go of everything else and tried to grasp the flow of mana, pouring all of his concentration into that single purpose. As the scene shifted, focus returned to Elena. She now looked down at his still form on the ground. Silently, she reflected on what he was enduring. Losing all senses, sight, sound, feeling, was more than disorienting. It was mentally shattering. Most couldn't last even a minute before panic set in. By the second minute, their thoughts turned toward death. By the third, many would rather end it than continue. That was the harsh truth of the sensory sealing spell, and she knew it better than anyone. Originally, she had only planned to let him feel it for a few moments before releasing him, just enough to understand it. But now, she stood there, watching as he endured it far longer than expected. She remembered her own path, how she had to train slowly, step by painful step, to adapt to this very spell. But him, he had already passed the 3-minute mark, and he was still holding on. It was more than she had hoped for. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence. He spoke clearly, saying the forest was resonating with her mana. The moment she heard that, she knew they could proceed as planned. Elena was astonished. 20 full minutes had passed, yet his breathing remained steady, and his mana circle was perfectly stable. He was focused, composed. Truly, this was the one chosen by Idard's library. Deep down, Ray must have known he could endure the seal. When he called her name and asked her to lift it, she gave a small nod and released the spell. He inhaled sharply, gasping, saying he could finally breathe again. She looked at him, worry flickering in her gaze, and asked how he had moved so easily, how he'd survived something so terrifying. He admitted it had been horrifying, every second of it, but he had forced himself to believe he was safe. Over and over, he repeated it in his mind, using that belief to smother his fear and concentrate on seeing mana. Elena frowned slightly. The kind of fear, she said, couldn't be overcome just by telling yourself it's not real. He nodded in agreement. He had almost given up. Even though he knew it was only training, his body refused to respond until it accepted that truth. The darkness felt endless, the despair unbearable. But just as his focus began to crack, a memory rose. He remembered a day from a year ago, the moment he discovered he wasn't compatible with AI magic, when his family rejected him and his own father cast him aside. That day, he lost everything. That had been real despair. Compared to that, this was nothing. He held on to that thought, and it carried him through. Outside the room, near the trees, Elena whispered softly that the sensory seal really was better. He nodded. Just another trial, he said, on the path forward. She looked at him, ready to ask how far he'd come to reach this point. But before she could, he smiled and said he was all right now. The past was behind him. His voice was lighter, even a little excited, as he spoke about carving his own path, one that belonged only to him. Elena's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't help it. Her thoughts drifted to Ray. But when the hero called her name and thanked her, she quickly wiped them away. He told her that in the sealed darkness, he had felt her mana. It had been calm, gentle. It was that gentleness, he said, that helped him stay centered. Elena blinked, caught off guard by that word, gentle. She hadn't expected to hear it again. Not since Ray. The scene shifted once more, the quiet stillness of the house wrapping around them as they sat together, sipping green tea. The hero leaned back slightly and said he kept drifting between memories of the tome and the present moment. Elena offered a gentle smile. She said it was good to hear that Mimir was doing well, and thanked him. It was all thanks to him, she added. He quickly waved it off, saying he'd only passed along the message. But Elena tilted her head and said that if he had truly met Mimir, then he must have heard something about her and about Greenwood Forest. The hero shook his head. No, Mimir hadn't said a word. He explained it was part of a promise, a silence he had to keep. That surprised her. She murmured that Mimir must still be holding on to that vow. Then, after a pause, she admitted she couldn't hold her end of it anymore. That made him sit up a little straighter, his voice soft with concern as he called her name, Lady Elena. She quickly apologized, saying she hadn't meant to darken the mood without a reason. He reassured her that it was all right. He didn't mind. Then she shifted the conversation slightly. Since he brought up a promise, she said, it sounded like Mimir had grown quite fond of him. He gave a simple yes, but Elena wasn't done. She tilted her head again and asked if she was wrong. He said no. Their relationship wasn't bad. Then, with a curious glint in his voice, he asked her what exactly the promise had been. Elena looked at him for a moment, then smiled faintly. She said it seemed that promise was really bothering him. But she was sorry. She couldn't tell him. It was a secret, just between her and Mimir. Not even Rain knew. That startled him. He said that if Mimir had made a promise in the past, then Mimir must have been real. Just like Elena. She gave a small nod, but said that if Mimir hadn't told him yet, then she wasn't allowed to either. That memory, she said, was still holding its secrets. She couldn't be the one to break them. The hero nodded slowly, accepting her words. If it was a real oath, then it wasn't meant to be broken anyway. Elena thanked him, truly grateful that the successors could understand them this way. As the sun sank lower and dusk settled in, the hero rose to his feet. He said he'd be heading back for now, but that he'd be relying on her from here on out. Elena smiled and replied with a quiet yes, then added that until the divine I was fully mastered, they'd both have more work ahead. Just before he left, the hero paused and turned back. Can I ask one last thing? He said. Elena nodded. Of course. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. What kind of relationship did you and Mimir have? She looked at him and replied simply. We were friends. Distant like constellations scattered across the sky, but always connected. We protected Beitner's magic together, alongside Ray. The scene shifted. The hero opened the book once more and instantly found himself face to face with Mimir. She looked surprised. Back so soon, she asked. He grinned. I've got school tomorrow, so I figured I'd return early. She gave a small nod. Did you actually go through the proper training? Of course, he said, clearly still buzzing with excitement. As he looked at her, he noticed something odd. Mana drifted slowly around her, sluggish and unfocused. With a playful tone, he pointed it out. She narrowed her eyes. What? He smirked. Your mana's still a little unstable. But I can tell you've been training. Mimir stepped closer, placing her hand on his cheek. Strange, she said quietly. After training like that, you shouldn't be this composed. He just smiled. I know, but your real mana, it feels cold. Controlled. She looked at him for a long moment. Maybe because I really am cold. They sipped the last of their tea, and she leaned back. So, you went through the 5 senses sealing spell, and you're fine? He nodded. I'm good. She crossed her arms and sank into the sofa. Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft? Or was it the forest's magic helping out? He blinked. Forest magic? Her eyes narrowed. Don't tell me you didn't go through trauma cycle therapy? I don't think I developed any trauma, he replied, a bit confused. Mimir went quiet, thinking. Something's off, she murmured. Then, suddenly, wait. You had a trick, didn't you? That's the only way someone survives that madness without side effects. Come on, what was it? The hero hesitated, then started to tell her about what had happened a year ago, the same thing he had told Elena. She listened closely, then asked what exactly happened back then. When he finished, she muttered a curse under her breath. If it were me, I'd have handled it differently. But he cut in gently. Back then, I was completely lost, crushed under everything people expected of me. And when it all fell apart, the weight of it dragged me into despair. But looking back, that was the moment that trained me the most. That pain, he said, built the strength I needed to be who I am now. He said that even having all his senses sealed hadn't been that bad. Mimir stared at him, clearly stunned. She said she'd always sensed a shadow in him, a quiet darkness, and now she understood why. He'd grown used to that kind of emptiness. The hero glanced at her, expecting her to shrug it off with her usual sarcasm. But her serious expression caught him off guard. If you try to understand us, she said softly, then we'll become people who understand you too. He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Maybe just a little. Mimir tilted her head and looked at him like he was losing it. You really think you'll handle everything before the deadline? The hero just grinned. I will, no matter what. Then his tone shifted, calmer, more grounded. That year in despair. It made me realize how lucky I am to be a mage at all. He knew there was no time to waste. As the successor of legend, the only path left was forward. The scene transitioned slowly to the quiet of the Obelisk Academy dormitory. In the stillness of a small room, 2 books rested on a side table. The hero lay on his bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, mind replaying Elena's words. The divine eye, an evil eye in form, but tied to the boundless flow of the infinity circles. At the first circle, it revealed the color of mana. At the second, it showed the broken fragments of magic formulas. And at the third, it exposed the core essence of magic itself. He pressed a hand to his face, surprised. To truly master it, he would need the ability to see mana at will, to call on the divine eye as easily as breathing. He extended his hand. Blue light flickered to life, dancing across the air in shimmering waves. I can do this, he thought. Just then his phone buzzed. A message flashed across the screen. It was from the Blue Tower Master. Opponent confirmed. Ju Hanwook, 5th Circle Mage. Age, 29. Blood type, B. The hero read it, eyes narrowing. A grin slowly spread across his face. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The scene shifted to Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, where the air crackled with magic and spells zipped across the room in every direction. Off in a corner, Sun-chan sat stunned on the floor, staring in awe and whispering to himself, questioning whether these people were even human. Their mastery of magic felt unreal. At the center of the chaos, Adela was locked in a fast-paced duel with the hero. She hurled precise 4th circle spells, which he countered effortlessly. As they exchanged blows, she casually mentioned receiving an email from the Blue Tower Master. It included a detailed strategy guide. The hero responded calmly, reminding her that he'd already mentioned it wasn't just a profile. It laid out a full combat approach. Dodging backward mid-sentence, Adela's interest peaked. She asked what he meant exactly, but before he could answer, a wave of magic surged through the hall. Trying to rise, she slipped and fell back. The hero approached and offered his hand, asking her what she thought. She took it, stood up, and asked if she could take another look at the file. He smiled and told her to go ahead. As she read through it, her eyes widened and she let out a surprised breath. It really was more of a strategy manual than just a profile. The hero just nodded knowingly. That's when Sun-chan wandered over, eager to see it too. Adela praised the analysis, then quickly shifted focus, saying they shouldn't get too caught up in it. They needed to work on their own growth. Maybe, she mused, this was the Blue Tower Master's way of lending a hand. The hero admitted that with how outmatched he was, the help might be genuine, a small nudge to balance the scales. Sun-chan chimed in, saying help was help, and they should take it. The hero agreed, but added that progress came from training, not overthinking. He clapped his hands and announced that break time was over. Sun-chan groaned dramatically, saying he hadn't even had a chance to breathe, and begged for 5 more minutes. The hero just grinned and said stamina was built in the tough moments. Then, with a wicked smile, he declared they were doing an hour of running. Sunshan looked like he was about to collapse, cursing under his breath and muttering that Shin Hail had to be some kind of demon. Watching the others resume their sparring, Sunshan shook his head in disbelief. Using high-tier magic like that indoors? He couldn't wrap his head around it. That evening, the setting shifted to the dorms. Adela trudged down the hallway, clearly worn out. She pushed open her door, frustration written all over her, then dropped straight on her bed. Muttering that she should at least change first, she let out a long sigh and shut her eyes. But her mind didn't rest. She replayed the moment from training, specifically the hero's moonlight bullet. His spell had been faster, stronger, more refined. Her eyes flew open. "This is so frustrating," she said sharply, sitting upright. She'd put in endless effort, yet the gap between them still felt enormous. She clenched her fists, telling herself she couldn't let it stay this way. Now when everyone was going all in with their hidden techniques. Springing off the bed, she said there was no time to waste, not tonight. She needed a cold shower and had to rewatch their training. As she rushed out, a magic book floated into the air behind her, glowing faintly in the fading sunlight. Outside, the moon rose high above the trees. Elsewhere, the hero had arrived once again at Elena's house. He walked slowly, lost in thought, finding it odd that he no longer needed to rely on the 5 senses seal so soon. Just then, Elena stepped outside. He greeted her respectfully. She smiled, noting that it looked like he'd finally learned how to see mana properly. He nodded, admitting that while it still gave him headaches if he focused too long, he could now see it whenever he wanted. Elena gave an approving nod and told him they were ready for the next stage of training. This time, she said, he'd use his mystic eye to examine the structure of her magic circle. He blinked, caught off guard, but she went on. By closely observing it, she explained, he would begin to understand the very fabric of the spell, its essence. With time, he'd notice small vulnerabilities, gaps in the flow. Gaps, he repeated, trying to grasp the concept. With a graceful motion, Elena drew a glowing magic circle in the air. She explained that every spell, no matter how complex, had a weakness. Find that gap, she said, and the entire structure could be unraveled. That, she concluded, was what they called destruction. The hero stood frozen for a moment, echoing the words under his breath, erasing a magic circle. Elena nodded and explained further. The mystic eye, when pushed to its limits, could completely dismantle a spell. She urged him to try, confident he'd pick it up quickly. Before him, the spinning magic circle floated in midair, shimmering with power. He activated his mystic eye, locking onto it. Elena began to guide him, noting that while the mana felt strong and comforting, no magic circle was flawless. The trick was to see past the surface. Now was the time to dive deeper, to dissect the structure with the mystic eye. He gave a small nod, his focus narrowing. As his vision sharpened, a passage from the book of Mimir surfaced in his mind. In the world of magic theory, perfection didn't exist. An old excerpt from the sage Pavavi echoed. Every spell, no matter how perfect it seemed, carried a flaw. A gap was always there. No matter how elegant or powerful a spell appeared, it wasn't without weaknesses. Elena reminded him to perceive the very core of magic, to tune in to the rhythm of mana flowing through the air, and to catch that fleeting instant when a spell's structure faltered, when the gap appeared. The hero glanced at her, curiosity flashing in his eyes. And then what? She met his question with calm certainty. Once that gap was found, once it was fully understood, the spell would cease to be magic. From that point on, it would just be an unstable formula waiting to break apart. So began a new stage of training. Side by side, Elena and the hero practiced not just casting spells, but learning how to dismantle them from within. Together, they stepped into a deeper realm of magic, one built not on creation, but on precision, control, and the power to destroy. The scene shifted back to Obelisk Academy as the voice of the announcer echoed through the corridors, announcing that the Olympic preliminary strategy meeting was about to start. Lord Shin In-hyuk stood and walked down a quiet hallway, only to be stopped moments later by the voice of the Tower Lord. With a hint of amusement, the Tower Lord remarked that he hadn't expected the head of the Arcane Divine clan to show up in person. In-hyuk responded coolly, saying it should be the other way around. After all, the Blue Tower Master had even less reason to attend. The Tower Lord chuckled, explaining that he was only there in the capacity of a sponsor. Inhyuk raised an eyebrow. A sponsor? The Tower Lord clarified. Well, a potential sponsor. That caught Inhyuk's attention. He asked if that meant the Blue Tower was planning to send artisans. But the Tower Lord waved him off, saying nothing had been decided yet. He was still considering it. After all, he repeated, he was just a potential sponsor. Inhyuk found it odd. Dispatching artisans wasn't something the Blue Tower did lightly, especially with how strapped for resources they usually were. But the Tower Lord explained that things had been going well lately, and this seemed like a worthwhile opportunity. That made Inhyuk pause. If the event warranted that level of investment, then something was definitely in motion. The Tower Lord added that with Shin Hale leading the Korean team, they might just have a shot at gold. At the mention of Hale's name, Inhyuk tilted his head, intrigued. So, Hale made you the same proposal? The Tower Lord gave a sly smile. I figured you'd catch on. Inhyuk asked directly, what exactly had Hale proposed? The Tower Lord explained that Hale promised to win a gold medal and requested an engineer be sent to support him. Then he flipped the question back. What had Hale said to him? Inhyuk replied that Hale made the same bold promise and asked for all the support he could get up until then. He admitted Hale had changed a lot over the past year. There was a new sense of confidence in him. The Tower Lord leaned in slightly and asked if Inhyuk had agreed with no strings attached. Inhyuk nodded. It wasn't difficult to offer some help, he said, but what he couldn't understand was why the Tower Lord would seriously consider deploying artifacts or artisans over a promise from a student. The Tower Lord quietly noted how much Hale reminded him of his father. Then he answered he was willing to make that investment, but only on one condition, that Hale could defeat a Fifth Circle mage in single combat. Inhyuk looked genuinely impressed. That's not a bad condition at all. The Tower Lord then asked if Inhyuk planned to attend the match. Inhyuk paused, unsure if it would be appropriate. The Tower Lord smiled and told him he was more than welcome. The scene shifted, leaving the academy behind and settling deep in a quiet forest bathed in golden light. At a small, secluded house, Hale sat slouched, clearly drained. I'm completely wiped out, he muttered. Elena appeared carrying a tray with a steaming cup of tea. Seeing his state, she smiled gently. Well done, successor. That wraps up your training. Hale returned a tired but sincere smile. You're the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and a hint of pride. I hope I didn't go too hard on you, just because it was the last session. Hale chuckled, assuring her that her robe had made the toughest parts bearable. She handed him the tea and told him it would help ease his fatigue. He nodded in thanks and took a sip. As she watched him, she casually mentioned how different he was from Ray, who used to grumble whenever anything physical came up. Ray had always wanted to rely on magic alone. Hale laughed softly. I guess that makes sense, considering how skilled you are. The camera panned out to the peaceful forest, now glowing under the soft light of dusk. Elena looked at him with quiet affection. Thank you for keeping up with me, successor. Your training here is complete. Teaching you, it's been a joy. She paused, her expression growing bittersweet. And yet, I can't help feeling both relieved and a little sad. I always knew this moment would come, the moment we'd part ways. Hale's face shifted, confused. What do you mean? She looked at him gently and explained. When my role ends, the page of dismantling will disappear. This forest and I will vanish too. It's part of a promise I made with Ray. Hale stood frozen, the weight of her words sinking in. Sadness crept into his expression, but before he could speak, Elena reached out and touched his arm lightly. Don't look at me like that, she said softly. If this world is fading, it just means it was real. It means what we shared mattered. She smiled faintly, eyes soft. Goodbye, successor. Tears welled in Hale's eyes as he cried out, his voice trembling with emotion. He said he never could have dreamed of mastering dismantling without her. Elena smiled, her own tears falling, and told him she was truly glad he ended up as Ray's successor. It gave her peace, knowing someone so deserving would carry on this magic. Still, she admitted one thing made her sad. She wouldn't get to see how far he'd go from here. Overwhelmed, Hale rushed toward her. Elena reached out, gently taking his hand in hers. No matter what happens, she said softly, don't give up. Ever. Then, with a small smile, she added, and take care of Mimir, okay? She gets lonely, and, well, she could be a little much sometimes. Hale nodded, promising he would. With one last look, Elena told him this was goodbye, forever. A sharp ache bloomed in his chest, a sorrow deeper than words. Then, as if in response to the moment, a glowing book materialized before him, bathed in white light. Elena's voice echoed within him. "Congratulations," she said. "You're now a third circle master." Reverently, Hale reached for the book and opened it. Inside, the page of dismantling was complete. He whispered his thanks to Lady Elena, vowing to carry the memory of their time in the forest close to his heart, and the weight of this farewell as strength for what lay ahead. The scene shifted. Now at the Blue Tower's dual training grounds, tension filled the air. The Tower Lord stood and announced the start of the match. Shin Hale versus a fifth circle mage. Sun-chan wore a deep scowl, his nerves plain to see. Beside him, In-hyuk leaned in with a thoughtful hum. Sandwiched between the two, Sun-chan sat stiffly, looking completely out of place, and quietly wondering how he'd gotten roped into this at all. The scene shifts once more to the Blue Tower's dual training grounds, where anticipation hangs thick in the air. Tower Master Kim steps forward, voice steady as he announces the duel is about to commence. Off to the side, Sun-chan mutters a quiet curse, frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. His father watches with a furrowed brow. "When's this thing supposed to start?" he asks, clearly unsettled by the whole setup. Kim looks like he's enjoying himself a little too much, while Sun-chan is pacing like a wreck. The contrast makes him feel like the only rational person caught between two extremes. He sighs, wishing Adela were with him, but she's already down in the arena, helping Hale prepare. Sun-chan keeps pacing restlessly, murmuring that they need to hurry things up. Across from him, Hale stands motionless, calm, composed, completely focused. Kim suddenly breaks the silence. "You think Hale has a shot?" He doesn't wait for an answer. "I'd say maybe 10%. Hale's father folds his arms, voice flat. "That's higher than what I'd give him." Kim turns to him with interest. "Oh, then what would you say, Lord?" 2%. "At best." Kim smirks. "That's cold. What about you, Sun-chan?" Sun-chan looks up, startled. "Me? Yes. Forget you're his friend for a second. Just give me your honest take. What are his chances?" Sun-chan hesitates, then says 50%. Kim blinks. "That's generous. Why so high?" Sun-chan scratches the back of his head. "No real reason. Just a feeling. If Hale gets serious, if he really goes all out, this could be a fair match. He's been improving so fast, and I don't think we've seen everything he can do yet." "You're saying he's been holding back?" Sun-chan nods slowly. At that moment, the defense barriers are activated and inspected. All systems are good. The arena is set. Adela walks back from the field, passing Sun-chan, who's still visibly tense. She gives him a quick nod. "Nice work." She takes a few more steps, then glances back. Something about him feels off. She almost asks, but the thought fades as the camera moves toward the arena. Hale stands across from his opponent now. The countdown begins. The crowd falls silent. His opponent eyes him carefully. Didn't expect to end up dueling someone from the arcane Divine Clan's elite bloodline. The referee's voice rang out, marking the start of the match. Neither fighter moved. With a relaxed smile, Hale spoke first. "Please go easy on me, senpai." His opponent chuckled. "I'll let you have the first move, Junior." Without wasting a second, Hale launched Wind Cutter. A red and a yellow magic circle ignited beneath him. He immediately followed it up with Flare Ball. "I gave up the first move," he muttered under his breath. "So this one has to count." His opponent observed calmly. "So this is the adaptive magic I've heard whispers about." "Interesting." Hale tilted his head. "You seem a bit too comfortable for someone in a duel." "That's because I have the luxury to be," the man replied evenly. Hale's smile sharpened. "We'll see how long that lasts." Multiple spheres, flaming red and crackling blue, erupted from his hands. Each looked identical, but curved in wildly different directions, making them nearly impossible to block using standard defenses. The opponent's eyes narrowed. If one of those fifth circle spells hit me directly, it'd be serious. He moved quickly, his arms weaving through the air. A fifth circle, non-elemental defense spell formed, Absolute Shield. The powerful dome of energy rose just in time. Every sphere slammed into it and dissolved into smoke. Hale's gaze hardened. Even this spell couldn't crack it. But Absolute Shield has one fatal flaw. It cuts off its caster. He surged forward without hesitation. His opponent caught the movement. "So, getting close was your real plan." "Not bad, but it won't be enough." Hale's grin widened. "You sure about that?" He placed a palm flat against the shield. A pulse of magic rippled out. Interference magic. Fine cracks began spreading across the glowing surface. Even Kim's eyes widened, taken off guard by the tactic. Hale didn't let up. The interference deepened, and lightning coiled around his hand in a fierce spiral. I figured you'd lean on interference defense, so I prepared for it. Embedded a hidden acceleration spell into the cast. The moment you tried to block, it picked up speed. Flames and wind combined into a blazing storm. With a deafening roar, it smashed down onto the shield, and the absolute shield shattered into glimmering shards. Adela's eyes widened, speechless. The opponent remained silent. As the smoke cleared, Hale stepped forward. Wouldn't it be nice if you dropped your guard just a little more, senpai? From within the haze, the response came cool and steady. Stay calm if you must, but never lower your guard. As the smoke thinned out, a fresh, absolute shield was already glowing around the opponent, fully restored. That's what the Tower Master drilled into me, he said calmly. Hale took a step back, eyes narrowing. Now, he understood. This was the true power of the Fifth Circle Mage. Both fighters squared up, tension crackling in the air. The atmosphere shifted again, heavier than before. All right, Junior, the man said with a quiet intensity. My turn. He raised his arms. A radiant swirl of purple and yellow magic began to pulse around him, growing brighter with every second. The next phase of the duel had begun. A blazing magic circle surged to life, stopping the incoming inferno in its tracks. Hanwook stepped forward with confidence. This time, I'll take the lead, he said firmly. Hale's gaze narrowed. So it's true. A Tower Master sent him my battle records. Ju Hanwook, 29, blood type B, was a flame magic specialist with a knack for physical enhancement. A man driven by a deep curiosity for unexplored magic. It made sense this would be his next move. Hanwook wasn't just a long-range caster. He was deadly up close, using his boosted strength to dominate melee fights. As he surged in, Hale steadied himself. He wants to study my magic, Hale thought. He won't go for a killing blow. But that doesn't mean he'll hold back. If he's striking, there's only one way through it. Hanwook suddenly lunged with a flaming right hook, sword igniting as it cut through the air. But before it could connect, Hale responded, landing a heavy punch of his own. The hit sent a shock through Hanwook, who stumbled back. You kept up with that? He said, surprised. I've had plenty of close combat training, Hale answered coolly. Yeah, I can tell, Hanwook nodded. Even though he's not built for brawling, he's quick to read and adapt. Hale, watching closely, thought he's more than just another brawler. With a smirk, Hanwook muttered, this is insane. A third circle mage with hand-to-hand skill like this? All right then, time I stop holding back. He raised his hand, and flames erupted. This was true Fifth Circle fire magic, overwhelming and raw. Hale tensed. So this is what that level of power looks like. As the spell expanded into a wide area blaze, fire surged from Hanwook's right hand, growing fiercer by the second. A third circle spell won't be fast enough to counter this, he said, voice sharp. What's your play now? You done? But Hale's eyes didn't waver. I'm not finished yet, he replied, and a wave of magic pulsed from him, forming a powerful water shield. Hanwook's eyes widened. That level of defense, from a third circle spell? Wait, is this adaptive magic? Watching from the sidelines, Adela was frozen in place. Fire rain versus a water shield, they're colliding head-on. Sunchan squinted into the haze, his voice trembling. I can't make anything out. What's happening in there? High above, the Tower Lord furrowed his brow. Water shield's just a third circle spell, right? But this one, it's reacting like it's stronger than a fourth. Amid the smothering mist, Hanwook cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't see a thing. Where's it going to come from? Without warning, a mystic eye snapped open. If sight fails, mana will guide me, Hale thought. The red energy of Hanwook's flame sword flickered in the distance. There, he dashed forward. Hanwook sensed the motion and flared up, fire bursting from his palm. Got you, he grinned. Lightning fast, Hanwook fired off a blast of flame magic, but Hale was already at close range. How'd he get here so fast? Desperate, Hanwook tried to conjure an absolute shield. No time, it's too unstable. Then, a surge of yellow mana erupted through him, flowing across his chest and arms. Earth magic formed instinctively. A shield took shape, but before it could fully materialize, Hale struck again, cutting it off mid-cast. Hanwook's eyes went wide. He's faster than I thought. Hale's fist ignited, hurling a fire-charged blow toward Hanwook, who stood frozen for just a beat too long. Blue mana flared. Is that a water laser? But Hale tanked the blast, unmoving. He came at Hanwook again, fire roaring in his punch. Hanwook responded with a wall of water. The impact created a thick cloud of smoke as the two collided. Hanwook growled at himself. These damn tricks, that mystic eye, it's throwing everything off. His frustration boiled. Enough. I'll put an end to this now. Flames blazed around him, his aura surging like wildfire. But Hale didn't flinch. With his mystic eye locked on a Hanwook's mana signature, he focused deeply, searching for the precise gap in the spell. The flaw is there. Just then Greenwood extended her hand. Energy pulsed outwards, her power resonating through the battlefield. Hale's eyes glowed with intensity. His control, his presence, it declared one thing. He had transcended magic's limitations. With that, he struck a crushing final blow that cut through Hanwook's defenses. Hanwook staggered, stunned. Sweat ran down his temple. My inferno, it's gone. The second you think it's over, that's when you lose, Hale thought, charging in like a raging storm. As the clash reached its peak, a voice echoed across the field. Match over. The winner is... Shin Hale stood tall. Hanwook was down, defeated. Inside the waiting room of the Blue Magic Training Hall, Hale sat still, sweat rolling down his face as fatigue weighed heavily on him. I'm drained. His thoughts felt like they were dragging through mud. The Tower Lord entered, surprise in his voice as he commended Hale's performance. Resting a hand on the doorframe, he paused, clearly still processing what he'd just seen. Facing Hale, he admitted, At first, I couldn't figure out what you were doing. But when it all came together for that last magic nullification, it was like watching a masterfully played game of chess. He held out his arm. The goosebumps were real. Clapping a hand on Hale's shoulder, he brought up the final spell, Tempest Circus, a 4-circle spell. He was especially curious how Hale had bypassed the limitations of memorize. Hale, unfazed, replied casually, What if I told you I reworked memorize using transformation magic? The Tower Lord blinked at him, clearly skeptical. I can follow spells up to the 3rd circle, he said. But that wasn't just a patch. You took out the flaws entirely, flipped the whole logic on its head. Hale said nothing. His thoughts wandered to how fast his casting had become, nearly instantaneous. His free-form magic, it no longer followed convention. The Tower Lord leaned in slightly, voice softer now. You even neutralized his magic. So what exactly are you using? Hale's eyes gleamed faintly. Sweat clung to his skin. He was just about to answer when the scene cut. At Blue Magic Tower HQ, the Tower Lord now sat in Kim Kangen's office. Without turning from her monitor, Kangen spoke, I'll take care of the engineer for the Olympiad by tomorrow. He nodded, sipping from his cup. Make sure the new assignment doesn't disrupt the contractor's schedule. As he set the cup down, Kangen gave him a curious look. What's that supposed to mean? Instead of explaining, the Tower Lord threw her a question. Do you really think we can take gold at the Olympiad? Kangen replied, calm and even, not impossible. He chuckled. Funny. Just yesterday, you said even bronze was a long shot. Kangen smirked without missing a beat, her fingers still dancing across the keyboard. Things are different now, she said simply. The Tower Lord's eyes gleamed. You feel it too, right? It's incredible. Kangen rested her hand beside the keyboard and gave a small nod. Yeah, it really is. He laughed. You got so caught up in it, you forgot you were one of the judges. Kangen shot him a playful glare. Don't start. He shifted gears. What do you make of Hale's magic? Kangen explained that the entire match had been monitored using the Eye of Ruby. I saw it through the eye too, the Tower Lord said. Even then, I couldn't pin anything down. He used steam to mask his presence, layered misdirection into his casting. Honestly, it was kind of scary. He paused, then added, I could see how he disrupted the Inferno spell structure during the fight, but I have no idea how he pulled it off. Kangen admitted she was stumped as well. And the Eye of Ruby isn't some basic tool, it's top tier. But even then, I couldn't figure out what sort of magic he was using. The Tower Lord nodded slowly. Bothered me so much, I went and asked him straight after the match. She glanced up, and he just smiled, the Tower Lord said with a shrug. Told me something I once said myself, that a mage has the right to keep their magic secret. So he refused to answer, said I'd have to work it out on my own. Kangen raised an eyebrow. Do you think it's illegal magic? He shook his head without hesitation. No way. The mana was too pure, the structure too refined. Nothing shady about it. Reaching for a tablet, he tapped the screen. That's all I've got so far. He thought back again to his earlier question, the one about modifying memorize through transformation magic. Hale's answer had been evasive. The Tower Lord murmured to himself. Doesn't feel like it's just transformation. He leaned back in his chair, a grin forming. This year's Olympiad is going to be wild. Then, standing up, he grinned. Come on, let's go grab some food. Kangen's eyes lit up, and in her mind, one mischievous thought surfaced. He's definitely footing the bill for this overtime. Back at Obelisk Academy, the alarm blared at 7:30 a.m. Hale's hand rested beside his phone, unmoving. He fumbled for the screen, glanced at the time, and let out a quiet sigh. 8 hours of sleep. Still, the exhaustion clung to him, a lingering weight from using both resonance and dispelling. His mana flow had completely shut down during resonance. Even the master's robe had been useless. That wasn't something he could ignore. He had to tread carefully from now on. Sitting up on the bed, he dropped his head into his hand. Sweat rolled down the side of his face. Then his phone buzzed again. A new notification. It was from his father. The message was brief but thoughtful, acknowledging that yesterday's fight must have taken a toll. Another followed. His father had arranged medical leave, so he could take the day off. Hale thought back to how he'd left right after the match, saying nothing. His father must have worried he was upset. He nodded to himself. That's good, then. An open book glowed before him, light spilling out as petals danced in the air like sparks. Maybe, just maybe, I've earned back a piece of his trust, he thought. But not yet. This is just the beginning. The Olympiad's not far off. Far below, hidden in the depths of the tower, Mimir lit up as soon as Hale appeared. Welcome back, he called, eyes wide. So, how'd it go? A grin tugged at Hale's lips. I won. Mimir leaned in, suspicious. You sure? You look like you're about to pass out. Hale chuckled. It was close. Too close. If even one thing had gone sideways, I'd be out. I gambled everything off the Blue Tower Master's intel. He paused. So no, it doesn't feel like much of a win. Then, his face turned serious. He held up 4 fingers. It's time, he said. We need to talk about the 4th infinity circle, the Ring of Expansion. Mimir smiled warmly, reaching out her hand toward Hale. This is the 4th infinity circle. Expansion, she explained gently. I've gathered all these books just for you, successor. Make sure you read every single one. Hale stood atop a towering pile of books, his determination visible. Under the clear sky at Obelisk Academy, Hale stood calmly before a group of students, hands clasped behind his back. From chapters 5 to 10, he announced clearly, describe the properties of AI magic and submit your assignments by tomorrow. He quietly thought to himself, if they studied carefully, this shouldn't be difficult. Hale turned his attention to the screen, his pencil poised as he reflected on the words, the Ring of Expansion. The Ring of Expansion differs fundamentally from previous infinity rings, he noted. While the earlier rings, the Ring of Deliberation, Resonance, and Interference, are formed from multiple layers shaped like petals, each serving a specific function in AI magic flow. The Ring of Expansion introduces a completely new structure. This new ring encircles 3 distinct circles, which rotate in a stable, coordinated manner. As a result, the entire infinity circle achieves greater balance and magical efficiency. This newfound stability significantly reduces known drawbacks. Mental energy consumption for the Ring of Deliberation is lessened. Resonance becomes stronger and lasts longer. Interference penalties diminish, and even dispelling magic becomes easier to manage. Hale's eyes narrowed in concentration. Mystic eyes, too, will benefit immensely from this stability. Yet, this new structure introduces unprecedented complexity. It won't be easy to master. He sighed internally, recalling the critical passage from a book he had read earlier at Mimir Spring. Forming the Ring of Expansion typically takes at least 1 year. And the more circles one masters, the harder they become to control. He leaned back, frustration flickering across his face. I don't have that kind of time. Later in Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, Hale carefully observed students pushing through intense drills. 5 more minutes, he called firmly. Sunchan faltered slightly, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his face. Adela remained composed and focused, her determination unwavering despite obvious fatigue. Finally, Hale announced decisively, that's it, 10-minute break. Sunchan immediately collapsed onto the floor, gasping weakly. I feel like I'm going to die. Adela knelt beside him with concern, her voice soft yet encouraging. Are you okay? Hang in there. She leaned in slightly, a small smile on her lips, and reminded him gently. Remember, we promised to keep pushing harder. Sun-chan stared back at her, wide-eyed in disbelief, exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Sweat poured down Hale's face, his exhaustion evident. He looked at his teammates, his voice strained, and asked, could we postpone the feedback? I just finished a match, and I'm completely drained. Sun-chan immediately raised a finger, clearly frustrated. This isn't the first time, Hale. Feedback has to be done the same day, no matter how tired we are. Adela, looking pale and tense, spoke gently, suggesting, maybe we should rest today and continue tomorrow. Everyone's already pushed to the limit. But Sun-chan shook his head, firmly disagreeing. Skipping feedback is like throwing away 30% of our training. Remember, true improvement happens when you're already exhausted. A knowing smirk appeared on Sun-chan's face. Isn't that what our teacher always says? He added pointedly, reminding Hale of his own previous lessons. This comment resonated deeply with Hale. A mix of pride and realization swept over him. He knew he had been making excuses. Internally, he chastised himself, realizing he'd grown complacent. Drawing a deep breath, Hale refocused. Despite his fatigue, anticipation stirred within him for the rigorous training ahead. Observing the change, the Tower Lord chuckled lightly, suggesting sarcastically, perhaps some sleep first? Hale stepped forward decisively, confidence renewed. No, let's start right now. We'll begin with the first move and take it step by step. Overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm, the Tower Lord playfully collapsed to the floor, dramatically reaching out to Adela for assistance. Adela simply looked down at him calmly, a faint, composed smile on her lips. Congratulations, she said softly. Later, as they walked together near an Obelisk 24 convenience store, Sun-chan glanced at Hale and remarked thoughtfully, Hale really is a genius. Even as friends, you can clearly see he's on another level. Adela nodded without hesitation, agreeing sincerely. He truly is extraordinary. Sun-chan continued, admiration evident. He completely changed his entire strategy mid-match, just because his opponent surrendered the first move. That level of flexibility is incredible. Pausing briefly, he asked curiously, has Hale always been this spontaneous? Even as a kid? Adela sipped her juice, recalling their childhood with a thoughtful expression. Back then, he was younger, more ways than one. Sun-chan tilted his head curiously. Do you mean immature? Adela nodded slightly, smiling faintly. He used to be overly optimistic, almost to the point of arrogance. Quietly, she acknowledged to herself that she had once been similar. Yet now, seeing Hale's growth firsthand, she realized little had changed in their dynamic. If anything, she found herself even more captivated by his magic, and a subtle, fond smile tugged gently at her lips. Sun-chan seemed genuinely surprised that someone as meticulous as Hale had once gone through such a phase. Adela calmly clarified that this had been before Hale joined Obelisk Academy. Reflecting deeply, Sun-chan suggested thoughtfully, maybe being judged as incompatible with AI magic wasn't a curse at all. It could have been a blessing in disguise. Adela looked startled at his words. Realizing her confusion, Sun-chan quickly clarified, I don't mean it as an insult. Think about it. Geniuses often become arrogant, and that arrogance slows down their growth. But Hale doesn't have that flaw. Maybe being labeled unfit erased that arrogance before it could take root. Listening closely, Adela asked softly, you mean his failures shaped him into who he is today? Sun-chan nodded firmly, confirming her interpretation. He added with a grin, Hale might not like hearing this theory, but now that he's found his own path, I think we can safely discuss it. His eyes brightened with determination as he turned to Adela. We got to prove we're walking the same path. Let's give it everything we've got. Fired up, he shouted enthusiastically. We're going all in. It's time to prepare for the Olympiad. Adela's eyes sparkled with motivation. Agreed, she said firmly. Let's work hard together. Standing quietly nearby, Hale smiled approvingly. Sun-chan, noticing Hale's silence, turned to him in mild confusion. What's up? Hale gave a slight nod of approval, his voice calm, yet encouraging. You explained it well. Laughing lightly, Sun-chan jokingly replied, so you're the one who gave me the disease, and now you're offering the cure? Chuckling softly, Hale handed Sun-chan a bottle, correcting him with mock seriousness. No, I just wrote the prescription and provided the medicine too. Sun-chan bowed dramatically, teasingly saying, Thank you, brilliant doctor. Adela stood tall, confidently looking ahead. Hale raised his hand purposefully, calling out clearly, "All right, Adela, back to special training." Without hesitation, Adela stepped forward, accepting the challenge wholeheartedly. Inside Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, the Tower Lord sat slouched and breathless, clearly exhausted. Nearby, Adela stood quietly, composed and observant. Approaching carefully, Hale raised a hand toward Adela and apologized gently for interrupting her break. "Can we talk for a moment?" he asked. Adela blinked in mild surprise. "You want to talk right now?" Standing slightly apart from the others, Hale began calmly. "Now that the Olympiad team is officially confirmed, I've been thinking about revising our training schedule." He explained clearly. "Starting tomorrow, we'll be excused from regular classes." Adela nodded briefly in acknowledgement. Hale continued, his tone determined. "Even though the Academy has its own Olympiad training program, 8 hours a day isn't enough. From now on, we'll hold tactical strategy meetings each morning." Curiosity lit Adela's eyes. "Strategy meetings?" she echoed thoughtfully. "Exactly," Hale confirmed. "We'll analyze each Olympiad event in detail, especially the new rules introduced this year, to find advantages we can exploit." Intrigued but still uncertain, Adela tilted her head slightly. "Why are you telling only me?" Hale's voice softened slightly. "Sunshan is already overwhelmed just with physical training. Explaining strategy to him now would be pointless. He's too exhausted to absorb it." "That's fair," Adela admitted thoughtfully. Hale added, "Zhang Sua from the Blue Magic Tower is already busy analyzing international competitors around the clock. Keep that in mind. We'll use that information starting tomorrow." Adela paused, raising a practical concern. "Developing strategies is fine, but do you really think the third years will listen to second years' plans?" Hale's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile. Calmly, he reassured her, "There's a way to handle that." Nearby, third years Kong Shinwu, Ma Jinseok, and John Hyun glanced over, more curious than cautious. Hyun remarked quietly, noting, "They're even more confident than I'd heard." From across the training area, John Hyun stepped forward, hands resting lightly on her hips. With a playful but challenging smirk, she addressed Adela directly. "Hey, you really meant what you said earlier about beating seniors?" Unfazed, Adela replied calmly. "Is there a reason I shouldn't?" Hyun raised an eyebrow, amused and intrigued by Adela's boldness. Hale, observing the exchange closely, wiped sweat from his brow and raised 3 fingers, quietly pointing out, "Everyone except us is a third year. That could create an awkward dynamic." Surprised by his concern, Adela shrugged lightly. "Why should that matter? I've already proven myself against them before." Hale paused briefly, processing her confident reply, then nodded slowly in agreement, recognizing Adela's strength and resolve. Adela calmly asked Hyun, "What exactly are you referring to?" Hyun narrowed her eyes, reminding Adela, "You said you could beat any third-year student in a fight. Why don't you repeat that again?" Unfazed, Adela maintained her composure. "If you really want me to say it again, then yes. I still believe there's no one among the current third years who could defeat me." Sunshan quickly jumped in, alarmed. "Hold on," he apologized hastily to the third years. Turning sharply to Adela, he scolded her, "Nothing good will come from provoking our seniors." "Be careful," Adela replied quietly. "I was only stating the truth." Attempting to ease the tension, Sunshan turned anxiously to Hale. "Hale, please don't make this worse." But Hale, with a subtle smile and calm confidence, stepped forward to address the seniors directly. "Actually," he began smoothly, "I've been waiting for you." Sunshin's eyes widened in panic. "Hale, wait." Ignoring him, Hale calmly proposed, "How about a match, second years versus third years?" He bowed slightly in respect, yet his voice was firm. "I apologize for issuing this challenge, but if I'm going to lead this team, I have to prove myself by defeating our seniors first." A steady silence filled the room. Kong Shinwu stepped forward, composed and thoughtful. "Just to clarify, you mean second years versus third years?" A 3-on-3 match. John Hyun, visibly irritated, cut in angrily. "I'll gladly accept your challenge myself. Overconfident juniors need to be put in their place." Hale smiled calmly, correcting their misunderstanding. "Actually, what I'm proposing is an all-out match. All second years against all third years. 3 of us against 7 of you." Hiyun's expression shifted sharply into disbelief. The Tower Lord's face turned pale, clearly alarmed. Even Adela looked momentarily puzzled. Shinwoo studied Hale carefully, eyes narrowed. What exactly is your goal here, Hale? My goal, Hale echoed calmly. Shinwoo nodded slowly, analyzing him. Someone like you doesn't provoke a fight without a clear motive. You must have a reason. Inwardly, Hale recalled seeing Shinwoo years ago. His cautious, analytical nature hadn't changed at all. A slight smile formed on Hale's lips. I simply believe that a spar is the best way to truly understand each other's capabilities. Suddenly, Ma Jinseok erupted in anger, storming toward Hale aggressively. You arrogant brat, he shouted, pointing furiously. Are you trying to embarrass us seniors by showing off your skills? Hiyun's eyes shifted quickly, curiosity sparking in her expression. Beside her, Shinwoo stood thoughtfully, his hand resting on his chin. He had already seen through Hale's intentions. This newcomer wanted control of the Olympiad team. Stepping forward decisively, Shinwoo faced Hale directly, eyes blazing with intensity. Is that what you're really after? He asked pointedly. Hale stood calmly, his confidence unwavering. Hiyun jabbed a finger toward Hale, voice sharp with indignation. Your arrogance is unbelievable. You and Adela might be talented, but challenging all of us is going too far. There's a limit to how much disrespect we seniors will tolerate. She shook her head dismissively, adding, maybe you could win a one-on-one duel, but 3 second years against 7 third years? It's ridiculous. Glancing aside, Hiyun silently scoffed. There was no way they could overcome such overwhelming odds, especially with someone as obviously nervous as Sun-chan on their team. Nearby, Sun-chan was visibly uneasy, sweat trickling down his temple. Fidgeting anxiously, Sun-chan muttered under his breath, Am I really that useless? Adela stood quietly beside Hale, calm and unshaken, her blue eyes reflecting clear resolve. Hale himself radiated quiet strength, standing tall and confident. Hiyun crossed her arms firmly, stating with authority, Apologize now, and we might consider dropping this. It's your last chance. Shinwoo nodded in agreement, his tone calm but stern. Hale, you've clearly crossed the line. Hale's expression remained cool and composed. He exhaled slowly, his voice quiet but firm. All this talk is getting tiresome. Shinwoo's mouth curved slightly into a smirk. Behind Hale, Sun-chan covered his mouth in panic, whispering anxiously, He's completely lost it. Adela's calm expression finally tightened, anger flickering briefly across her usually serene face. Then Hale spoke again, his voice unwavering and direct. Who exactly are the useless ones here? Silence fell sharply. Hale's eyes narrowed, locking onto theirs with determination. Enough talking, he declared firmly. Let's settle this with action. Taking a decisive step forward, his gaze powerful and commanding, Hale addressed them clearly, confidently uttering one final word. Seniors. While standing beneath the bright sunlight beside the jogging track, Shin Hale and his team boldly challenged their seniors. His friend Sun-chan attempted to stop him, but their other companion, Adela, stood firmly with Shin Hale and motivated him further. Upon hearing the challenge, the seniors, already in an aggressive mood, accepted the fight. It became an official confrontation between second-year and third-year students. Shin Hale's team consisted of only 3 members, whereas the senior team had more than double the number, 7 members in total. All the seniors were furious, trying to suppress their emotions, but Shin Hale's constant taunting pushed the situation far beyond reconciliation. In his anger, Ma Jin-suk questioned Kang Shinwoo, the leader of the third year, if he agreed to this reckless challenge, and Kang Shinwoo gave his approval. With that, Ma Jin-suk declared the match official, a 3 versus 7 battle. As the topic shifted toward strategy, Ma Jin-suk stated that if their team lost, they would adopt the junior strategies moving forward. Wearing a smug and egoistic smile, Shin Hale agreed and turned to walk away to prepare for the match. Ma Jin-suk then asked him what they would gain if the seniors won. Without even glancing back, Shin Hale responded that they could ask for whatever they wanted, even if it meant asking him to quit playing, something he believed would never happen, and continued walking. The seniors stood there, laughing bitterly with anger simmering inside them, waiting for the match to begin so they could teach him a lesson. Among them, John Hee-yoon was particularly enraged and eager to humble the juniors, but she had no choice but to wait for the battle to start. As Shin Hale departed, He added one final condition. If the juniors won, the seniors would have to apologize to Sunshine for ever calling him useless. Soon, the stage was set inside the Obelisk Academy Coliseum, and the chosen battlefield was a mountain at night. Both teams were positioned on their respective sides, deciding strategies during the 5-minute prep time allotted before the siege began. They all adjusted their positions for the most strategic advantage. An announcement was made, declaring that the match between 3 versus 7 was a simplified siege battle under international rules. Each team had been assigned a location, and the objective was to capture the opponent's flag. Shin Hale stood arrogantly in front of his team's flag, thinking about how quickly he would wrap up the match. He noticed Sunshine sitting beside the flag and asked if he was all right. Still overwhelmed and downcast, Sunshine asked whether provoking the seniors like this had been necessary. In response, Shin Hale questioned what he meant. Sunshine clarified that he was referring to how Shin had deliberately provoked the seniors by targeting their emotions just to incite the match. He added that the juniors were already following Shin Hale's lead, yet he still felt the need to manipulate them into agreeing to a match, all just to win. Standing confidently, Shin Hale responded with his trademark egoistic smirk, claiming that mere obedience wasn't enough for him. He needed them to obey completely, inside and out. He promised Sunshine that he would handle everything and reminded him that no one understood the nature of the upcoming battle better than Sunshine himself. Still troubled, Sunshine asked if pushing the seniors this hard wouldn't just breed resentment. Again, with a prideful grin, Shin Hale assured him that he already had a plan to overcome the seniors. He added that if they achieved a dominant victory, there would be no room left for bitterness. While saying this, he already began celebrating the outcome, while Sunshine internally scolded himself for even asking, knowing he would never truly understand Shin Hale's mindset. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the senior team burned with rage, furious that a junior dared to command them. All of them longed to punish Shin Hale for his arrogance. John Hee-yoon, especially, was cursing him under her breath, unable to forgive his bold claim that he would bet anything, even his entire future, on their victory. Unexpectedly, Kang Shinwoo remained composed and urged John Hee-yoon to calm down and focus, reminding her that only 5 minutes remained until the battle commenced. Hearing Kang Shinwoo's words, John Hee-yoon tried to soothe her fury by telling herself that in just 5 minutes, she would get her chance to teach the juniors a lesson they would never forget. However, her anger reignited the moment she recalled that the juniors had demanded an apology for calling Sunshine useless. She justified it to herself, muttering that calling a useless person what they are isn't wrong. Watching her spiral, Ja Min-sik began to feel mentally exhausted. Kang Shin-woo turned to Ja Min-sik, noting that although he had wanted to calm the team, it was no longer the time for restraint. Ja Min-sik agreed, realizing he could no longer hold back. He decided to channel his rage into raw power from the very beginning, comforting himself with the belief that anger drives strength and is the best natural performance enhancer. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. The battle announcement echoed through the Colosseum. Everyone, hearing it, settled down, mentally preparing for the siege. The countdown began 3, 2, 1. Ja Min-sik gave the immediate order for everyone to attack and seize the opponent's flag as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Shin Hale and Adela advanced together toward the enemy's side, aiming for the seniors' flag. They left Sunshine behind to defend their territory, fully confident in his ability to guard their flag. Standing resolutely, Sunshine prepared to protect their position from any incoming enemies. 5 minutes into the match, John Hee-yoon had already infiltrated their area. Perched silently on a tree branch, she was stunned to see that only one person, Sunshine, was guarding the flag alone. She immediately contacted John Min-sik to inform him of her discovery. He asked who was guarding the flag, and with a devilish grin, John Hee-yoon replied that it was none other than the so-called useless guy, standing there by himself. John Min-sik began to question whether Sunshine was alone or if someone was lying in wait to ambush them during the assault. Given the darkness of the field, John Hee-yoon couldn't be entirely sure either. John Min-sik warned her to remain cautious, suggesting there could be someone else nearby in hiding, and instructed her to proceed carefully with the attack. Without wasting any further time, John Hee-yoon jumped down in front of Sunshine, confirming that he was indeed alone. Once again, she mocked him by calling him useless. In response, Sunshine admitted that he was defending the flag all by himself. She asked if he had expected her to be the first to attack, and Sunchan calmly confirmed that he had. Curious, she then questioned how he had known it would be her. Without hesitation, Sunchan explained that Shin Hale had predicted it and referred to her as the gorilla who would come. However, as he recalled, Shin Hale had mentioned her by name. It was Sunchan himself who had labeled her with the insult. He went on to explain that Shin Hale knew she had a short temper and figured they would assign her to attack rather than defend. After hearing everything, John Hyun grew even more furious, realizing the juniors had provoked her intentionally so she would be the first to attack. Infuriated, she launched her offensive move. Flame Sniper, her strongest attack, surged towards Sunchan. But to her shock, he effortlessly blocked it. In that moment, Sunchan remembered the reason behind his placement. His technique made him the ideal defender, and the flag was the most vital position to protect. The siege battle had already commenced, and the assault on the juniors had begun. Sunchan was doing his utmost to defend the flag from John Hyun, who had already launched her most powerful attack right at the start. However, Sunchan effortlessly blocked it, which left her slightly unsettled and increasingly enraged. Before the match had even begun, Shin Hale had spoken to Sunchan. He reassured him that he was not useless and affirmed that he was the only one naturally born to be the tank of their team. Shocked by this claim, Sunchan had asked why he was being called a tank and why he had been chosen. With a radiant expression, Shin Hale explained that a tank was someone who safeguarded his territory and protected his teammates at all costs. Shin Hale went on to brief him about the enemy mages who would be attacking, clarifying that they possessed primary attributes, each with its specialty. He mentioned Kim Kanjin of the Blue Magic Tower, who specialized in water attributes, James Filler, the master of the Red Magic Tower, who primarily utilized fire attributes, and John Hyun, who also mainly wielded fire attributes. Shin Hale elaborated that when these mages used their primary attributes, their mana consumption was significantly reduced, while the impact and intensity of their attacks increased, causing more severe damage to the enemy. Finally, Shin Hale disclosed that Sunchan had no primary attribute, and it would be wasteful to include him in the offensive lineup. Instead, he emphasized that Sunchan was uniquely gifted in defense magic, and it was his responsibility alone to guard the flag from enemy attacks using his powers without requiring any assistance. Now, on the battlefield, Sunchan was successfully blocking John Hyun, and her relentless attacks proved to be ineffective against his formidable defense magic. No matter what strategy she attempted, John Hyun found herself unable to break through. Frustrated and fuming, she cursed while begrudgingly acknowledging that Shin Hale and Adela might have been the ones behind Sunchan's strength, unaware that he had always possessed the qualities of a true tank. Despite channeling all her fury and magical attributes, John Hyun continued to mock him, claiming that he was delusional and insignificant compared to Shin Hale and Adela, labeling him as nothing more than an extra. Though her words momentarily disheartened Sunchan, he refused to give her an opening. Instead, he turned the tables by mocking her, calling her weak and taunting that if these were the extent of her powers, then he could guard the flag effortlessly. John Hyun grew even more incensed upon hearing his remarks, but before she could retaliate further, 2 additional team members arrived to support her. Shin Hale had already warned Sunchan that 3 enemies sharing the same primary attribute would come, and only he could withstand their combined strength. Now facing a trio of mages, Sunchan defiantly stood his ground, taunting them as losers while they launched their coordinated attacks. Unfazed, John Hyun yelled at him to stay quiet and prepare for her chest impact attack. Yet, once again, her powerful strike proved utterly useless against Sunchan's impenetrable defenses. He continued to dominate, standing resolutely in front of the flag. Unwilling to concede, John Hyun struck again, but still, not even a scratch appeared on Sunchan's shield. Astonished by its strength, she began to question what material it was forged from, realizing how incredibly difficult it was to penetrate. Meanwhile, the senior spectators speculated about the unique form of defense magic Sunchan was using, one they had never witnessed before. Convinced that a synchronized attack would finally succeed, John Hyun commanded her allies to strike together. Arrogantly overconfident, she failed to consider the consequences that awaited her. Just as all 3 mages charged at Sunchan simultaneously, a magical bullet suddenly descended from the sky, striking the senior mages with incredible force. Caught completely off guard, they collapsed, stunned by the unexpected interference. Initially, John Hyun assumed it was Shin Hale attacking from the shadows and cursed him. But as more bullets rained down, she realized they were Adela's moonlight bullets and cursed her as well. It had all been a pre-planned strategy devised by the juniors. Adela had set a trap so that when the seniors grouped, the bullets would fall precisely on them. However, Ma Jin-suk's voice rang out, calling to John Hyun and accusing her of joking around, informing her that both Shin Hale and Adela were right in front of him, and he was completely alone. Regret flooded him as he cursed himself for sending support to John Hyun while leaving himself defenseless. Now, there was no turning back. He stood isolated before Shin Hale and Adela, lamenting that his decision had left him exposed. Senior Team 1, upon hearing that Shin Hale and Adela were present on both flanks, grew increasingly confused. While they were struggling against Sunchan with no chance of advancement, they were now simultaneously being bombarded by Adela's random, falling attacks. Desperately trying to dodge the projectiles, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Cursing her in frustration, they soon fell to the ground, breathless and defeated, with no option left but to surrender. Meanwhile, the second senior team, led by Kang Shin-woo, faced its dilemma. Originally dispatched to support John Hyun, they now received urgent calls from Ma Jin-suk. Torn between the two, they scrambled to decide which location required immediate reinforcement. Kang Shin-woo, analyzing the situation swiftly, ordered his team to retreat and rush back to protect Ma Jin-suk and defend their flag from further enemy advances. Back on the battlefield, Shin Hale stood before Ma Jin-suk, smiling with amusement. He calmly clarified the situation, assuring him that the match would soon be over. Beside him stood Adela, eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, declaring that he was finished. Ma Jin-suk, standing in front of his team's flag, wore a strange smile. He tried to convince himself that this was all a mistake, but he knew deep down it was too late to undo anything. He admitted to himself that he might have been able to defeat Shin Hale alone, but with Adela beside him, his chances had dwindled to none. In his mind, he imagined himself cornered by two ferocious beasts, a dragon and a tiger, both ready to devour him. With no other choice, Shin Hale and Adela launched their attacks, and in a matter of seconds, Ma Jin-suk was overwhelmed. Accepting his inevitable defeat, he collapsed. As Kang Shin-woo and his team arrived at the scene to offer backup, they were greeted by the sight of Ma Jin-suk lying on the ground, admitting defeat with a sense of resignation. Gracefully and proudly, Shin Hale stood with the flag raised high, symbolizing their victory. Elsewhere on the battlefield, John Hyun was also down, gasping for air in the aftermath of her team's defeat. Meanwhile, Sunchan stood triumphant, celebrating his hard-fought victory over the senior team. After the friendly match, everyone gathered in the Obelisk Academy conference room. Since the results were in favor of the juniors, they were quite confident, standing in front of their seniors with pride in their victory. On the other hand, the seniors sat quietly in their chairs, unable to speak, weighed down by the embarrassment of their loss. Suddenly, John Hyun punched Ma Jin-suk's arm out of frustration, blaming him for the defeat. She reminded him that he was supposed to stop the enemy from taking the flag and stall for time until Kang Shin-woo could return. However, Ma Jin-suk had no proper response. He argued back, saying it wasn't only her who had to deal with two opponents, so why was she blaming him alone? He added that it was her fault for giving the wrong information about the enemy's location. She had claimed all enemies were attacking her, which led him to send the other teammates to defend her. But it turned out to be a trap, and he was left alone, allowing the enemy to take the flag. Confused and defensive, John Hyun insisted it wasn't her fault. She explained that it was Hale and Adela who had attacked her. Growing annoyed with their argument, Kang Shin-woo stepped in. He asked both of them to stop and told them to let go of their emotions. He explained that it wasn't their fault. They lost because the other team simply played better. After hearing his words, everyone went quiet, embarrassed. They avoided each other's gaze and remained seated. Then, Kang Shin-woo turned to Shin Hale and asked a question on everyone's mind. How were you able to appear on both sides? What trick did you use? Shin Hale agreed to explain the situation that had made them so curious. He began by stating that Sunchan was the only one guarding the flag. Upon hearing this, John Hyun was shocked. She asked whether the strange wind cutters and moonlight bullets were also Sunchan's abilities. But Shin Hale denied it. He clarified that those were his and Adela's spells. He had created traps and spells that lured the enemy into difficult situations. Frustrated, Ma Jin-suk shouted that it wasn't possible. He said Shin Hale had been standing in front of him, but how could he cast long-range spells from such a distance? Shin Hale calmly explained that it was indeed his doing. The moonlight spells were his as well. Jean Hee-yoon then questioned whether those spells weren't classified as secret spells from the Mystic Authority. She asked Adela if she had broken the rules and leaked the spell. Shin Hale cleared up their doubts. He said his spells weren't secret ones. He had deciphered them through his analysis. Kang Shinwoo wondered aloud whether it was even possible to analyze a secret spell. But Shin Hale confirmed that it was. He had mystic eyes, the kind that could see magic formulas. Everyone in the room was stunned by the revelation. Shin Hale had mystic eyes. Ma Jin-suk was shocked. He thought it was impossible to possess such power. Shin Hale explained further. With his mystic eyes, he had analyzed the Moonlight Blast spell. At the start of the match, he pre-positioned wind cutters and moonlight blasts around the battlefield. With the help of pre-cast floating spells, he was able to perform long-range magic attacks. He mentioned that it was a modified version of the spells he had used against Ju Hanwook of the Blue Magic Tower. Kang Shinwoo then asked how Shin Hale had aimed so accurately that his spells had flown straight at the enemies with perfect precision. Sunchan stood up and answered. It was because of him. He had given Shin Hale the numbers beforehand. Kang Shinwoo asked if it was some sort of coordination system. Shin Hale clarified that it wasn't exactly that. The first number was the ID of the fixed spell, and the second was the angle to adjust the spell's trajectory. He said he had shared the spell setup with Sunchan and Adela, but not the tenor-style spell. He concluded by saying that was all he could reveal about his magic. In his mind, Shin Hale felt relieved. Now that both Adela and Sunchan, and even the seniors, knew about his techniques, things would be easier moving forward. It would help him convince the seniors, too. He stated that his ultimate goal was victory. He wanted a gold medal, no matter what. For that, he needed full cooperation from every team member. This friendly match, he said, proved his strength and the effectiveness of his strategies. He also apologized to the seniors for being rude earlier and asked them to follow his lead. He promised that if they did, he would deliver them a championship. Then, Jean Hee-yoon suddenly spoke. She declared that she wasn't happy, but she would go along with Shin Hale's idea. Everyone was surprised to see the usually fierce Jean Hee-yoon calm. She said it was a bet, and she lost. Now, she would cooperate. If she didn't go along with the plan, she'd have to give up her position as a national representative. Concluding her words, she walked up to Sunchan and apologized for calling him useless. She acknowledged that his defense magic was solid. Sunchan, appreciating her words, complimented her powerful fire magic in return. Shin Hale, Adela, and Sunchan were all sitting in the cafeteria having their lunch. Shin Hale called their attention and appreciated his team for doing a great job in defeating the third-year seniors. The protagonist then asked them for a favor. He told them that he wouldn't be joining the evening training, and they would have to continue without him for a while, as he had something to do alone. Adela, curious, asked him if he was going to do mana circulation training or something else. Shin replied with a yes. He told them that he was beginning to get a glimpse of the wall of enlightenment. Adela and Sunchan were stunned after hearing him. Adela asked if he meant the wall of the fifth circle. Meanwhile, Shin Hale, in his mind, was thinking that he could not tell these two about the tenor-style magic either. He had already announced it to the world under a different name, modification magic. The power of by tenor-style third circle magic was already equal to all the magic of the fourth circle. So, if Hale wanted to claim that he was reaching the fifth circle, he needed more time to construct by the tenor-style fourth circle magic. All this was circling in Hale's mind. The words wall of enlightenment that he used were only a bait so he could buy some time, and no one would know his true goals. Sunchan, while standing there, whispered into Adela's ear that obtaining the fifth circle at the age of 18 was even possible. He continued with harsh words, saying that Hale was just spouting nonsense, nothing more. But Adela was proud of Shin Hale. She told Sunchan that if he succeeded, he would be the youngest to reach the fifth circle. Adela was so happy for Shin Hale that her eyes sparkled, full of belief, without a single doubt. Shin Hale saw all of that, and then brought them back to the favor he was asking. The protagonist then reminded them again that he would not be able to attend the evening training and asked them to understand his situation and continue without him. Adela, while laughing, accepted. She told him that if it was for that reason, then he could skip training, and there was no need for him to attend at all. As Adela gave her permission, Sunchan agreed as well and told him that starting from tomorrow, there was no need for him to join, while smiling at him. Shin Hale saw the smiles of his friends and felt relaxed seeing them happy. He also told them not to worry. He would still check up on them and would monitor how their physical fitness test scores were going regularly. Then Shin Hale went to the head family of the Mage clan. There, in the study, Shin Hale asked his father for 3 items. The first was the horn of the octagon beast, the second was the heart of the catastrophe, and the third was the eye of Leviathan. His father told him that he was expecting such a demand. He pointed out that these were some of the most outrageously expensive materials. He asked why Shin Hale needed these items and what his plan was for using them. With anger on his face, Shin Hale told him that the items he was asking for were necessary for his magical achievement. With his limited knowledge and research, the protagonist explained that he had found a hint to weave the 4th circle from the springs of Mimir. Some days ago, he was in the library, and he started telling the story of what had happened to him there. While sitting around the books in the library, Shin Hale looked around. Mimir, who was sitting in front of him wearing mage clothes, was also reading a book. As he searched for a specific book, he recalled that there should be a version with a more intuitive explanation about the rings of expansion. Suddenly, Mimir, sitting across from him, whispered that there was no such book with more explanation. He thought that she wasn't helping and was just making things more difficult for him. As he looked around, some books slipped and fell. Looking down at the fallen books, he found the one he had been searching for, a book about magic potions. As he flipped through its pages, he realized it was an old book. While reading it, he found information about the elixir potion. Upon finding it, he shouted that this was the book he had been looking for. Mimir was also shocked to see how he had found the book. Shin Hale started reading it, and as he saw the information, it all began to make sense and answered his questions. In the book, the protagonist found a recipe for a potion that could absorb a large amount of mana. He thought that if he could make this potion, it would shorten the time needed to acquire the rings of expansion. After telling the story of how he got his hands on the secret, he told his father that now he was standing before the wall of enlightenment. His father then asked him if that meant he was getting closer to reaching the 5th circle, with a question in his mind. Shin Hale confidently told him that he was correct. The items he had requested were essential ingredients for him to achieve a magical breakthrough. He explained that most of the ingredients he could gather himself, but for the rare materials not available on the market, he would have to rely on his father's influence. His father, after listening to the story and the request, concluded that Shin Hale was not lying. The materials were indeed for making a potion. Shin Hale confirmed that his theory was correct. His father also asked where he had gotten the information about the potion, since he had never seen such a formula before. Shin Hale told him that he got it from an ancient book. With a thoughtful gaze, his father whispered the words "ancient potion" and agreed to his demand. He told Hale that he would give it to him. Upon hearing that, Hale welcomed the decision. His father then recalled how Shin Hale first took an ancient rope from him, and now he wanted to make an ancient potion. Smiling, he said that he had no idea what Shin Hale was really up to. As they both sat in the car, his father started asking him questions about his magic. He asked about the spells he had used in the duel with Ju Hanwook, and also about the questions the Blue Tower Master had asked him. He asked everything that Shin wasn't expecting, but Shin didn't respond to any of it. He was sure that in time, he would end up answering, because nothing would remain hidden. As they reached the monster byproduct street, Shin Hale went in to find the items he needed, ones that were easy to get. As he started window shopping, there were many items, but none were suitable for him. Then a woman tried to grab his attention and asked him to buy products from her shop. She even showed him her rare items, but he refused to buy them. He told her that she was a fake and revealed the truth about what she was selling. In his mind, Shin thought that the shopkeeper believed he was an easy target, but he had already memorized 40,000 spells and knew every monster byproduct, so he was not someone who could be fooled. To make the spell, Shin Hale required ingredients, and for that reason, he went to Monster Byproduct Street. Shin Hale had thought about making his ancient potion. Also, he was careful not to buy something useless, as there were a lot of swindlers who were trying to sell fake monster byproducts. As far as he has gotten, only a lady tried to sway him, but as he had already memorized the formulae of a lot of potions, there was no way he couldn't tell if it was a fake or real. As he started to travel more inside the market, an old man came near him and called out to him. He told Shin that he had gotten some sharp eyes for his young age. Shin Hale replied that he wanted something from him. The old man saw his attitude, but still he told him that he wanted to help him get what he wanted, as the shop he was in before was backed by an organization. Shin Hale smilingly told that it is no problem, and if somebody gets swayed by such shops, he would be a big fool. Old appreciated him for being funny, and he told him that he would give Shin Hale a good deal, so he should come by his shop for a bit. Shin replied by agreeing with him, and asked if he happened to have black bull horns. The old man wrapped his arm around Shin Hale and started to push him towards his shop, and told him that he had gotten the black bull horn just yesterday. As they reached the old man's shop, he asked Shin Hale to wait, and he would bring the item out for him to take. After a few minutes, he came out, while he had the horns in his hand, and he offered them to Shin Hale to hold. He also said that this is a flawless grade item with purity over 90%. He said that if there is any doubt, he could check its purity from the manometer, as they do not lie. So Shin Hale checked the purity, and he was correct. The meter showed more than 90% reading on the meter. The old man was happy for him, and said that this was fate, and asked for 27 million won against that horn. He also said that such high-grade byproduct usually goes for more than 30 million won. But today is Shin's lucky day. But there was a twist. Shin, with a devil smile, asked when the horns of an African bull became the horns of a black bull. Upon hearing him, the old man got cautious and knew he had been caught by him. Shin Hale, in his mind, cleared the picture that the previous lady openly tried to sell him the fake product, and he caught her easily. But this old man used the manometer proof, but since he was a master in knowing the fake product, he was not swayed easily. With his devilish smile, he then asked the old man will he would still make a joke out of him, or does he have the real item and not waste his time at all? The old man then changed his style of walking and told Shin that he was not an ordinary kid, asked him to step inside his shop, and apologized for swaying him. Shin's father was traveling in his car with his secretary. His secretary saw a huge amount of money being transferred from the young master Shin's card given by his father, and he told Shin's father about the transaction and questioned him why he would be doing that. In return, Shin's father told him that he had given Shin permission and the card to freely use and get whatever special ingredient he wanted. His secretary asked what kind of ingredients he was purchasing from the market, which cost such a high price, and what the young master would do with them. Shin's father replied that he was making an ancient elixir. The secretary, with suspicion, and asked again if Shin Haniel was doing something unusual. He also told him that he would check the quality of the byproducts he had bought, but Shin's father told him that there was no need. Shin Haniel had already mastered all monster byproducts from the age of 5, and he didn't raise his son to be stupid enough not to tell the real from a fake item. Shin's father then asked what happened to the octagon beast's horns. The secretary replied to him, confirming that they're finished with the deal, just the price negotiation is being held. Shin's father was also told that it would take about 1 week to import the item, too. Shin's father then silenced his secretary and asked him what happened to the internal audit he ordered earlier. In reply, the secretary said that they were investigating it carefully and someone was colluding with the Black Magic Tower. He also said that he deliberately leaked part of the Black Tower-related report and saw signs of tampering, but he was not able to identify who was behind it, and he also apologized for the situation. He elaborated the situation to Shin's father that they have narrowed the suspect down to high-ranking individuals capable of altering top-level family reports. But even after conducting an investigation, they had found no suspicious clues. Shin's father was not surprised upon hearing no suspicious clues and being too clean. He whispered that if they are too clean, that means they are suspicious. He then told his secretary that if they are too clean, then it would probably be meaningless to investigate further, and asked them to wait until the traitor makes contact with the Black Magic Tower. They should all be ready for that. While Shin Hale went back to the library and was fully exhausted, the girl there called him master and appreciated that he was able to gather a lot of byproducts, and only a few were left to complete the potion. Shin Hale, while reading the book again and thinking that if the elixir potion is made and he can use it and enhance its mana, he can easily weave the ring of expansion. The girl then asked when the left item would arrive. So Shin replied that he had asked his father to get them for him, and he said that it would take a week for the item to arrive. The girl then told him that it would be perfect for him, as that lined up perfectly with the Olympiad. But Shin was not satisfied. He said that even if the elixir is finished, he can't use it right away. He told her that the book stated that to maximize the effect of the elixir, it must be consumed in a place where the ambient mana concentration is high, and the person using it must perform mana circulation afterward to draw out the elixir's full effect. The girl in curiosity asked that does he had such a place. In return, he replied that he has a place in mind. The girl was even more curious now and asked where, so he told her that in Bangneon Island. Shin told her that the research shows that it's the island with the highest mana concentration in the country, and recently, the mana concentration there has been steadily rising. The girl told him that he had a plan to go there. In return, he told her that yes, he had one plan. While Shin went back to his friends and told them that they would go to a training camp on Bangyang Island. Upon hearing him, all of his friends were excited to go there. Shin Hale joined the others in the training and broke the news to them. Shin Hale told everyone that there had been a change, and now they were welcome to join a training camp on Bangyang Island for a week. Shin explained to them that it would be 5 nights and 6 days of special training, and he personally asked the Blue Magic Tower Lord for this special arrangement, so everyone should prepare for it. John Hee-yoon, upon hearing the news, leaned onto Adela and smilingly said that it would be a lot of fun in the camp. Kang Shinwoo also thought of it as a great opportunity and suggested starting preparations for the training. Sunchan also mentioned that it would be less tiring since the Blue Magic Tower had prepared it for them. Ma Jin-suk also told everyone to take it easy. Shin Hale, while seeing everyone together, was assured that the atmosphere was now settled, and the conflict between second and third years also seemed to be resolved. Hale told everyone that he had already managed everyone's training schedule. In his mind, Hale thought that now, with the help of the Blue Magic Tower, he had naturally begun to earn everyone's trust. Shin then announced that first, they all had to head to the Blue Magic Tower right now and undergo a unique mana test. As they all went to the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, a lady stood in front of them, waiting for their arrival. She introduced herself as Young Sua from the Blue Magic Tower. Young Sua then asked those who had to go under the unique mana test to follow her. Secretly, she asked Hale if the master of the tower had requested to see him alone. As Shin Hale reached the office of Kim Kanjin, he was warmly welcomed, and Kim asked how his training was going. Hale replied with a smile that his training was going well because of him. Kim asked if there was any discord or issue within the team, as they were seniors and juniors, but Hale told him that he had already resolved every issue, and now they were working as one unit. Everyone was trying to work together, and since it hadn't been long, everyone was giving their best. Kim was happy to hear that they all were trying their best, and so he assured Shin that if things kept going like this, he would take care of everything. Shin was very thankful for Kim's help, and even thanked him for the Bangyang Island matter. Kim laughed and told him that it was nothing, it was easy for him to rent out the whole island, and then he got to the point for which he had called him. Kim asked Shin Hale if he had a rough idea of what he was asking. Shin replied, "Artifact." Kim confirmed that he was right. He wanted Shin to prepare to engrave his unique mana onto the artifact. While they talked about the unique engraving, Shin's team was going through the test, specifically the ones needed for the unique mana engraving. Kim, in the end, told Shin that he should also hurry to complete the mana test before the group training begins. Shin told him that he would complete his test after 8 p.m. He also questioned Kim about whether the unique mana engraving had been mentioned, which meant the outline for completing the artifact was taking shape. In return, Kim replied that yes, things would go quickly, and at least 2 to 3 weeks would be taken, and without any doubt, they were planning to complete it during the Olympiad period. In between the test, Shin Hale went back to the library, and there he finished reading the ancient book he had found and told Mimir that he had finished the book. So Mimir used her magic and gave him a new book to read. Mimir then asked him how the preparation was going so far. Shin asked her which preparation she meant, about the Ring of Expansion or the Olympiad. She asked that he tell her about both. Shin then told her that his preparation for the Olympiad was going fine, but there was no real progress with the Ring of Expansion. Mimir then asked him if it was really hard to weave the Ring of Expansion, but Shin told her the opposite. He had theoretically mastered it completely, but the problem was that his body was overwhelmingly lacking in mana. So Mimir realized that, in the end, the blessing of mana was the key. Also, Shin told her that, fortunately, the materials that were supposed to be delivered 1 week later were going to arrive soon, as the law had been revised and now was easier to import items. Mimir was shocked that the law had suddenly been revised. With a devilish smile, Shin whispered that his father must have done something to change the law, and upon hearing him, Mimir called him lucky to be his successor. The next night, in the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, Shin had just finished his test and was all worn out. Kim appreciated him for doing the hard work and asked how the test was, as it was the first time Hale was taking this type of mana test. Shin told him that it was simple and fine, but too long. Kim told him he couldn't say that. It was still very fast. He also said it only took 1 hour for the test, but normally it took 8 hours. Shin was shocked upon hearing that it usually took 8 hours. Kim told him that calling this test easy was not normal. That was something amazing. The test might be simple, but repeatedly moving mana and maintaining precision within a 0.3% margin of error was not easy. But Shin Hale replied that for someone like him who had mastered the second trial, it was as easy as pie. Kim then told him that the results of his test were quite good, and they did not have to worry about the artifact quality. At the level he was, he might be worth aiming for a masterpiece. Shin Hale laughed and said that wasn't a masterpiece. A bit too much? Shin told him that in the Blue Magic Tower, there was an S-Class 4th-tier artifact, an Imperial Ring, that could be used. Kim told him it could be done, as Shin could control an artifact that didn't fall short of the Imperial Ring. Upon hearing that, Shin Hale realized he would now be able to weave an artifact of at least S-Class and 4th tier. Shin smiled to himself, his thoughts solely focused on the Imperial Ring. In the lab, after the test results of Shin Hale came out, it showed that he could weave a S-Class 4th tier artifact, which was a great achievement for him. Upon hearing the news, Shin Hale only had one thought in his mind, that now he can weave the Imperial Ring as it is much as level as he can offer. Shin Hale was way too excited and was only thinking about what to do next. Kim saw him and remarked that it was the first time he had seen Shin Hale so excited. Shin Hale fully energetically replied that yes, he is excited that his artifact is being compared to the Imperial Ring. He then asked if the artifact was named yet, but suddenly he had a notification on his phone, and he excused them as it was from his father. His father texted that the ship is scheduled to arrive at the port at 2:30 a.m. today. The material handover is scheduled for tomorrow at 6:30 p.m., and Sukhayan will deliver the material to match the end of the training. Upon reading the text, Shin Hale was sparkling as all the ingredients to make the potions were gathered. The day at 8 a.m., Shin Hale was in the library with Mimir, and they both together were both gazing upon the material gathered there, and Shin told her that the materials are all of top quality. Mimir was smiling and happy to have them, but the size of them was also perfect. She also told them that with all this, they can get started on the potion right away. So she started to prepare the ingredients. They both kept some of the materials saved so that if they got into any trouble with the formula going wrong, they could try once more. Stepwise, they both started to cut the excessive material. First, they cut the crystals carefully so that they would not be wasted. Then they had some tentacles which they carefully cut off to the perfect size they wanted. Some ingredients were weak in front of the light, so they carefully took some of their parts for the potion. After some time, they had separated the simple material and were now left with the most important and main materials. Mimir then asked that they take a short break first, and Shin agreed with her, as he was also very tired. Lastly, the materials left were the Octa Deer's Horn, the heart of a catastrophe, and the eye of a leviathan. Shin Hale told himself that these are the most expensive materials, and on top, he won't be able to get these materials ever again in such high quality. So he should not mess things up at all. Then he took a short tea break and relaxed. After some time had passed, he was back on his feet and was ready to complete the potion making. He then grabbed the Octa Deer's Horn, and then he injected as much mana as possible into the carving knife. Then he started to peel some of the part of the Octa Deer's Horn slowly and steadily. Mimir, on the other hand, said that the heart of catastrophe must be soaked in water mixed with ground fairy wings powder to completely drain the blood. While they do it, they need to maintain the water temperature at 25 degrees. As the process was so delicate, she told them that while this all happened, nobody should move their eyes off it for 6 hours. Finally, it was the turn of the Leviathan's eyes. Mimir told him that he has to coat the eyeball with mana, but with care, or else it will explode while boiling. As with all the ingredients were pre-processed. Now, it was the last step to simmer the ingredients while stirring constantly for 10 hours. It was morning already. Mad Shin Hale was lying on the ground, fully exhausted from the stirring and hard work, and Mimir was smiling at the efforts he had put into making the potion, the blessing of mana. Now it was time to go to the island for the training camp, as they all were settled in the ship and they were having the time of their lives. The weather was also great, while Shin Hale stood on the side waiting to reach the island, thinking that now all the preparation was done to weave the expansion circle. Sunchan suddenly came and wrapped his arms around Shin Hale, telling him that he was posing like he was a model and asked him they take a selfie together. With a wonderful sea in the background, they both clicked a photo. As he was done taking the photo, he thought that something was missing. Hale didn't understand him, but Sunchan told him that Adela was missing from the photo, and so he called her to join them in the selfie. After Sunchan insisted her, she also joined to take the selfie with a sea background. After a long-awaited journey, Shin Hale with his companion reached Bangniang Island. Everyone was standing at the top of the ship, gazing upon the island. After landing on the island, they went straight to the hotel where they were going to stay and train, named Harleton. Shin Hale told everyone that this is the accommodation prepared by the Blue Magic Tower. And everyone, upon hearing him, was more excited than him. First, as they checked in, a huge feast was prepared for them. Seeing the food prepared for them, Sun-chan and John Hee-yoon were smiling, as a lot of dishes were prepared for them. Then Shin Hale came and announced that they should finish their food quickly, and in 30 minutes, gather around in the training area, and they will begin the training soon. He told us to arrive at 3:30 at the training ground in short. On Bangniang Island, a magic training ground, everyone gathered around, and Shin Hale stood in front of them to lead them in their training. Shin Hale then told them that before they start their training, there is something they need to do first. He explained to everyone that this island has denser mana concentration than any other region, so everyone will feel a strong sense of discomfort when they try to absorb mana through the circle. He then told everyone to circulate the mana once. He then called everyone's name and told them what to do. He first called Senior Shinwoo and Adela, telling them that they do not need any help from him. They just need to do what they are doing, then he called. Senior Jin Suk told him that he should lower his circle output by about 20%. Then he called Senior Hee-young and told her that she should increase the circle output by about 20%, the opposite of Jin Suk. He then called Sun-chan and told him to reduce his output by 50% and adjust his posture to fit his body type. Sun-chan, in return, told him that he is now feeling more comfortable doing them. He told the other seniors the same, to increase and reduce their output for the best results. And lastly, he told them to stay in this posture for at least 1 hour. Sun-chan called him in terror and told him should kill him instead of making him do so, but the other just stayed still. As soon as 1 hour passed, Shin Hale then told everyone to stop, and they were all relieved and took a huge breath of being freed. He then saw everyone and noticed that Shinwoo and Adela were the only ones who were not tired, and were even starting to help others catch their breath. John Hee-yoon and others said that it was too tiring and tough for them. Adela, in her full strength, went to the other and passed them water, and as Shin Hale saw her, he was amazed the Mystic House being on a different level. Shin Hale then asked everyone if, from this training, everybody had gotten an idea. He then asked them a question if there were any, but everyone said no. Then he announced that the type of training they were going to do on this island was self-directed training. Jin Suk questioned him about what type of training this is. Shin Hale then said that in this type, everyone will train at their own pace, and concluded that he had given all the advice he could. He said that during the training, they all have to make their judgments and carry them out independently. John Hee-yoon asked Shin that you told that what we are doing, but what will he do at this time? Shin Hale replied that he has his adaptation training. Shin Hale then recalled that first, he had to get used to the island's mana density, so when he drinks the potion, he can increase its efficiency. John Hee-yoon and Adela whispered to each other that it was Shin Hale's first time on this island, but they thought that he had come before, but it was a no. And so he sent everyone to do their training and was left alone. As the density on the island was thicker than the expectation of Shin Hale expected, he was excited to use the potion. To weave the ring of expansion, Shin Hale needed to make the most of the environment to get the maximum results. As he traveled on the island, he reached a place that was most suitable for him to take the potion. On the island, he found the mana veins. The place where the mana is concentrated is the place called the mana veins. It was close to his accommodation, so he chose that place. It also had more mana density than anywhere else, almost 5% more. From his 5 potion bottles, he chose one to drink, the elixir of mana. Shin Hale was all prepared to drink the elixir. As soon as he drank the potion, he felt the bad taste of it, but he couldn't take it out, had swallowed it completely. Then he waited there to see how it worked. Suddenly, by the tenor-style infinity circle started deploying the 3rd circle from his body. He was quite amazed that it was a real spell, and now the mana is flowing into his body multiple times more than usual. But suddenly, he sat down as the mana amount was immense, and he told himself to control it at any cost without failure. As if he did not do it, it would go berserk. He then sat there, prepared himself to control it for 1 hour, and for the path of the ring of expansion to rotate, he needed at least 20% mana from every bottle. As 30 minutes passed, Shin Hale was trying his utmost to control the mana flowing. It actually started to work and was becoming stable, but then suddenly, he vomited blood into his hand. In a luxury hotel at 11 p.m., somebody made an offer to assassinate Shin Hale. Somebody from the Mage Association called the Black Mage Tower to kill Shin Hale, and as he was their VIP client, they agreed. While on the call, the man asked them if it was possible to kill him, and they replied that yes, it is, but also they asked that does they wanted them to avoid the eyes of the Shadow Unit led by Kim Suk-hyun. And he replied that yes, they have too. It was a condition for the work. The assassin explained to him that it would be difficult for them to do so. It was too much to handle for them. The assassin told him on the phone they wanted to do the work as he was their VIP customer, but his one condition did not match with theirs. They then told him that if he wants to, he has to wait and hold his breath and lie low, and when the target is alone, they will try to kill him with one strike. The man from the Mage Association told them it would be too late if they didn't kill him. They should act now and kill him, no matter what the condition is. The assassin then asked why he was saying such. What reason does he have? So the mage replied that it's Kim Suk-hyun, and he is trying to support Shin Hale. The assassin recalled and asked him the closest aide of the current head of the mage family. So the man replied that he is right, and if Kim Suk-hyun sides with Shin Hale, he won't be the only one in trouble, but others too. The Dark Tower assassin then told the other person that he hopes he becomes the new head of the great mage family. But also, they explained to him that it was difficult to kill Shin Hale without getting into the eye of Kim Suk-hyun, as he is very powerful. The answer Hotmin given was that he also knew that much, but was told that he knew it was hard, but there's always a way. The assassin then appreciated him for being a VIP customer and having sharp instincts. Then the Dark Tower assassin told him that there is a good method of dealing with Shin Hale, as the target was on the island of Baekneong. So over there a special method could work, which, upon asking, he told that they would cause a mana disaster on Baekneong Island and disguise it as an accident. The mage asked them if they were planning to artificially trigger a mana disaster, and if that was even possible. He got the reply that it was possible on that island because of its current state, it's able. He asked will they would increase the mana concentration, so the assassin told him yes, they would. Also told the Dark Tower assassin told that it is classified information, so he shouldn't be telling him. The assassin then called him by his name, Mr. Shin Ji-han, and as he was his VIP customer, he would share the information and started to tell him what was hidden on the island. Currently, on the other side of the island, there was Shin Hale vomiting blood because of the elixir potion he had drunk to boost his mana. And so his mana was overflowing in the body, which was causing trouble. He was confused that this wasn't an ordinary mana overflow, as a moment ago, it felt like it was absorbing mana with a vacuum cleaner, and now it was like every pore of his had turned into a black hole. Shin still didn't stop and sucked every mana over there, no matter how strong the mana was, but he had no idea how the hell the place was releasing so much mana. He told himself that he was to endure it and get a grip on it with all his focus. The pain that he was feeling was like he would lose consciousness, but Mimir had told him that whatever happened, if the potion ever causes his mana to rampage and get out of control, he should never go unconscious and hold on to it. And if he doesn't, he will be killed. He then held in there and tried to focus with all his might. As it turned to morning, he was all exhausted and on the ground and was unable to move his hands at all, nor was he able to feel mana inside his body. He then told himself that it was normal, and he thought that this would have happened to him in any situation. He might be lucky that he is still alive, which was thanks to regular mana circulation training and Mimir's advice. Still, he was unable to recall why the mana overflow happened there, and the mana vein where he was sitting had also dried up fully, as he has never heard about the mana vein drying up or losing its power. But suddenly something happened to him. Next, Shin Hale was in the training room having a duel against Sun Chan, and Sun Chan begged him to have mercy on him. Shin said that he will try to go easy on him as he cannot see his face begging him. As the match starts, Sun Chan quickly makes a defensive shield around himself to protect himself from Shin Hale's attack. Shin Haniel first used his first circle deliberation and charged at Sun Chan with a hard impact. Sun Chan shouted at him to go easy as he wanted to kill him, and told him to control his strength. Shin Hale was totally in his mind. He was just testing his new power and was amazed to see that his magic output had increased a lot, and his mental strain had been reduced. Shin Hale then used his attack of Ring of Resonance, as he hasn't used it for a long time because it gave him strain and he was lacking power, and then he charged his ability. Sun Chan watching him warned that he should not kill him, and with that all Shin Hale attacked on him, and in no time Sun Chan was on grounding cursing him for using such power. Everyone there was amazed. Even Shin Hale himself was satisfied by seeing his results. And now it was time to weave the ring of expansion. Everyone was having their training on the Bangnyeong Island. Shin Hale just came out of a shower after the training he did to test his powers in the training room. He again checked and confirmed that the ring of interference had been stabilized. He also felt that the overall strain on his body was lessened and the range was increased. He was still a little hasty as we forgot to use his dispel in the duel, but later on, he will be easier to use it at the daily level. He also had an upgrade in his divine, yes too. He then sorted out that as the mystic eye grows along the circle, the divine eye has also grown. He noticed that the output of it has increased and the duration of its usage has also extended. And he could now see the colors, magic formulae, and even the essence of the spell more clearly. But he also noticed the atmosphere there. The mana around the Bangnyeong Island was getting denser and denser day by day. He concluded that this change is occurring very quickly, and at this rate, it might interfere with his training, and he might spend all his time just adapting to the place. He then searched that there was supposed to be a research lab at the center of Bangnyeong Island. With that, he went to rest, deciding that tomorrow he would go and look thoroughly. While Shin Hale slept, something strange was going on at the central research lab of Bangnyeong Island. The director there was tampering with the machine, and he just twisted the axis of the domain a little more, and he shouted in that empty lab that his work was for the sake of the Black Magic Tower. The next day, in morning, after the training of mana circulation was finished, Shin Hale told everyone that he had to be somewhere, and he was leaving. Shinwoo was quite suspicious of him about where he would be going in such a hurry. So Sun-chan told him that I asked him, and he said that he was going to the lab. Shinwoo confirmed with him that it was the mana research lab. Jin-suk also confirmed that there is something going on the island. The mana here has been weird since yesterday, so he would have gone to investigate. Everyone there seemed not to see the situation as serious at all. The Central Research Lab of Bangnyeong Island is an institution that both observes the current state of Bangnyeong Island and researches the overflow mana of the island. Shin Hale, after he reached the research center, decided to go inside and ask about the mana abnormalities on the island. As he entered, he was welcomed by a lady. Shin Hale apologized to her for being late at this hour, and he was forgiven and told that they were the ones who asked him to come at this time. She told him that as the situation was serious and they had no option or time to waste, they firsthand had to contact him urgently. He then questioned whether this was about the abnormalities of the mana on the island, and also asked that has the cause had been identified. But she refused to accept that they hadn't identified the problem and had made no progress in that situation. She just told that the leading hypothesis is that a mana vein explosion. Soon, she guided Shin Hale into another room, suggesting that further details would be discussed by the director directly. She then asked him to wait until the director arrives. As Shin Hale was waiting for the director, someone came and apologizing for the delay and said that he was the director of the research center. Shin Hale was shocked by looking at his face, so the director asked if there was something on his face, but Shin Hale told him there was nothing, just that he wasn't expecting someone younger. The director laughed and asked him for some tea, but Shin Hale was laughing in his mind, as he had already checked the details about the director. He was still not believing that he was the real director, as he was claiming to be at least at the 7th circle or higher, and a person on that level is a grand mage, and fewer than 10 such high-level mages are in the entire country, and one of them is being in front of him serving, just as a research director. The director then served him some coffee, and Shin Haniel thanked him. Shin Haniel was not sure that he was hiding his powers, or if he was a fake. Shin Haniel, in curiosity, decided to verify it quickly and looked into the director by his ability of Divine Eye. As he looked, he was shocked that there was a lot of mana flowing around the director. The director then asked a question about his training on the Bangnyeong Island and asked if it would have been a hard time for him with everything piling up. While smiling, Shin Haniel, that the island has the perfect environment for magical training, but even the adaptation training alone is overwhelming. The director then told him that the density over the past few days has been an extremely rare abnormality. The director also said that it wouldn't be strange if something happened, so he should avoid overtraining. Suddenly, Shin Haniel saw the ability with his divine eyes, which the director was using, 6th non-elemental illusion magic, a fake illusion. Shin Haniel was then certain that he was using a spell that concealed the user's identity with a special mist and made them look like someone else. And he concluded that he was a fake. And suddenly, he realized that this was an ominous black mana, and it is the same as the instructor Smith had around him. And he pointed out that the director is a mage of the Black Magic Tower and called the place the Den of Vipers. And that wraps up today's video. If you want more recaps like this, drop a comment below and let me know. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more awesome content. Catch you in the next one.